All right, we have a very special meeting tonight. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, August 6th, 2024. Now, please join me in standing while we'll play a video version of the national anthem and remain standing, and we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance together. Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, now everybody can be seated except for the pony players. And we have a special pastor. Our pastor, Phil Eiskens from the Lighthouse Church, is going to say our moment of solemn expression. Pastor Phil, you have the floor.
Amen. How exciting it is to be here. I played Pony League, by the way, so I guess I have a right to be here, don't I? So Mayor Stevens, Lori Ann, esteemed City Council, various teams, it's always a great privilege to come here and be part of the moment of solemn expression. There's a man named John Wesley. He was the founder of the Methodist Church. And I guess you could say he had a method to his ministry. And several denominations today embrace the theology of Wesley, which I'm part of the Church of the Nazarene, and we did too. So John Wesley had a rule that I believe applies to all who find themselves in any type of community service, and that would certainly include city government. Wesley said this: "Do all the good you can, by all the means you can, in all the ways you can, in all the places you can, at all the times you can, to all the people you can, as long as ever you can." Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you this afternoon, and considering what we have just read, we invoke your presence here tonight in these council chambers. We pray for the mayor, we pray for the city manager, we pray for each member of the Costa Mesa City Council, that you would bestow upon them the ability to make sound decisions, decisions that truly are in the best interests of all the citizens of this great city of Costa Mesa. Whether rich or poor, bless and protect each member of law enforcement as they risk their lives to protect each one of us. Bless and protect our fire department personnel as well. And bless all who are involved in serving this great city. Lord, we live at a very serious hour in time. We think of all the tragedy taking place in Ukraine and Russia, in the Middle East. And our politics here at home are so divisive that friend and family relationships seem to be strained to the very core. We pray for peace. Lord, help us to do our very best, to do all the good we can by all the means we can in all the ways we can. And we pray these things in the name of the Lord. And everybody said, amen.
Amen. Amen, Pastor Phil. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present.
Great. City Attorney, do you have a closed session report? Oh, do I need to do a discussion mode? Let's see. Yep, go ahead.
My mic is off.
Yeah, you got it.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to report from closed session. Direction was given.
All right. Okay, we have two presentations tonight. We could put on our pony hat for this one. So we have two presentations, and they're great presentations because we're going to talk about the great achievements of our baseball players and our coaches and our parents and our league administrators in the city of Costa Mesa. First up, we have the recognition of the Pony 13U All-Stars and 10U Sox. Tonight, we have several teams joining us, and the first two, as I said, are the 13U All-Stars and the 10U Sox. The 13U All-Stars won the Pony 13U West Zone Championship and advanced to the World Series in Carlsbad, California. Now you can clap. The 10U Sox team won the Central Region Mustang 10U Championship. Each team is made up of champion baseball players, and all players deserve to be recognized for outstanding athletes, remarkable young leaders in our community who serve as role models, inspiring other young athletes to reach their potential. So joining us tonight to share each team's victory and introduce the coaches is the president of Costa Mesa Pony, Jack Morales. Jack. Now, as I don't want to steal any of his thunder, but as Jack walks up here, I want to recognize Lou DeSandro. He's been with the league for, God, I don't know how long.
Ever.
Lou. Yeah, 30 years, I don't know how long, but Jack, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Council, and everybody for putting this on for us. I think it's pretty special, and I appreciate it very much. Yes, just a quick one. Lou is a founding member of Costa Mesa Pony. In 1996, when the league was founded, he started it all, and I'm just here taking on the second half, I think. I don't know. But thank you for putting this on for us, and thank you, parents and everybody who is here to support these kids. It's really all about the kids. I love that quote that Pastor shared with us on serving our community. This is what we do. Our 10U Sox is a brand new team for us this year, and the head coach who manages it is standing right in front of me here. Mr. Ira Green, you might know his son Sean, but they had a great run and they made us very proud, won the banner at home, at T-Winkle, our home field, and we're just so proud of them, and we look forward to many more accomplishments from these guys because there's only 10 going on 11, and good job, boys. And thank you, Coach Ira, for your unwavering and dedication to this program and this team. And again, we look forward to having you continue shepherding these boys on into the older ages. The next group of kids, it's kind of cool to see the 13U here because I think last year they might have been sitting over there in the Little League section. And what that is a testament of the community that we truly are here in Costa Mesa as a youth baseball family that we have become for the past, probably going on 10 years now. We've been trying to figure out that winning formula of how we can work together and not compete against each other because Pony and Little League are competing organizations. But I think we figured out the formula, and it's just been great to work together and the only reason we're standing here today and celebrating all of these accomplishments is because we're working together. So again, congratulations to all of everybody, right? Because we wouldn't be here without that good networking and working together. Cowley, Rod Schaefer, and now Brian Clark heading up Little League has been really special. So back to the 13U All-Stars. I saw and I heard of their accolades last year as 12-year-olds, and it was pretty cool. They were really close to getting to San Bernardino, the Western Regional. And then they show up here with us, with Pony, and I hadn't really seen them play when they were 12. But I tell you what, these 13-year-olds are pretty amazing to watch. I watched them come back from being down so many times and coming back and winning. The resilience, the grit that they have displayed, and their coaches over here, we got Mario Ramirez and Corey Hugan heading up. I'll say that admin part, but the guy who, the brains behind the lineups and the team management is Mike Diaz. And Mike Diaz is an amazing human being over here. Can we give Mike Diaz a big round of applause? I mean, you know, sometimes we forget that besides being coaches and parents, you know, and just people in the community, there's life challenges. And I would like for you guys to lift up, when you think about Mike, lift up his family for a life challenge that his family is experiencing. I appreciate, Mike, your amazing effort through all of that, and it's really special. But these guys did an amazing job with this group of kids. So impressed. These guys are the future high school all-stars as well, wherever they're feeding into. And once again, I don't do a whole lot. I get some credit because I'm, you know, wearing the hat as president, just like, you know, the rest of us who are in charge of something. If it happens while you're here, you get a little bit of credit. But I'm honored and privileged to be a part of these guys' accomplishments, but most important, the whole community that we are as Costa Mesa Youth Baseball. And thank you, City, for the recognition tonight and for your support of our facilities and all the great things that you do for us. And I think somebody wanted me to say, don't forget about our batting cages at T-Winkle. We're still waiting for those. That's all. Thank you. Well, what's next, sir?
That's on the CUP. All right, we got to give the certificates to the players.
Okay, Ira, you can hand out the 10U, and then Mike, if you would like to come up here and hand out the 13U, that'd be great. Yeah. Yep.
Colton Strack.
You can stay here.
Give one the mic.
Do it at the mic. Sir, you can come back here, actually. Oh, okay.
Coach, then they got the names on the certificates. So
Oh, okay.
open up the
Oh, I didn't know
and
that.
read the names. Yeah.
Did you get yours or no? Oh, okay. Colton, that's yours. That one is yours. All right, we only have 5 here. The others were not able to make it, but we'll make sure the others get their certificates. Michael Matichko. Ryan Hellemar. Here's yours. I don't know, we're missing, oh, here they are. All right, Arthur Olson. Last but not least, Brooks Edie. Hey, thank you. And thank you, Costa Mesa. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Coach Green.
Aiden Ramos. Bodie Tibbetts. Braden Becker. Dylan Hugan. Ethan Minton.
Thank you.
Jackson Burke. John Molina. Jordan Lee. Kellen Mazer. Nolan Diaz. Quinn Douglas. Rylan Diaz. Coach Mario Ramirez. Coach Corey Hugan. The players that aren't here are Cade Smith, Micaiah Kim, and Rylan Mason. And Coach Ryan Sage.
All right, now council, come down and we'll take a photo with both teams and coaches.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. All right.
Now we're moving on to Costa Mesa Little League. The 10U, 11U, and 12U All-Stars and the Major Dodgers. So for the first time ever in the history of the great city of Costa Mesa Little League has won the 10U, 11U, and 12U District 62 championship. And just to put it in perspective, when my kid played, I don't even remember us getting out of the first round even once. So that's really good what you guys are doing. And then congratulations to the Dodgers, Major Dodgers, who won the District 62 Tournament of Champions. And I followed you all year on Instagram. Were you undefeated this year, the Dodgers, or you won? You won. You lost what? You lost one game? That's still pretty good. That's still pretty good. Okay. What more do I have to say? So you guys won it. I said it. So I went to one of your games. It was I think it was on the 2nd of July, and the 10U team, if you remember, got into the what if game by a walk-off single. You guys remember that game? I was right there. And then at Fountain Valley, and then the 12U also had a walk-off. Is the young man here who hit the home run, that's him? They mercy ruled that Huntington Beach team. Were they from Seaview or Ocean View? Ocean View, yeah. And for people that are watching, just to put it in perspective, it wasn't long ago that Ocean View won the entire thing at Williamsport. And this year they got mercy ruled by our 12U team. On a walk-off home run, and I could still see that ball going over the left field fence. So that was a great hit. Okay, so now the President, Brian Clark, is here. President Brian Clark, let's give it up for him. And he's gonna introduce the coaches who introduce the players, and as we did with the pony, then we're gonna take one big group picture. President Brian Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you. Real quick, just want to say thank you to everyone who supported Costa Mesa Little League this year. For those that don't know, we started with 59 teams, 599 players across 7 divisions on 2 different campuses. Our Little League doesn't happen without all the volunteers, our parents, our coaches, and the support of Newport Mesa, allowing us to have fields on their campuses. This was just a special year. I think we had some unexpected outcomes with some of our teams and some teams that followed through on expectations. But I think what was the most gratifying part of this playoff season that we're celebrating today was the support of the community and the parents. As was mentioned, a lot of those pony kids were here for 13. They came out to game. John's son, who was up here, Quinn, came out. He's back there. The cheering, and I think that's, to me, the memory. I think that's going to be instilled in all of us. And I think for us adults, we've become friends over the years. For many of us, my son's 12, so this is it. He was on the team. And what was great, just to finish off, is the kids who are playing in All-Stars are the kids who have been there since they were 5 years old. And I just want to thank everyone for staying committed to Costa Mesa Little League and making a really great run this year and a memory for everybody. So with that, thank you. So I think first we'll go with the 12-year-old All-Star coaches. If we can bring up Manager Jeff Wilkinson, assistant coaches. Yes. Yeah. It's like we're right back at Fountain Valley Little League announcing everybody. Assistant coaches were Brian Murphy and Matt Grimmond. All right. If we could have the players come up front. If we could have all the players from the 12U team come up front.
Yeah, have all the players come up front, then we'll do it.
Here we go. All right. First, Mick Berkeley. Spencer Clark. Baron Deere. Parker Coton. Quinn Murphy. I realize a few of them aren't here. Gavin Wilkinson. And a few who are not here today. Some are in Cooperstown. We've got Hudson Pysick, Ronan Pellegrine, AJ Martinez, Bodie Jackson, Deegan Brown, and Scotty Augustat. And then do we want to take one group photo or one big group photo?
One group photo for the league. So-
Okay, here we
so-
go. Next, let's bring up our 11U coaches. Manager, Josh Kimura. Just got to stand up to the side. Coaches, Drew Sandin and Casey Walker. If the players can come up to the front, please. There's a handful. Okay. All right. First player we're going to recognize is Cole Dibble. And real quick, our team played so well, one of the parents actually got a haircut just like Cole Dibble at the end of the year, had CM Star shaved into the back of his head. So there you go. All right, Wrigley Elliott. Graham Freeland. Zachary Gutierrez. Caleb Kimura. Henry Kruger. Nope, no, I thought, oh, or Merrifield. All right, here we go. Here, they were here. Levi Musser. And Ian Walker. A few players who did not make it: Camden Beanie, Logan Sandin, James Merrifield, Henry Kruger, who I already announced. I didn't know he wasn't here, and Grant Hansen. All right, our coaches from our 10U All-Star team. Real quick, my son was also on this team, and something about this team I just want to say before I announce the coaches that was unique. They played the maximum 6 games in the district tournament, and they trailed in 5 of them. And they came back on 5 of those games. It was exciting. We had a lot of fun cheering them on. So, manager Matt Kieran. Coaches Drew Rifkin and John Douglas. Don's here. Okay. All right, if the players could come up. All right. Charlie. I think everyone's here, right? Okay. Here we go. Mason Pham. Aiden Kieran. Blake Rifkin. Max Rodriguez. Charlie Messner. McCullough Lopez. Evan Hernandez. Luke Douglas. Diego Delaney. And the last three, if you followed us on Instagram, you saw this is affectionately our 4-foot club. This is our third base, shortstop, and second baseman, Dominic Cheatham. Bradley Clark. And Ryder Wilkinson. All right, and last but not least, real quick, we're going to have the Majors Dodgers, and you might recognize the coaches, manager Jeff Wilkinson. Coaches Brian Murphy and Matt Freeland. And if the Dodger players could come up to the front, please. Bruce is not here. Scotty's not here. Okay, we'll just start going. You tell me. All right, first up, Noah Ackerman. Graham Freeland. Julian Gonzalez. Levi Irving. Okay. All right. Getting through a couple. Carter Schilling. Owen Youd. Ryder Wilkinson. Quinn Murphy. And last, as Mayor Stevens said in the All-Star game, his walk-off was not just a walk-off, it was a grand slam to shut the door. But he played a great game in TOC, Gavin Wilkinson. We want to recognize those who weren't able to make it from the team. Bruce Brown, Joshua Park, Colson Ross Schaefer, and pains me to say this against our team, but Scotty Augustat, who did throw a perfect game this season against the Angels. So good job, Scotty. Let it be entered into the record. All right.
Thank you. All right. Everybody take a deep breath. That's all the baseball for a little while. So before we go to public comments, I have some really bad news. For those of you that are here on new business item number 2, acceptance of the storm drain master plan, it has been removed from the agenda and will be considered at a future date. So if you guys want to leave now, you can. There will be no consideration of the storm drain master plan. Okay, I'll give some time for people to clear out. Oh no, I think we're okay. So now we're going to go to public comments. Public comments, like always, everybody gets 3 minutes. You can speak on items on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. For items on the agenda, you have to wait till the agenda item is called. We'll start in the chambers, then we'll go to Zoom. For those of you that are in the chambers, you'll hear a beep, you'll see a light, and you have 1 minute to wrap it up. And then your mic will be cut off. Pretty much same thing for the people on Zoom. So, without further delay, Mr. McAvoy, sir, you have the floor.
Mayor, before I begin, at your discretion, am I able to share pictures with the council?
Well, hold on 1 second. Stop his time. Have you given them to the clerk?
No.
Okay. Is that something you want to share on an Elmo, or what do you want to do? Or you just want to give it to council? Okay.
Elmo, please.
We'll pass them out. Let's let her hand them out to the council, then we'll start your time when the clerk gets back in place. Okay, sir, you can proceed.
All right, so thank you. I'd like to address West 19th Street. First, West 19th Street needs to be returned to its original state. It has created more issues than it has solved. In fact, it hasn't solved anything. Contrary to Councilmember Chavez's comments during the last council meeting, it has not made any corridor safer. The road diet has actually created cut-through traffic in adjacent neighborhoods. These cut-through drivers make it less safe for residents in those neighborhoods. The enhanced West 19th Street also makes it harder for emergency vehicles to respond to emergencies off of West 19th Street. I used to see fire trucks and ambulances respond to emergencies at the Regal Estate Mobile Home Park on Monroeville between West 18th and West 19th arrive from West 19th Street. I now see them respond to these emergencies from West 18th Street or my street. At some point, the delayed response created by what this council has done to West 19th Street will have dire consequences. Councilmember Reynolds mentioned in the previous meeting that public safety employees did not understand the connection to safety and what was done to West 19th Street. West 19th Street is not safer. That is a lie. I don't see people using the bike lanes either. The timing of the signal on West 19th Street in Placentia has been altered. I believe that it has been extended to try and mitigate the backup created by the single lane on West 19th Street. This is creating a backup on northbound Placentia during the evening rush hour. That's a picture I'm showing. Cars now back up to Shalimar. The West 19th Street bike lane that nobody uses is a culprit. All the traffic created by this council's actions keep cars on the road longer. This creates more emissions, which is in direct contrast to this council's environmental goals. West 19th Street will be an election issue. I will see to that. Signs will start appearing on West 19th Street connecting our mayor to West 19th Street and asking voters to hold him accountable for that. Voters who are pissed sitting in the traffic will associate John Stevens with West 19th Street. You need to fix West 19th Street. There's going to be people talking about the bike lane. These people do not represent the community. This is a very small group. There's a huge disconnect of who supports this and not. I handed out over 450 flyers in the Freedom Track. Not one person I spoke with liked what was done. You guys on the council have no clue what people think. The Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, you guys are living in a bubble because the rest of us are fed up with it and we're going to do something to get it fixed.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, hold on one second.
Slideshow, yeah.
Let's make sure that we have your slideshow loaded up.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready.
A friend of mine alerted me to this sign, and I did some digging, and I see that Municipal Code 10-194 only prohibits sleeping in motor vehicles between the hours of 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. There's no language in 10-194 related to parking. S12-18 states that no person shall disobey any instruction, sign, or notice posted by the public services, et cetera, et cetera. I feel that the 4-hour limit is restrictive. My husband and I used to cycle through Fairview Park all the way up to the Greenville Dam. We'd have lunch up there and then cycle home along the Santa Ana River Trail, and our trip would last 5 to 6 hours. We also cycled from Fairview Park down to the jetty and beyond and had lunch in Balboa. That trip would last us another 4 or 5 hours. I believe that the limit of 4 hours is restrictive, and I'd like to see it changed to 6 if possible. Thank you. Oh, one more thing. The PD is overworked. How are they going to monitor this kind of parking restriction in Fairview Park? On my walk over here from my house along Fair Drive, I came across a liter-sized bottle, half empty, of Modelo beer. Our police officers need to be more involved with catching distracted and drunk drivers than citing parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have some things I wanted to pass out to the council.
Okay, provide those to the clerk, please.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council members. My name is Scott Glabb. I've been a resident of Costa Mesa since 1991. And in 1998, I moved down here from Washington State. I couldn't find a teaching and coaching job. And in 1990, somebody said, Santa Ana High School's looking for a wrestling coach. And I said, Santa Ana? I don't even like driving through Santa Ana, let alone work in Santa Ana. I showed up. The AD shook my hand and said, you're hired? I said, you didn't ask me any questions. He said, nobody else applied for the job. So I spent the next 29 years teaching and coaching at Santa Ana High School, along with Councilmember Reynolds' father, who was a fantastic physics teacher. I retired in 2019 to come over and coach wrestling at Costa Mesa High School, where my son was. I have another son that's currently playing football at Costa Mesa High School, and I'm on the booster committee. So what I came here to do is invite you guys to some Costa Mesa High School football games next season. Costa Mesa High School football's back. I wanted to introduce the football coach to you, but practice ran a little late. His name's Gary Gonzalez. He's a graduate of Costa Mesa High School in 2005, and he's doing a fantastic job with the team, rebuilding that whole program. So, like I said, I just wanted to invite you guys out. I think it's time for us to get some community support behind Costa Mesa High School and rebuild those programs. We want to invite you to the football games. We'll give you a shout out. We also play Estancia. They're no longer in the league with Costa Mesa, but we'll be playing them in a non-league game. You can come along, sit in the sidelines. Miss Reynolds, you'll have to sit on the other side because you're an Eagle, right? And I passed out some magnet schedules for you guys, and also if you'd like to do any kind of sponsorship for the team this year. So in closing, Costa Mesa High School is the flagship of the city. It's the name of the city, and so I'd really love to see some of you guys come out and help support the program, cheer on the kids, because they are working hard and putting the time and effort in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes.
Hi, Terry Fuquay. Thank you for the shout out to Costa Mesa High. My concern is, as usual, Fairview Park. We're seeing people camping out there in their vans during the day from the time it opens till the time it closes. They're doing laundry in the toilets. They're literally washing their clothes in the bathrooms and in the sinks and where the fountains are. I saw some guy washing his feet in the dog fountain because it's low. There's nobody out there, nobody to stop them. We need some rangers out there, not just to drive through, but to actually sit there and see what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Ayush Manapat. I'm a policy intern with Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley's office, who represents the city of Costa Mesa. So Supervisor remains hard at work for the residents of Costa Mesa. I'm going to provide a few updates about what our office has been up to. At the July 23rd Board of Supervisors meeting, the board approved funding to strengthen health and public services, natural resource resiliency, and public services such as the library system and John Wayne Airport. Additionally, at the July 23rd board meeting, the Board of Supervisors completed the process of transitioning Motel 6 into permanent supportive housing in Costa Mesa as part of Project Home Key. This facility now offers low-income housing units for veterans and the unhoused. Supervisor Foley remains committed to providing county resources to house the most vulnerable among us. On July 22nd, Supervisor Foley joined U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, members of the EPA, and officials from the South Coast Air Quality Management District in announcing $500 million in Invest Clean climate pollution reduction grants received for the Southern California region, including Orange County. The County of Orange applied for this grant in March of 2024 at Supervisor Foley's request, and we've been successful in this competitive grant opportunity. This is unprecedented investment for sustainable infrastructure funded by the Biden-Harris administration's Inflation Reduction Act, which will fund zero-emission, heavy-duty trucks and projects to reduce smog and pollution, create thousands of green jobs, spur economic development in new and growing industries, train our workforce, and keep Orange County economically competitive for a clean energy future. Last week, talking about climate action, the draft for Orange County's first ever climate action plan was released. The plan outlines a strategy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and a significant carbon footprint from the county's operation of our 3 active landfills, nearly 19,000 employees, more than 800 facilities, and our 3,000 plus vehicle fleet. The climate action plan serves as a roadmap for the counties to reach our climate goals, bring home unprecedented state and federal funding, and model cost-efficient practices. We'll be considering public input on this plan, and you can provide your feedback at oclandfills.com/sustainability until August 21st. On August 14th at 6:15, our office will hold one of our monthly wellness walks at Crystal Cove State Park. Please join us for an evening outdoors and a guided walk of Morrow Canyon. Also, please save the date for our office's celebration of Irish Step Dancing Day on September 17th. That'll be a pretty fun time. And if you haven't already, please feel free to sign up for our newsletter to get more up-to-date updates on how to contact our office at our website at d5.ocgov.com. Lastly, if you have any other questions or concerns, please contact our office. You can find these details online. We're here to serve. We're here for everybody, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Great job. Yes, sir.
I'm Paul Hike. I happen to be a resident of the Towers on 19th. As far as the homeless situation goes, we have Someone Cares, and there's a church on Victoria and Newport on our side as you're coming into Costa Mesa that has showers, laundry, every Saturday morning. I don't remember the name of the church right now, but it's right next to the college hospital. And they have meals, laundry, and showers for the homeless. I'm an advocate for the homeless. And let's tell these operators that are running shelters like Mercy House, no more no more bus in, bus out. Let's make them a walk-in, walk-out facility as city code says. One more thing, your PD about a month ago were called to the Towers at 6:30 in the morning. I was facing face-to-face a crackhead in my building, and they decided to do paperwork before they had this dude in cuffs. And when my manager got there of my building, says, we'll take care of it. I ended up getting a 3-day notice. We got to get those crackheads off the street And we've got Someone Cares, we've got meals, I'm not sure the scheduling, at the lighthouse, and bedding at the lighthouse in inclement weather. And let's get the churches involved in helping to bring these people off the street. Most cities have ordinances of up to 12 a night, and a lot of them have families.
Yeah, you have another minute.
Sorry, forgot about that. This is my first time at this particular council. But we need, and as far as parking, let's bring in some lots where we can do safe parking for these people to park their vehicles. We need that included in this city. In fact, for Fairview Developmental, we could turn that into one big shelter, and there are people that are homeless that have trades to help rebuild them, manage them, and tell these shelter operators to bring in interns, nurses. Otherwise, your paramedic costs go way up. $387 a call when San Diego.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir. Oh, hold on. Don't start his time yet. Yes.
I had some pictures that I wanted to show the council and the public.
You got it.
Let me know when I can start.
Yeah, they're up.
Okay, great. I'll start. Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Roberto. I'm the Leadership Development Director with Resilience Orange County. And I'm here with our organization as well as Costa Mesa Unidos, our membership base. They're also going to be making public comment. We're here to share. We really appreciate the in-person interpretation. I know I've been talking about how great they've been, but there's also Latino population that is also tuning in by YouTube. The YouTube is only in English. I know, Mayor, you previously said that the city would look into it. I'm just following up. I really appreciate, providing that. It's great access for the community that can't come in person. They're either cooking for their families or working. They could always look back on YouTube and it will be in Spanish. So just ask for if that can be published in Spanish, the city council meetings. If you could also publicize the agenda ahead of time. I know following the city council meetings, at the last city council meeting, they were supposed to be talking about the housing opportunity ordinance, but currently you only publish it on the previous Friday. So if we can have the agenda published a week in advance or more, then we can know what's upcoming, and then that way we can organize to kind of show up and make public comment, be involved in our local government. I also had been talking with Councilmember Chavez about the Nuevo Callejon, the alleyway on Plummer Street. We agreed on a community meeting on August 17th at 10 a.m. there at Center Street. So I'm looking forward to talking with you and having the residents share their concerns, Councilmember Chavez. And I also, what these pictures this morning from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., I was standing, as last time I also shared pictures and videos. These are, you can just scroll down. These are different, I counted 22 different people that were crossing that crosswalk. Well, it's not a crosswalk, it's a street. People that are on bicycles, people that are just walking and running to and from each side of that street. I really encourage you to, I will continue to be, every city council meeting, I want to make it a goal to be there from 7 to 8 a.m. I ask you to join me. I think that time is usually when, people are going to work. And so it's a high volume of folks kind of crossing that street, from seniors to this youth here that you can see deciding to cross the street. And so, I'll just close with those comments that I encourage you to investigate. And we want to prevent, anything from happening. So this is kind of the way that people are walking, and it would be great to install a crosswalk there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. No, hold on a second. I got to turn on your mic. There you go.
Okay. Mayor Steers, City Council, City Manager, City Attorney. My name's Alberta Mirashati. I'm a homeowner, I'm a business owner, and I'm a professional beekeeper. And I'm here again tonight just to ask for your support in changing the bee ordinance, which I hope will happen soon. As a city, it's important for us to help save the bees, and by changing the ordinance, this would help tremendously. Education is important. Bees are docile by nature, and they're good for the environment. And it's important not only to educate adults and people who want to help save the bees, but also for the younger generation, because it's imperative, as time goes on, that we save our honeybees, because they are our most efficient pollinators, and we have so many more urban gardens anymore, and we have all those fruit trees that we love, and if we don't have bees to pollinate them, then we don't have those fruits and vegetables. They say that 1/3 of the food we eat has been touched by a bee. Even if you only eat meat, it's been touched by the grains and the alfalfa and the grains that they eat. Bees are important part of the goal of the city of Costa Mesa, which is to be eco-friendly and sustainable. So in conclusion, I ask the City Council to vote yes in changing the ordinance. And if I can be of any help or answer any questions, I've reached out to all the City Council members with my contact information, email, and phone number, and I'd be happy to help in any way I can. Like I said, I'm a professional beekeeper for over 10 years. I rescue bees and, again, help educate the community. And I think it's important that we change that ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Merced Olivera. Vengo representando el grupo de Costa Mesa Unidos y a la comunidad latina.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you pull the microphone down a little so we can hear you? The microphone. Thank you.
Sí. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Merced Olivera. Tengo 17 años viviendo acá en Costa Mesa y hoy vengo a representar el grupo de Costa Mesa Unidos y la comunidad latina. En representación de ellos, si las reuniones que hacen aquí en el concilio las pudieran ustedes como poner en español en YouTube, para que nosotros podamos entrar como a mirarlas después, porque no tenemos la posibilidad como para conectarnos en el Zoom y a base de eso nosotros lo podemos mirar en el YouTube, pues, para poder enterarnos de todo lo que pasa aquí en el concilio, aquí, de las reuniones que ustedes hacen.
Hi, good
Eso es
evening.
todo y gracias.
Hi, good evening. My name is Merced Olivera, and I've been living here in the city of Costa Mesa for 17 years. I'm here representing the group of Costa Mesa Unidos, as well as the Latino community. And in their name and representation, for the meetings that you hold at the council, we're asking if they could please be in Spanish on YouTube, so that we can watch them later, since we don't have any means to connect to Zoom and we can't see. So if you could put them on YouTube so we can find out everything that's happening here at the council and at the meetings. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Greg Tennell, Costa Mesa resident. From the Bible, the following verses address the paying of taxes, tribute, respect, and honor. St. Paul's letter to the Romans, chapter 13, verses 6 and 7. 6, for this cause ye pay ye tribute also, for they are God's ministers, attending continually upon this very thing. 7, render therefore to all their dues, tribute to whom tribute is due, custom to whom custom, fear to whom fear, honor to whom honor. A major irritant in my life this year has been receiving letters from companies like Equifax, AT&T, and Ticketmaster telling me that my personal and private data, to which I have entrusted them, has been breached. Never by them, but by a third-party contractor that they hired for their purposes and not for my benefit. It does not seem to me that such authorities are doing the will of God by hiring third-party contractors who carelessly create worry and chaos in the lives of United States citizens. I am fine with paying taxes to the city of Costa Mesa, the state of California, the United States of America. I am not okay with sending a check to Pet Data with a P.O. box in Irving, Texas to renew my Costa Mesa dogs licenses. I am used to paying taxes to whom taxes are due, not to some third party who uses a P.O. box in Irving, Texas. They also have a shipping address in Dallas, but there's no corporate office shown online on their website. What I do know is that third-party contractor Pet Data demanded in writing that if I send payment to their Texas P.O. box, that I also must enclose a copy of my California driver's license. This is unacceptable to me. That is why I came here to City Hall yesterday in an attempt to conduct business as I used to know it with the city of Costa Mesa. I was instead directed to the police department. They don't seem too thrilled to be dealing with an issue that worked fine last year when veteran Costa Mesa employees dealt efficiently and effectively with licensing my animals. There is an online option, petdata.com/Costa Mesa, the same third-party contractor online. No, thank you. I won't use the third-party contractor of the DMV, and I will not use an online address for some Texas business to pay what I owe to the city of Costa Mesa. The Costa Mesa police officer had me fill out a Costa Mesa pet license certificate, despite the fact that last year Costa Mesa had all of my information correctly on file. He then accepted my $20 and told me it would take 7 weeks to process. When I came here last year, Costa Mesa employees processed my payment and gave me a receipt on the spot. Something new is now wrong in the city of Costa Mesa.
Excuse me. That's it. Thank you. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Iris Zúñiga.
Excuse me, hold on one quick second. We just want to make sure you get 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Ok. Mi nombre es Iris Zúñiga, vengo de parte de Costa Mesa Unidos y haciendo una petición para que pudieran, que la agenda de reuniones sea con bastante tiempo para poderlas leer. Sería una de las peticiones, y otra petición es que si es posible que pudieran reabrir el centro de reciclaje de Costa Mesa, que lo tuvimos por un buen tiempo, y cuando ya vino la pandemia se cerró y no hemos tenido ese servicio. Es una de las peticiones que quisiera hacer. Gracias, muy amable por escuchar.
Good evening. My name is Iris Zúñiga, and I am coming here representing Costa Mesa Unidos. And a couple of petitions for you, just if you could have the meeting agenda on time or in a more timely manner so that we are able to read it before coming, as well as if it's possible to reopen the Costa Mesa Recycling Center. We've had it for some time, but ever since the pandemic, it's been closed, and we haven't had that service. So thank you. Very kind.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hola, mi nombre es Inés Morán. Tengo 4 años viviendo en Costa Mesa. Vengo a representar a Costa Mesa Unidos y vengo aquí a representar a mi comunidad en la forma de que pido de favor que si nos pueden poner un crucero en Placentia y Center. He mirado muchos teenagers que han cruzado para ir a la tienda, o muchas mamás con niños, y en las horas picos de 3 a 8 de la noche hay mucho tráfico, y me gustaría prevenir accidentes, y no nada más de carros, sino también de los patones. Esa es una sugerencia. Y mi segunda sugerencia es de que también en la Mission y la Valencia tenemos en los halls niños jugando, y muchos carros pasan por los halls, van corriendo y entonces por prevenir accidentes también con los niños que a veces salen a jugar por las tardes, ahorita que están en summer. Lo que pasa es que hay unos departamentos, yo sé que ahorita la economía está muy, muy mal y los departamentos están tratando de subir las rentas y muchos de los departamentos están haciendo departamentos hasta en los patios. Realmente no hay espacio para que los niños jueguen en los patios. Por eso los niños salen en los halls para jugar. En los halls, ajá, como donde están en medio de los callejones. En los callejones, sí. Okay.
Hi, good evening. My name is Inez Moan. I've been living here in the city of Costa Mesa for 4 years, and I'm coming here representing Costa Mesa Unidos. I'm also representing the community and asking if we could have a crosswalk on Placencia and Central. There's a lot of teenagers and students or teenagers who try to cross to the store. There's moms that are crossing with their kids, and it's happening in peak time around 3 to 8 p.m. There's a lot of traffic at that time, so I just want to prevent accidents, not only car accidents, but as well as accidents with pedestrians. And the second thing I'd like to ask is at Mitchell and Valencia, there's the alleys. And the kids go out to play there. They're playing, and a lot of vehicles come through. And things are really bad right now. And I know the apartments, they're raising the rents a lot. A lot of people are putting apartments in their backyard, so there's not a lot of space for people to play in. If we could fix that with the alleys.
También te quisiera sugerir, es mi primera vez y I'm so happy, pero también me gustaría referir que si pudiera ser Costa Mesa la primera comunidad que podamos hacer un cambio para nuestros animales y para la ciudadanía también, porque nosotros pagamos taxes y no es justo de que no podamos demandar nuestros taxes a nuestros animales. Nosotros pagamos comida, aseguranza, vivienda, a veces nos cobran en la renta por los animales y yo creo que nosotros no nada más estamos previniendo animales en las calles, estamos también, nuestros animales los queremos como familia. Quisiera ver si posibilidad hicieran una ley de que pudiéramos poner nuestros animales en los taxis.
And another suggestion, this is my first time coming here, but another suggestion would be I would like for Costa Mesa to be the first place where we change things for animals as well as for citizenship. We pay taxes, we're paying for things like food, insurance, and also rent. And we're not just like feeding animals on the street, we also love them as families. So I would like for that to change in order to be able to add animals to the taxes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to thank staff and the police department for their support of the recent bicycle races held in Costa Mesa. Appreciate their help. Also want to thank Mayor Stevens, Councilwomen Andrea Marr and Arliss Reynolds, because I know you were there watching the races. I hope you enjoyed them. I think they're terrific races. They're called criterium races. They're held usually on a closed course, public roads, and as you know, those guys and girls are going fast. So I think it was a great event. I know there was also races in February. Councilwoman Marr was there also, directed and managed by Majestic Cycling. I think it's a great event, and I'm really glad Costa Mesa is being able to host those races, and I hope those continue. I think anything that helps promote biking and walking in Costa Mesa is a good thing, positive thing for the city, and really support the council supporting bicycling, the races, as well as overall bicycling and walking in Costa Mesa. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Francis y soy promotora y líder comunitaria. Hoy estoy aquí representando Costa Mesa Unidos. Tenemos más de un año con este proyecto de un callejón que está cerca de la calle Center aquí en Costa Mesa. y solamente estamos aquí para invitarlos el día 17 de agosto de 10 a 12. Esperamos contar con su presencia. Gracias.
Hi, good evening. My name is Frances, and I'm a promotora as well as a community leader. And I'm here today representing Costa Mesa Unidos. We've been having a project for over a year for an alleyway that's near Center Street here in Costa Mesa. And I'm just here to invite you all to what we're going to be having August 17 from 10 to 12. And we are hoping to count on you all to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Carmen Ramírez. Tengo 34 años viviendo aquí en nuestra linda ciudad de Costa Mesa y los saludo a cada uno de ustedes en la mesa. Y vengo haciendo el eco a todas las peticiones de mis compañeros de Costa Mesa Unidos. Y también quiero hablar sobre el cruce en la Center y la Placentia. Hace muchos años en la Baker y donde está el 7-Eleven Baker en Mendoza no había una luz. Y siempre pedíamos a la ciudad que pusiera una luz. Desgraciadamente no teníamos el apoyo que tenemos ahorita con ustedes, que siempre nos escuchan y nos ponen atención. Hasta que murió una persona, un muchacho de 27 años, lo mataron ahí, un carro. La persona no fue a la cárcel porque dijo que ese no era un cruce para peatones, porque no había una luz ahí, y él se cruzó y pues la familia aún sigue viviendo en Fillmore. Y pues esperemos que eso no pase antes de que pues, se ponga el crucero en la calle Center y Placentia.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carmen Ramirez, and I've been living here in this lovely city of Costa Mesa for 34 years. So greetings to everyone here who's present. I am also echoing what my colleagues here at Costa Mesa Unidos have petitioned. And also for the crosswalk on Center in Placencia. Near Baker, many years ago, where the 7-Eleven was, there didn't used to be a light there. And we had asked the city to put a light there. And unfortunately, we didn't have the support like we have now. You're always listening to us and paying attention to us. And what happened is that a 27-year-old man got killed by a car, and the man who hit him didn't even go to jail because they said that there was no crosswalk there since there wasn't any light there. And their family, I believe, still lives in Fillmore, so we're just hoping that that doesn't happen again.
También quiero dar las gracias al Departamento de Participación y Desarrollo de Viviendas. Gracias por incluir a la comunidad hispana. Hemos estado en las reuniones y hemos tenido traducción y hemos visto miembros de la ciudad, a Sergio y a Ibis, que siempre están ahí saludándonos, esperándonos. Hasta nos mandan textos, va a haber esta reunión, vengan. Las han hecho por Zoom también en español y creo que nos hemos sentido incluidos como comunidad hispana. Gracias.
And also I wanted to thank the Department of Engagement and Housing Development for involving the Hispanic community. We've been going to the meetings and there's been translation available. Also the members of the city who've been there, Sergio and Edis, who are always there and they're always greeting us and even sending us or waiting for us or sending us text messages telling us, asking us if we're going to come. And we've also had Spanish there and things in Spanish, so we felt really included. So thank you.
También en los parques, todo este verano, la ciudad ha mandado a los jóvenes para que los niños vayan a jugar a los parques. Paularino siempre tiene los lunes ahí y es muy bonito ver a los niños del vecindario ir al parque y las mamás sentirse seguras de que están ahí jugando con ellos. Creo que eso también hace más bonita nuestra Costa Mesa y que nuestros niños se sientan seguros salir al parque.
And also during summertime, the parks have been sending the youth to go and play there on Mondays. It's really nice to see the neighborhood kids go to the park and play there and for the moms to feel like their kids are there safe playing. And I think it makes Costa Mesa even a lovelier place to know that your kids are safe to go there.
Muchas gracias y buenas noches.
Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Carroll.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff. It's good to see everyone tonight. My name is Scott Carroll. I am the General Manager for the Costa Mesa Sanitary District, and I am here tonight to remind the public that on October 7th is when the district is going to be rolling out its source separating collection program, where all the residents that we serve will be receiving a blue lid recycling cart, because we will now be required to source separate our recycling. Our recycling will now have to be going into the blue lid cart because of an unfunded mandate of SB 1383. Now, we understand that there's a lot of questions out there as far as the size of the carts that residents can receive, what goes in the blue carts, what happens if I don't have any room to store my carts on my property, what do I do? We have 4 town hall meetings that are scheduled to answer those questions. Our first one is actually tomorrow night at district's headquarters located at 290 Palorino Avenue on the corner of Red Hill and Palorino. Seats are limited. We already have 50 people RSVPing to the event, and we could fit about 65. So I would recommend people to come early. It does start at 6. However, the good news is that if you can't make it or we do reach capacity, the meeting will be streamed live on YouTube. And based on what I heard from the previous public commenters, we'll make sure that those videos are posted in Spanish as well. So that was a good comment that I marked down. So they will be streamed live. If you cannot make it tomorrow night, we have another town hall meeting this Saturday at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that's at our headquarters as well. And again, that meeting will be streamed live. And then in October, we have 2 more town hall meetings, and that'll be at the Norman Herzog Community Center, which is a little bit larger facility. We'll be able to accommodate larger crowds. But again, we'll have 4 town hall meetings to hopefully answer all your questions. We will stay there as long as we can to answer everyone's questions to make sure that this transition runs smoothly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. So we're done with the people in the chambers. How about on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, wow. Okay, let's close public comment then. Now we're going to go to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. We'll start off in District 1 with Council Member Donald Harper.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. For everyone that came and spoke, thank you. Appreciate it. I just want to shout out to Scott Glab, who serves on our Parks and Rec, and he gets $100 a month for that. And he's also a wonderful member of our community, interfaces with our youth, and has the character and the personality that we should embrace. And I appreciate the job you do on the Parks and Rec. I did that job. God bless you. That's all I can say. Fairview Park, homeless situation, someone spoke on that. I think homelessness and those kinds of issues are going to get worse, just judging from what is happening around our city. And our city's done a good job relatively of kind of holding the line on that, but I suspect it will get worse. So we appreciate the input when that happens. Those people that spoke to the agenda coming out earlier, I did not pay them to do that, but when I got on this council, one of the first things I brought up is it's difficult for a council member to get an agenda item, get the agenda on the Friday or Thursday before. If you've got anything going on during the weekend and you work Monday, it's tough to digest everything. I don't have much going on the weekend, so I'm lucky in that regard, but I really would appreciate if our city can organize to get those agenda items out a week early. I really would, and I'll continue to support that. Beekeeper contingent, I think most of us support you. I certainly do, and I'll remind you to always email us if you got information, and we'll pay attention to it. Dog licenses are issued under the guise that they would help you find your dog if it got lost. That's the purpose. I don't know how. I'm curious. I don't think as very many people pay for a dog license. I may be one of those. But the purpose, can be, that's one of the purposes. It definitely can be solved by a chip tag on your dog, but I'm sorry that gentleman ran into that issue. There's some people along Adams that live along Adams, and they have brought up that, they're so thrilled we redid Adams. It's quiet. But I think there's probably 30 or 40 houses that are hearing rumble strips. Thump, 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 thump. There's 5 rumble strips. There's 2 sets of 5 going each way. So there's 20 rumble strips. So, and the people can hear them. So if you live there, you're hearing those rumble strips. City of Huntington Beach outlawed them. I've seen reports that they really don't calm the traffic. And So Raja and his team are looking at getting that resolved, and I really appreciate that. I'd hate to own a house and suddenly wake up at night and hear that constantly. I know the other council members received this, and I know Scott Carroll was here to talk about trash. A woman named Carol Millard came and complained to the city council that she had been overbilled by the sanitary district by the tune of $6,000. And so I spoke to that issue, and I looked into the issue and verified that it was true and accurate. She wasn't lying. For over the period of like 20 years, was overbilled $6,000 on her trash collection sewer services, which appear on your property tax bill under a line item that says something else. And God help you if you can figure out whether you've been overcharged or not. You can't. And I looked, and I looked at the bills. And so I spoke to it, begged the sanitary district to go and refund this nice lady's money. And I've spoke to two Costa Mesa Sanitary District commissioners, board members, and they both agreed fundamentally it should be returned. If they were in a private business, or if it was their business, they'd return it. And actually, two of the board members voted to return it, and it was a split vote, so they lost. So collectively, I've spoken to three commissioners that say, you take someone's money incorrectly, probably should return it ethically, morally, the right thing. But today I got a letter, and the whole council got a letter. Sorry for including you all. I don't know why they felt the need to include you all, but I'm glad they did. They understand my concerns, but they point out to me, and it's Michael Schaefer that points it out to me, that once you give the city or a public agency money, even if it's wrong, it's their money, and it's subject to their limitations, guidelines, and regulations. So if you overpay the city, I don't think this is true. If you overpay a sand district, it's their money, and now they got a set of rules by which they will refund it. And, in comments in his letter, he refers to that's good ethics. That's good ethics for cities. I don't think so. So I'm again asking the sanitary district to go do the right thing and return this lady $6,000. I don't know Carol. I didn't know Karen Millard before this city council. I don't have any connection. I just think it's the right thing to do. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up from District 3 is Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you. So first of all, my apologies for missing the last council meeting. I try very hard not to do that. I think it's part of what I got elected to do, and so not being here for these meetings is something that I try to avoid at all costs. I did have an opportunity to go to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to participate in a 3-day workshop on battery storage and electric vehicles as part of my day job, and so that's why I was gone from the last council meeting. Apologies again. I thank you for the discussion about the Costa Mesa Grand Prix. It was a great event. They're looking forward to having it every year, so we're going to start building some more hype around the fact that we've got a pretty cool bike race happening in town. Hundreds of cyclists came out. They did a 5K for runners first thing in the morning. So great event all around. Thanks for everyone who came out to support that. I think the agenda is a little trickier to get out earlier just because of the way that we currently route it through city staff. What I do think is possible are the YouTube videos. So with AI simultaneous translation these days, I think there's probably some options we can explore and get a little bit creative from an IT perspective to make sure that at least when we post the video later, maybe we can post also a Spanish version to make things a little easier. Thank you again to all of the residents, all the promotoras who did come out to speak. It's really important that we continue to hear your voices, that we hear what's going well, and we also hear what's not going so well. So I appreciate you taking the time out of your really busy days in order to come down here and have those conversations with us. There was a comment about the recycling center. So unfortunately, we don't have any control over the recycling center. That is entirely up to Orange Coast College. And they're evaluating whether it makes sense for them financially right now. Keep in mind, Orange Coast College is it's operated with our taxpayer money, and so they've got to be really mindful of how they're spending that money and whether it makes sense financially for them to continue with the recycling center. I don't have an update for you on that, but I can certainly ask the next time I talk to somebody at the college, since that's in my district. And then with regard to the sanitary district, there were a couple of residents in my district who asked questions. I used to live in a townhome complex as well that was like very difficult to figure out how we were going to add more trash cans. I think that's a concern for a lot of folks who, especially in the east side part of my district, live in areas where there's just not a lot of room to park, much less fit more trash cans. And so I really appreciate that the sanitary district has been very responsive. So if you're able to attend one of those town halls, that's excellent. If you are not, certainly send them an email. And from what I've seen, they're responding to every resident question, in some cases going out and doing site visits to try to figure out, how they can, what size trash can you might need, or how they can reconfigure your trash area to accommodate that extra bin. So certainly don't hesitate to reach out if you've got questions there. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up from District 5 is Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Yeah, great. Thank you. I wanted to start with some thank yous. I was out a bit sick the last couple weeks, so I missed many wonderful community events, but trusty Instagram, I was able to follow along and feel like I was there in some cases. So I did make it to the Grand Prix event that we've heard a couple of people comment on. Watching the Olympics now, it made me think, like, wow, that Grand Prix really is a pretty fantastic event. The quality of those racers is just really fun to watch. So I thank you to the Public Works team and whoever else was involved, PD, in supporting that event. I'm really excited to see that grow. But a special thanks to the, I don't recall his name, but the officer who was in charge of that event. There was, late in the day, an incident of a couple vehicles entering the racing lanes, and the officer assigned was quick to help get some additional resources. So I really appreciate that response. You can imagine that's a scary thing for a racer moving at 40 miles an hour. So thank you to PD. I missed the Newport Mesa Resource Fair, but I saw some of the images of our Parks and Community Services team there. And one thing that really caught my eye was the posters asking parents whether their child needed swimming lessons. And I was really, really happy to see that, because that was a conversation we had started pre-COVID, and then have recently started to pick up again. So thank you for following through on that. It's a major safety issue, and I know our goal is that every Costa Mesa kid learns how to knows how to swim, and we can avoid any incidents related to not knowing how to swim. So thank you for that. I was really happy to see that lying sick in bed. Thank you also to our Public Works team who set up the pop-up bike lanes to the concerts. That's become a really popular and helpful amenity for the, I don't know, must be thousands now of bikes that show up, people on bikes that show up at the concerts. I can't remember if it's the second or third year that we've done it, but it's so popular that people are asking about it in advance. Are those lanes going to be there? Because it really does create both a safe and really comfortable amenity to get to the parks for the concerts. So thank you for that. And then Sergio and Evis, just a quick shout out. You're on a first name basis with so many people in our community now because of the work that you're doing, and I just hear more and more positive feedback about both the value of the information that you share and just the empathy that you bring to your conversation. So you're fantastic representatives of our city. So I don't know, I can't see Evis, but I see Sergio. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm really, really proud to hear the feedback on that work. I guess speaking of that, so a couple of the comments we've heard today reminded me of our values that this council established, the city's, I think the first time we've established a set of values, one of those being inclusion. And so I think the comments related to how do we make our meetings more accessible are really good comments. And I like all of the tactics that I've heard today, trying to get more advance notice, even of just what's on the agenda. And then making our videos and YouTube recordings more accessible in Spanish. I fully support. One of our other values was compassion, and that came up for me when Ms. Martin shared the signage at the city. There are many different challenges that we're working at through the city, but I think in our communication with the public, whether it's verbal or written on a sign, let's remember that one of our values is compassion. and that we're always sort of striking a pose that you are welcome here. We do want people to enjoy our parks, and we do want to make our public facilities feel welcome for everyone. The pet licensing issue, thank you for bringing that to our attention. I hadn't seen that, and I'm curious why we're not using our TESA system for that licensing, so I'll just ask some of those questions internally, but thank you for bringing that to our attention. Quick note on the Fairview Park master plan process. We just got a note that there were requests to give advance notice on the next community meeting for that. So that meeting, as I understand, has been scheduled for Wednesday, September 4th at 6 p.m. At the Senior Center. So almost a month's advance notice. I really appreciate staff getting that on the calendar. And then finally, I continue, the most common thing, request that I get, the most common thing that I see popping up on Facebook, next door, even walking through the neighborhood, is traffic calming requests. In the image that we saw on Placentia and Center, we saw lots of people crossing on a street where cars are regularly going 50 plus miles an hour. There's still an apartment unit that's boarded up because a vehicle crashed into someone's living room. There was an image on Facebook today of a vehicle crashed into a tree on California Street on a route to school, on a route to an elementary school. Traffic calming is critical as a critical safety issue. It's obviously been one of my top priorities. It affects everybody. It especially affects people who have no choice but to move without a car. And so I'm really continue to be proud of the work we're doing. We've got a lot of really good projects online, and I'm excited. I think we're less than a month from seeing the speed and collision data for West 19th. So I'm excited to see that as well. We are going to see a lot more people walking and biking as school starts up. And so I'm excited for the rollout of our safety rodeos and still looking forward to the educational videos for safe biking and safe driving, especially around school zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up from District 4 is Councilmember Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for joining us back after our summer recess. I'll be going over something a bit deeper than usual today. And then after I'm done with that story, I'll kind of talk about a few public comments that I want to respond to. But 2 weeks ago, we had an incident happen in my district off of Pomona and Hamilton. And in usual efficient fashion, CMPD caught the culprits within a week. So I want to thank our police officers and our public safety for ensuring that when things go awry, they're there. And not only are they there, they catch the guys that do the crimes. But that did kind of lead to an interesting evolution. A day after that incident, I got a request from residents that live near the street. And their cry was very simple. We do not like the way some things are going, and we want to make it better. In typical great CMPD fashion, the moment we heard something we could improve on, like more patrols, we did it. It wasn't even a question. Our chief was on vacation, and deputy chief did it immediately, because that's how efficient our team is. And we're also going to conduct community meetings with those residents to answer their concerns, because we're responsive to our community. Days after that incident, Chief Stefano reached out to me with a simple request. Is it okay if Soy, a nonprofit in Westside Costa Mesa, been around for 31 years, gives the city the privilege of putting their logo onto their motor cars for the Chiefs' Diligent Derby? Basically telling the community, we have you on our backs. I love this community. I love our public officers, and I love our residents for stepping up to want to see how they can do things better. And I want to share a little bit about what we can do as a community to kind of improve the things we're seeing. It's no easy thing to discuss, but times are tougher economically, right? You all of us feel the pinch. I feel the pinch. That's why I talked about looking at joining a CC&E to see if we can even lower the rates of utilities for our residents. Every dollar matters. In some parts of town, struggle a bit harder than other parts of town. Some of them are on West Side Costa Mesa. And as we all know, as I know, as a child of the Great Recession, right? I was in middle school and high school during the Great Recession. I saw the decline in services we offered kids due to financial constraints. It's hard for parents to be there for their kids when times get tough. Councilmember Gameros has this very eloquent saying, and I'm gonna borrow it today, but sometimes it feels like there's two Costa Mesas. There's the part of town that owns their homes, have a bit more stability. Times can be tough, but they have a stable place to be. And there's other half of Costa Mesa, the half that rents, that has to struggle to make ends meet as every year they face the mandatory rent increase. There's some students in our community that need more support. And I'll be upfront where they're at. They're around the south part of my district, in West Side. So I look forward to meeting with the police chief to talk to our residents that are passionate and emboldened to care for our young residents, our future of Costa Mesa, quite frankly. But I also want to extend an invitation to the audience. If you feel like things could be going better, if you feel like there's things we can improve, you got to start with the kids, man. So there's two things I want to invite everyone to. The first one is this coming Sunday, August 11th. It's our third annual now, Back to School Fresh. It's a back to school event that happens on Shalimar Drive. I've been blessed to be a part of this group for the past 2 years, but it's not led by me, and never was led by me. It's youth that grew up in Shalimar Drive, that knows the struggles of growing up on Shalimar Drive. They're trying to do something positive for the kids in that community, in that street. So if you want to volunteer and see West Side out in full force supporting our youth, I invite you to come out there. If you're more someone that likes the solemn part and likes to ask for guidance and likes to ask God for help, I invite you to join us that following Tuesday, August 12th at Shalimar Park, 8 o'clock. We're going to do a prayer walk with the community. What I will tell the community, and I mean this sincerely in my heart, I grew up in Costa Mesa. I love Costa Mesa. I remember the days where my mom said I couldn't cross certain streets as a kid growing up. We're not going back to that, flat out. We have public safety that cares about our community. We have groups that care about our community. And we have residents that care about our community. So what I assure and promise you is that on this dais, whenever we have the opportunity to support public safety, we will. But equally as important, if not more so, please forgive me, fire and police for saying this, but we're going to invest in our children. We're going to invest in things like today, where we bring them out and celebrate the little wins. We're going to find ways to work with our nonprofit partners, look at our own facilities, see how we can improve our lives for our community. I'm happy to say that today we're going to be building a lot of great things for public safety, including SROs. Officers are in our schools that can serve as the first touch if things go awry at home. I'm proud of this community, and I know we'll come together and rise together. With that, I want to address a few public comments that I think are important to address in a more fun tone, I guess. First, I agree heavily with the moms that spoke. We should look at doing intersection on Plancia and Center Street. It is the vision of me that we create highways, like bike highways, that go from Fairview Park and Estancia down to Shalimar and to Banning Ranch. And an important part of that is making sure that folks can walk and cross the street safely. I also want to support us translating YouTube videos. I know it's difficult to do them live. Maybe we can do a rerun with subtitles to start off, but it's important for us to show our community members, our Spanish-speaking community members, that we care about them and we're here for them. And finally, because you guys know I love the small things in government, I had a resident from Mesa Verde actually reach out to me at the conference in the park. They want to see if we can adjust speeding on the intersections of Mesa Verde West and Country Club Road. So that's it for today. I applaud everyone being today. I know it's going to be a long meeting, but I want to just end by saying again that I am constantly touched by the amount of love there is in this community, and I'm constantly made aware of how there's no challenge that's too big for us to conquer as a community. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Councilmember. Follow that, Councilmember Gameros from District 2, Lauren Gameros from District 2. What do you have to say?
Well, no chance of that, but I do have just a small list here of things that I do want to go over, and I do want to just kind of take off on just one quick thing that Councilmember Chavez says, and I mean this in a very sincere and positive way, in that we as a community need to recognize that there is two Costa Mesas. One Costa Mesa thrives while the other struggles, and if we don't recognize that as a community, one side will continue to struggle until we do make changes. So I do like that that was brought up, that we do have changes we need to make. I know that our community would like to see that. I know that staff, police, fire are all ready and willing and working hard to make a positive change. And I do want to thank briefly the police department for acting quickly and solving some of the heinous crimes that do occasionally take place in our city. So with that, I also would like to add that we're going to be having some events that are coming up. One of them, let's see, we're going to have a workshop. Councilmember Reynolds brought this up. Our workshop for development of the Fairview Development Center is going to be held on August 9th. This is a very, very important meeting. There's going to be a lot of important things that come up. What I want to say to you is, if you have time to be here now, you should make time to be there then, because you're going to learn a lot, and it's going to really carve the future of our community when we get this developed. I also want to add that we have a free housing workshop at City Hall August 15th. It's going to be held in English and Spanish. These are really important because, you know, everybody deserves a place to live, and we don't want to see people on the streets, and this is one way that we can help and educate our community on how to get into housing. Another thing that's going on, the city is hiring right now, specifically our police department. There's a few positions that are going to be open that are coming up. A community services specialist, a police records technician, and an executive assistant. So if you know someone or you are someone who might be able to fill these positions, look at our website, get a hold of those who are hiring, and see if this is something that you can maybe fill a spot in. Also, during our fair, I do drive around the fair a lot, and my family and I go in, you see a lot of traffic control. I personally want to thank the Costa Mesa PD cadets. They're kind of a thankless group. They're kind of the hidden heroes and a lot of things that go on. And one thing that people forget is they're standing out in the middle of the street with the only thing that protects them is a flashlight. If you've ever thrown a flashlight at a car to save yourself, it doesn't work too well. So it can be a dangerous job, and I do want to thank all the cadets that are out there working hard. I see some of them actually running to get to their next post. So that's a good thing to see, and I want to thank the chief for directing that program. It's been very successful. Thank you very much. Also, the Costa Mesa Fire put out a little flyer on the website for the city about pool safety. If anyone's ever been involved in a pool accident, it's extremely scary. It's not fun. And one thing to remember, it's the ABCs of pool safety. A, adult supervision. B, have barriers. And C, the most important is know how to swim, and someone should always know CPR. And remember that adults can drown too. It's not just children, so be aware of that. And last but not least, I'd like to remind everyone that we are a city of the arts, and we are having the Art Venture. September 14th is going to be the opening day. Where, you might ask? It's going to be at the Norma Herzog Center. It's a great center. We have great parks around there. We have a wonderful soccer field and a library. It's a great place to visit, not just for the arts that are going on, but we have a lot of other community assets that you can enjoy. From the 14th to the 22nd is going to be an art exhibition, and on the 21st, between 6 and 9 p.m., come on down, because we're going to have an art ceremony, and we're going to be giving out awards for some of the art that's been done. Other than that, that's all I got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, good work, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem from District 6, Jeffrey Harlan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to be pretty quick since we've been here quite a while. I can't believe I'm saying this already since it's the first week of August, but this is about the time of year, if you are a parent of school-aged children, where your kids start to realize that summer is winding down. It's also about the time where parents start counting the days to that first day of school. So for Newport Mesa Unified, that's Monday the 19th, very soon. But summer is not over. We've had a great summer of events here, concerts in the park, the fairgrounds. I really enjoyed going to the Demolition Derby again this year to watch the police and fire department duke it out with our other departments. And I was especially pleased to see decoration by Soy on Chief Stefano's trashed RV, ultimately trashed. It was also great going to Raiders training camp this year. Certainly a different vibe than the past years with the Chargers, but it is really amazing to see professional athletes up close like that. And I know we've had a number of youth groups that have gone to really enjoy it, especially through our school district. And I do appreciate not just the improvements that the Raiders have made to our fields, but they've made a lot of investment in our school facilities. So Costa Mesa High School has a weight room outside that's got a ton of new equipment. So our teams are going to benefit from that. Just a few things to report on. I was very pleased to represent the city this past weekend at the first annual anniversary car show for Ganal Lumber. If you can believe it, Ganal Lumber has been in business for 140 years. 35 of which have been in Costa Mesa. They're very proud of that. If you've been to their building, their relatively new landmark building on Bristol, it's phenomenal. They have great historical photos. They're very appreciative, and the car show is awesome too. So look forward to that next year. And then lastly, Ms. Fuqua had made a comment that jogged my mind about rangers, park rangers. So I'd like the city manager, if she can, report on what our plans are for Harper Park, since we had rangers there previously, and they've been absent, thankfully, this past summer, but school year's starting, so I'd like to know what our plan is moving forward. And that's all from me.
All right, wonderful. Great job, everybody. So for my part, I've got just a few comments. Yes, the Raiders, tomorrow's their last day. They were here. They've been here. They've been at the hotel at the Westin. Thank you. They're just wonderful. Everything you've ever heard about Raiders fans, if you've ever heard anything negative, it's false. They're all great. So go Raiders, just win, baby. And thank you to members of our staff who really have gone above and beyond in coordinating all of it. Lydia and Hanson specifically, Francine Jimenez, and then our from the city manager's office, and then our PD and fire are out there in Public Works helping out, and they've been working on the field. The Raiders started working on the field in June, at the beginning of June. Here's something that nobody mentioned, kind of a little bit off the grid, but I think it's important to give a shout out to Dan Krikorian, who just got appointed as the head basketball coach at Chapman University. And he went to, I remember the first time I saw him play, he was the same age as these boys that got their stuff. He was a seventh grader at St. John the Baptist, and then he coached at Costa Mesa High School, and now he's a coach of a big college team. So congratulations to Dan. In terms of Spanish on the YouTube, I think that's a great idea. Seems in this day and age that should be pretty easily done through AI or whatever, but I'm sure it's more difficult than it seems. Similarly, getting out the agenda earlier, in my business, you got to file stuff way in advance. So I think it's probably doable, but it will take a definitely change in habits, and those are difficult culturally to do. I support looking into Placentia and Center Street. We did that with Wallace. We made that safer, and I think it's a good idea to look into that with Placentia and Center Street. Going back just briefly to YouTube, it's quite something. I sit up here and I watch our video. I watch all of you speak, and we do, to give a shout out to Costa Mesa TV, they are unbelievable. I recently had a case where I had to watch council meetings and planning commission meetings in the city of San Juan Capistrano. And San Juan Capistrano is a great city, and they were all very sensible, their commissioners and their council members, but it's nothing like what we have here. I mean, you cannot determine who's speaking. The sound quality is not as good. So we are very blessed with the technology and the staff that we have at Costa Mesa and Costa Mesa Costa Mesa TV in particular. So thank you to that. The Costa Mesa Grand Prix was great. And the next one is March 2nd. A couple of other things, public safety related. We had an issue that's been going on for some time, just very near here on Clearbrook Lane, and it was brought to my attention, and the PD and the code enforcement did a spectacular job eventually clearing that out. It had to do with squatters that were there when they were made 19 arrests on Friday. Anything from drug trafficking to all kinds of things, and it was very disruptive for the people on Clearbrook Lane, and especially the residents of that house that were being taken advantage of. And our PD and our code enforcement really stepped up. And so thank you for doing that and addressing that issue. Finally, it's kind of a somber thing to end on, but just a couple days ago, it could have been even yesterday, I lose track of the days, there was a really bad accident with somebody on an e-bike. They were tandem without a 31-year-old male tandem riding with no helmet, fell, hit his head, and we don't know what's going to happen, but it doesn't look good for that person. So please let this be a public service announcement to you. Do not ride tandem. If you're going to be on an e-bike, be careful. Wear a helmet. It's really a matter of life and death. So I can't be more serious about it. So please don't let that be you. 31 years old, excuse me, pretty young to have an accident like that. Okay, city manager, it's your time for your report.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Pleasure to be here this evening. Just have a few short comments given tonight's agenda. First, I just wanted to mention to Mayor Pro Tem Harlan, we are going to have a conversation with the school district again about the plan for Harper Park. Last I spoke with the superintendent, the park ranger would be reinstated once school begins, while school is in session. However, they are interested in looking into a more permanent infrastructure fix that's not quite a fence, but a natural barrier that's something that's beautiful and makes sense, that would actually allow for us to have the ranger roam in other parks and provide services throughout the city and not be just stationary at that one location. And so I see our superintendent every month. I will follow up with him on what the plans are there and report back accordingly. Thank you for all the comments on YouTube. We will follow up to see what additional translation services we can provide. I know that we've been looking at a number of different things, and it is absolutely more complicated than meets the eye, but we will absolutely follow up on that, as well as the comments that we received this evening about the safety concerns related to Placentia and Center. That would be a significant CIP, so obviously it's going to take a lot more delving into by our Public Works department. So, but happy to look at that. Obviously, whenever our residents are concerned about their safety, that's really important. And last but not least, I did want to thank the members of Costa Mesa Unidos that came out this evening to give us feedback, but also to provide the positive accolades for Sergio and Evis in the city manager's office. We have a small constituent services team. They're highly deployed. They work evenings, they work weekends to make sure that we're out there in the community making a difference. They show an enormous amount of compassion and pride in the work that they do. And so thank you for acknowledging their efforts. And so I'm just going to translate very quick. Quería dar las gracias esta noche a los residentes que vinieron de Costa Mesa Unidos, reconociendo los esfuerzos de nuestros empleados en la oficina de la City Manager, porque ellos pasan mucho tiempo en la comunidad por la noche, a veces por los fines de semana, y son muy dedicados. Y agradezco mucho el comentario esta noche tan positivo y los esfuerzos que están haciendo ellos para la comunidad entera. Muchísimas gracias por venir esta noche. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now for our city attorney, Ms. Hall Barlow, do you have a report? All right, good. That's brief. Okay, we're going to do the consent calendar now. All items on the consent calendar are considered routine and will be acted upon in one motion unless they're pulled by either a council member, member of the staff, or member of the public. Madam Clerk, do we have any items from our consent calendar that have been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, then I'll entertain a motion for the consent calendar. Councilmember Gameros, are you good? You got it, 3? So Councilmember Gameros is going to recuse himself from number 3 because his wife works for Priceless Pets. So anyway, we got a motion by Councilmember Chavez, a second by Harper. Let's call, it's to approve the consent calendar, correct? Yes? Yes. Okay.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, it's just that easy. All right, let's hear our first item. Madam Clerk, would you please read public hearing item number 1?
This is consideration of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, approving the First Amendment to Development Agreement between the City of Costa Mesa and the Interinsurance Exchange of the Automobile Club. Presentation by Mr. Aldana, Assistant Planner.
Okay, before we do a staff presentation, out of abundance of caution, I'm going to ask the council to let us know whether they've had any ex-party communications, starting with Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes, I met briefly with the applicant to just understand the specifics of the request.
Yes, I met with the applicant.
Yes, I met with the applicant.
I met with the applicant.
Met with a representative of the applicants.
I spoke with one of the representatives over the phone with the applicant as well, briefly.
Well, I'm sorry I did not speak to the applicant. I really am embarrassed.
You missed out. I got cookies. So, okay. So, but it has nothing to do with my vote. Nothing to do with my vote. For those of you that do have applications coming up, cookies don't hurt. All right. Now we'll hear from the staff.
So good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. I'm Christopher Aldana, Assistant Planner with the Economic and Development Services Department. The Auto Club is requesting an amendment to their DA adopted by the City Council in 1994. Unless extended, the DA will expire on October 31st, 2024. To date, AAA has completed Phase 1 improvements, which total 235,825 square feet of the 500,000 square foot expansion. AAA requests the following revisions to the DA. 1, change the expiration year from 2024 to 44. This will extend the DA for an additional 20 years, commencing on November 1st, 2024, and terminating on October 31st, 2044. Update the average daily vehicle trip ADT multiplier from 0.00718 to 0.00989. This change reflects the current Institution of Transportation Engineers ITE trip generation factor for office land uses. 3, update the traffic impact fee from 228 to 235, or the current rate at the time of development, whichever is less. This change is necessary to reflect the city's current adopted fee, but follows the existing DA calculation methodology. And 4, specify that the Phase 2 parking structure will be a minimum of 60 feet away from the existing residential uses located to the north of the smaller parcel to improve land use. The project site is located north of South Coast Drive, east of Susan Street, and west of Fairview Road. Sunflower Avenue, which is located north of the site, separates the city of Costa Mesa from the city of Santa Ana. The project site consists of 2 parcels that are bisected by the Greenville-Banning Channel. The project site is designated Urban Center Commercial UCC and is Zone Plan Development Commercial PDC. The larger parcel located east of the channel is 29.5 acres in size and is improved with a 4-story, 310,000 square foot processing center, a 2-story, 130 square foot service building, a 1-story, 27,000 square foot satellite building, and a 235,000 square foot Phase 1 building, approximately 702,825 square foot total. The smaller parcel is 9.7 acres in size and is used as a surface parking lot. Adjacent to and north of the smaller parcel is a residential community development developed in 2003. This residential property is zoned medium density planned residential development, PDR-MD, and consists of detached single-family homes, attached townhomes, and condominiums. Located east of the subject property across Fairview is a medium-density planned development residential, PDR-MD, zoned property that is developed with a residential neighborhood consisting of 2-story detached single-family homes called the Wimbledon Village. The property located to the south across South Coast Drive is designated for commercial use and is zoned planned development commercial PDC. This property is a component of the Seagerstorm Home Ranch development, which is entitled for future offices and a new fire station. To the west across Susan Street is a 13.78 acre site that is currently improved with a multi-tenant office building and a sports field previously used by the Los Angeles Chargers. The city is currently processing a planning application for redevelopment to develop this site with a 1,050-unit apartment complex known as the Hive Live. The 1994 entitlements include a 500,000 square foot expansion that was planned to occur in 2 phases. Each phase was to consist of an approximate 250,000 square foot building. Additionally, a 4-level, 1,840 space parking structure is approved on the adjacent 9.7 acre parcel. To date, AAA has completed Phase 1 improvements, which total 235,825 square feet of the 500,000 square foot expansion. Additionally, the 9.7 acre parcel to the west, which has a driveway along Susan Street, has been improved and is utilized as surface parking lot for the AAA employees. The remaining Phase 2 improvements are shown in yellow shading. The DA must comply with required findings and demonstrate that the project is consistent with the objectives and policies within the general plan, is compatible with existing land use regulations for the zone, and conforms with and will promote good land use practice. A development agreement must not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare, and must not adversely affect the orderly development of property or the preservations of property values. Staff has reviewed the applicant's request and has found that the proposed First Amendment to the development agreement is consistent with the general plan policies and objectives, primarily objective LU6C, in that the long-term build-out of the AAA office campus will support the retention and expansion of the city's employment base with diverse quality employment opportunities. Additionally, the city's land use element specifies that the urban center commercial land use district is intended to allow for high-intensity mixed-use commercial development within a limited area, and identifies that one of the 4 major developments located within the urban center commercial land use district is the Automobile Club of Southern California. The proposed development is also compatible with the existing land uses located north of the Interstate 405, which includes larger developments such as South Coast Plaza, Metro Point, IKEA, the Seagerstrom Center for the Arts. This AAA headquarters has operated at the site since 1980, and there have been no incompatibilities with the surrounding uses. The proposed use, size, and intensity of the project is consistent with the existing development within the general area located north of the 405 freeway and would not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the community. There are no modifications proposed to the site's previously entitled development intensity, and only minor considerations are proposed to improve the site's physical layout to avoid potential impacts to nearby residential developments. As such, the extension of the DA will not be detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare or adversely affect the orderly development of property or the preservation of property values. Lastly, AAA has operated from this site since 1980 without any impacts to the surrounding uses, including the nearby residential developments. At the July 22nd, 2024 Planning Commission hearing, the Planning Commission recommended that the City Council approve the proposed development agreement amendments and ordinance by a vote of 4 A's, 1 A, with 2 commissioners abstaining. Planning commissioners commented supporting the motion for approval, which included that the AAA is an excellent local business, the AAA facility is very well maintained, and the AAA facility has great employee amenities that attracts high-quality jobs to the city. One commissioner did not support the motion and provided comments that the project was generally not consistent with certain general plan policies that encourage multimodal transportation and that the site was overparked. It is recommended that the City Council approve the proposed development agreement and amendments and ordinance adoption, and to find that the final environmental impact report is still valid. Pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15162, this project remains within the scope of the June 20th, 1994 Certified Final Environmental Impact Report, State Clearinghouse Number 940211036, for the AAA expansion project. The effects of the project were examined in the 1994 FEIR, and all feasible mitigation measures and alternatives developed in the 1994 FEIR are incorporated into this project, and no new mitigation measures are required. Therefore, the 1994 FEIR for the AAA expansion project is determined to be adequate to serve as the environmental documentation for this project. No further environmental review is required, and all the requirements of the CEQA are satisfied. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
So, Mr. Aldana, this is your first report to the City Council, right?
Second.
Second?
Yeah.
How did I miss? What was your first one?
I believe it was Northgate.
Oh, you did Northgate?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that was a. You get all the high-profile ones.
Yeah.
Well, that one worked out.
Yeah, that one worked
Yeah, so
out.
we'll see how this one goes. But anyway, nice job. Thank you
so
Thank you
much.
very much. And how about does the do we want to do a does the Auto Club have a presentation, or should we just go to questions?
We can just go to questions.
Okay. Questions of council? For Mr. Aldana or Mr. Rodriguez? Anybody? Okay. You have a question for the Auto Club? Yeah. You guys are here to answer questions, right? Okay. Councilmember Chavez?
Thank you. So I'm not sure who wants to step in and answer the questions, but I have 3 questions for the Auto Club. The first one kind of is, the site next to your property is going to become essentially housing one day soon. So I'm just curious if you guys will accommodate a pedestrian pathway, so if anyone lives in those apartments, they can just walk up the street and not have to go all the way around. My first of 2 questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Thank you for those who toured our facility. We're very proud of it and proud of being in Costa Mesa. To answer your question, yeah, we'd definitely be open and looking at the different needs and how the area is going to change. We're aware a lot in the years coming, so we'll definitely address those with planning as we go through the process.
Perfect. And my last question, I don't think involves your property, but it's surrounded by your property. So there's been a lot of movements to make flood channels like bike lanes. So should that ever arise, would you guys be comfortable or accommodate a bike lane going through that flood channel?
Yeah, we would work, as we could. That property's owned by the county, but we would support those discussions if they became relevant.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council members? Okay. Let's open it up to the public. Anybody from the public wants to speak? Anybody from the public? Yes, you have the floor.
I'm actually not from the public, but I'm from the Auto Club, so
Okay, good.
we do have a presentation.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay, good. Well, wonderful. Let's see it.
So good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to address you. My name is Anita Lors Villagrana, and my family and I have lived in this wonderful city for over 20 years. I also have the privilege of serving as the Public Affairs, Traffic Safety, and Community Programs Manager for the Automobile Club of Southern California here in Costa Mesa at our administrative offices. The Auto Club is proud to be part of the City of Costa Mesa, whether it is our environmental responsibility programs or traffic safety programs such as our bike safety, teen driving, senior mobility, or other initiatives. We are dedicated to the community we serve, and our Costa Mesa facility plays a key role in everything we do as an organization. I'm here this evening to ask for your support for the time expansion of our development agreement, providing us the time necessary to plan for additional job and economic growth here in Costa Mesa. As you know, the Auto Club has a strong history of careful planning and working with the city to ensure our growth is well planned and benefits the community we serve. We've completed the first phase of our approved development agreement that allowed for additional office and warehouse space at our facility. Our request for a time extension will provide our staff and facilities management team the needed time to carefully plan and deliver the remaining project enhancements that will continue to attract employees to both work and, for some, live in this great city of ours. The Auto Club has made Costa Mesa the home to our largest physical employment center, which several of you have visited. Coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, this extra time will help ensure that our development application that will come before the City Council for consideration will not only meet the needs of the Auto Club, but the city and Costa Mesa residents as well. As the largest employer in Costa Mesa, we are extremely proud of the positive relationships we have not only with the city, but with our employees, our neighbors, and the residents of Costa Mesa. These relationships are important to everything that we do as a company. To that end, this 20-year extension will provide the Auto Club and the City of Costa Mesa with the assurity that the project will adhere to the requirements of the current agreement and provide certainty to adjacent property owners and neighborhoods as well. Well, tonight we are seeking a timeline extension. Once we have project application before the city, we look forward to having it reviewed for any potential environmental impacts as well as traffic impacts. In addition, we look forward to discussions regarding design features as well as how our project can assist with connectivity in the area and other ways that our project can benefit the city and the community. We look forward to working with the city, community members, neighboring property owners, and other stakeholders to ensure what is ultimately constructed is not only an asset to the Auto Club, but to the city, with the goal of bringing additional jobs to the city of Costa Mesa. I want to thank city staff as well as the Planning Commission for their support of our time extension. Once again, on behalf of the Auto Club of Southern California, we respectfully request your support for our timeline extension this evening. I, along with members of our legal team and facilities staff, are here to answer any questions that you may have, or additional questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any other further questions? Any further questions? Anybody? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Marr?
Yeah, I mean, this really isn't so much a question as, you know, yes, you need more time, you need another 20 years to plan, but I think we're also recognizing that the nature of the workplace, the economy, the role of AI, like there's a lot that could change in the next 20 years. And so I would just encourage the Automobile Club to continue to work with the city if there's a need for something completely different on that site. I think that, you know, the city recognizes that you've been good partners, good employers, and we would generally be open to other creative ideas if something were to arise sooner than 20 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
No, that was actually beautifully put. I was trying to figure out how to formulate sort of a similar sentiment. So I guess a question, maybe a question for the AAA team. My understanding from our conversation is that this is an extended plan. I think it was about 15 years that you're anticipating it would be before you're bringing a specific plan to the city. And so, yeah, the sentiment that I share with what Councilmember Marr shared is I do encourage openness to a potentially different approach, given that there's lots of additional, there will likely be changes in transportation. There will certainly be changes in zoning in the city. I know we're very interested, and I think you are as well, in the sort of local employees, and so accommodating that. I'll admit, when I look at the aerial image on slide 4, and I see a 10-acre parking lot, I wonder what else could happen here. But it occurs to me that in the meantime, a wide open parking lot on a Sunday, for example, could be a great place for a bike safety rodeo. And so maybe that's something that we can explore over the next 15 years before you come to a project. So my question for staff, I think the answer is yes, but I just want to confirm, if a different project was imagined over the next 10 years, this DA certainly wouldn't preclude an alternative concept, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. So we haven't closed public comment. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
Mark, please.
Mark, you have the floor. Mark?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Mark Fuchsovich, and I have a number of feelings on this project. First, I guess I should note some of my biases. I do feel like the existing land use on the AAA site is really, candidly, I think, some of the most abysmal land use we have within the city. If you think about that land and its potential uses outside of the single biggest employer, I really believe that land could have a five-fold return in terms of employment, whether it be hundreds of potential small businesses, potential housing sites for thousands of people. I think there's better uses of that land, and I think that's my kind of bias here. I understand it's a very big employer for a single employer, but the potential use, the opportunity cost of that land is very high to do other things. And so I think my overall feelings on this particular project is that this is a plan for 20 years from now, when the nature of work, the nature of AI, the nature of our transportation and mobility, the nature of even whether there could even be housing for employees on the site. And this is a plan from 30 years ago. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me to approve this right now as it is, when we could have more productive spaces and a more productive conversation about what that land should be done than what is it currently being proposed. And I think that is to me an objective fact, is that there are 100 more productive possibilities than what's being proposed. Furthermore, is the amount of parking being proposed in this project is both, it's against our climate goals, it's against our vehicle miles travels goals. And I'm not sure why that's something we're actively kind of permitting in the 21st century. And this is it's inefficient land use if something wants to change. Let's say you put a parking structure and you do want to change the land use in the future. You do want to put housing in the future. You potentially have to tear down that parking structure. You have to do something else that's substantial. By putting this parking structure, it cements the use in perpetuity. And so all of this can be done through a master planning process once AAA actually determines what they want to do in 10, 15 years from now. I'm not sure why we're kind of rushing to approve or allow this kind of nebulous planning as it is now. So those are my concerns. Apologies for not engaging on this sooner with Planning Commission. I was not here. And so I appreciate everyone hearing out my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody else on Zoom? Okay, close public comment. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to go forward with the staff recommendation. Councilmember Harper, do you second that?
Correct.
Okay, good. So yeah, thank you to the Auto Club for everything you've done for the city of Costa Mesa for decades now. It was a little embarrassing for me personally. I've been on council or as mayor for now 8 years, and it's my first time I visited there. And it's just an amazing facility. It's an amazing campus. The Auto Club has been the largest employer in Costa Mesa for years and years and years, and all without a peep from the residents, the neighbors. You've been a very good neighbor. I know you will continue to be a good neighbor. The only thing I can say, and this is not a negative thing with respect to you, but I think it does highlight, so the Auto Club is in 21 states, and this is the headquarters of the Auto Club. This is where the CEO works. This is where the general counsel works, the CFO works. They all work here, right here in the great city of Costa Mesa. Almost all of them live someplace else, I think. And it highlights in some of the other discussions that we're going to have and discussions we're going to have over the next several months and years that we are great at creating jobs in the city of Costa Mesa. We're probably punched way above our weight. We're probably, I'd say, pound for pound, the best city in Orange County, if not California, in creating jobs, but we export our housing. And that's not on you. If you have a solution to that, we're all ears. But thank you for creating the jobs. And now it's up to others to supplement and help us with our housing so that the people that do live there, work there, can live here. Councilmember Harper, do you have anything to say regarding your second?
Yeah, just a little bit heard about the cookie. Didn't know there were cookies available.
Cookies were good. It was a 3-cookie meeting. That's why I learned all that stuff.
Killing me, John. You're killing me. No, we appreciate an employer in our city, an employer that has a full business. And I think, like John said, we don't hear about you. There's no issues, and fully support somebody bringing jobs to our city. And I've met a lot of people throughout my 25 years here who work for AAA. So we appreciate it and fully support you guys. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to be heard? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to know, I do appreciate it was just one public comment, the comment we heard on the phone. I do, for staff, I do agree with the sentiments, and I did wrestle over this project a little bit. I think what tilts the balance for me is that is AAA's length of time in the community and plan to consolidate headquarters here. I think if this was a new project with a new company looking to use land in the same way, I would probably not be in support for all of the reasons that we heard in public comment. And I think it's a really valuable perspective that was brought up in not just, is this a project that has no impacts, but what is the opportunity cost and what is the productivity in terms of what the land use provides for the city. So I'm going to be certainly thinking about that in terms of projects going forward. I do think this is a unique case. I struggled with this a little bit, but I do very much appreciate AAA's employee base and commitment to the city. And then I do hope that we can grow future partnerships, especially on the safety front. You've been here 2.5 hours now and heard a lot of comments about improving safety on our road. I've seen, we've had members at some of our events in the past. I've seen a lot of the material that you provide, and I do think, especially with the work we're trying to do on education and engagement about road safety, there's really an opportunity for a growing partnership there. Thanks.
All right, wonderful. Anything else from the council? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, congratulations, Auto Club. Thanks for what you do and keep doing it. Let's take a 15-minute break and then we'll move on to public hearing number 2. Back at 8:45. So we're back on the record. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
This is consideration of ordinance number 2024-02 entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa amending Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to establish affordable housing requirements for new residential projects, and a fee resolution to establish the affordable housing in lieu fee schedule. Presentation by Ms. Gregg, Contract Planner.
Sorry, Ms. Gregg, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor and fellow City Council members. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. As just introduced, this item is in regard to the Affordable Housing Ordinance and the in lieu fee resolution. So by way of a little bit of background, the City Council has been considering this item since January of this year. At that time, the City Council provided comments and directed staff to return with an in lieu fee. Following that, in February of this year, there was a study session that was held with the City Council, as well as members of the public, and what comments were provided in there included ensuring that Costa Mesa is competitive with nearby cities, as well as that the fee did not result in an impediment to the production of housing. In April 2nd of 2024, the City Council considered the in lieu fee, but asked for it to be brought back at a later date. And there were modifications made to the Affordable Housing Ordinance at that time, and those modifications including applicability to 50 units per development or more, as well as having it apply only to rental housing, not ownership housing. On January 18th, the City Council again considered the items and continued it at that time, but it requested additional analysis if the threshold was set at 30 units or more per development. So the Affordable Housing Ordinance has changed a bit over time. So on our right-hand side, you can see how it's proposed today. It does include a percentage of affordable units per each development, meeting the threshold of 50 units or more. It does have requirements of at least 55 years, has to be comparable in size and bedroom count to the main development. It also includes alternatives for compliance and incentives under the program. And as I stated at our June meeting, we did receive a request for additional information for lowering the threshold to 30 units. So staff did do that analysis, and we looked at the affordable housing opportunity sites that are contained with our housing element. And looking at that, we looked at of the 97 opportunity sites, how many of those would apply to development of 50 units or more. And in that case, it applied to 47 of the 97 opportunity sites, or 48%. But we also had to look at how many overall units this would actually apply to, because no parcel is the same. And when it comes to the number of units that it applies to, the amount of units does matter. And we'll get to that further in a minute. But at the 50 units, that does cover 15,184 potential units in the city, or 91% of the total units that are anticipated through our opportunity site in the housing element. So staff then did 5-unit increments all the way down to 10 plus units, but the request was for 30 units or more. Just wanted to make sure you knew that we had the other information in case that was desired. But for developments that have 30 units or more, that would cover 81 of our opportunity sites, so 81 of the 97, or 84% of the opportunity sites. And the number of dwelling units that would cover is 16,375, or 98% of the total opportunity site units. So when we're talking about the difference between parcel-to-parcel comparison versus the number of units, no two parcels are alike, so you could have a really small parcel, again, just one parcel, and that could be a half an acre, and that would give you 30 units. Or you can have a large parcel, again, just one parcel, and that may generate 900 units. So that's where the overall number of units comes from, being such a large percentage there. So as I stated earlier, the Affordable Housing Ordinance also have various ways to meet the requirements besides providing it on site. And one of those is by setting an in lieu fee. And what an in lieu fee is you could pay a fee in lieu of actually providing those affordable units on site. To do this, the proposed fee is calculated to support future affordable housing production. And the city did complete an affordable housing gap analysis to make sure that that fee was equal to providing and building the units required by the ordinance. State law does require that the city analyze potential and actual constraints placed on a housing development standards to ensure that the requirements do not create an overall constraint to housing development. The recommended fee before you tonight is based on Costa Mesa specific data only. And based on an extensive analysis by Kaiser Marston and Associates, they have recommended an in lieu fee that meets the city's goals. So the in lieu fee is broken up into two different categories. One is for developments that have a density of 60 units or more per acre, and one is a density at less than 60 units per acre. So in the first one, 60 units or more, that development fee would be set at $19.50 per square foot, and less than 60 dwelling units per acre would be $13.80 per square foot. And again, these numbers are based on the affordability gap analysis that was done and are the recommended fee amounts by Kaiser Marston and Associates. So when looking at in lieu fees, it's good to look at what other cities are doing around us. So here we have Santa Ana, Long Beach, Huntington Beach, and Mission Viejo. Santa Ana sets their in lieu fee to $15 per square foot, Long Beach $38, Huntington Beach $35.80, and Mission Viejo, which is the newest Orange County city to adopt an in lieu fee, they adopted that just last month, is $41.90. And on the Mission Viejo one, I wanted to point out that that in lieu fee is only charged or can only be paid for developments that have 10 to 20 dwelling units. Once a developer hits 21 dwelling units, they are required to provide those affordable units on site. Here we have Encinitas, Oceanside, San Diego, Irvine, and Santa Monica. Encinitas is just about at $24 a square foot. Oceanside is 20. San Diego is 25. Irvine is based on affordability gap analysis for every single project that comes in, so there's no set fee there. And Santa Monica is at $35.70. Another thing for consideration when looking at nearby cities just isn't just the amount that they charge, but it might be the median home price for the area. Here on the left-hand side, you can see all the cities that I just read through and what their amounts were. On the top, we have Costa Mesa. This is based on the American Consumer Survey, the Community Survey, I apologize. So the column that says median home price is a little outdated. The one to the right of that is the Zillow, more current median home price for the area. So the first one is $959,000 for Costa Mesa as a median home price versus Zillow, which is more accurate at $1.375 million today. And then Huntington Beach actually is the closest to us as far as median home price. So at the time of the ACS, it was $976,800. So just a little bit above our median home price. And then keeping pace with that currently is $1.397 million. You can also see Santa Ana in there has a median home price of $624, and then $818, and then Mission Viejo, since they have the highest one, is $883,000, and then $1.25 million approximately. So the next steps in this process is to continue to do the citywide rezoning efforts, along with develop policies and procedures manual, as well as the inclusionary housing agreement templates that are needed to implement this. With that, staff recommends the City Council approve the project as stated in your staff report, and staff and the consultant are available to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Council? Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
I do. Thank you for that presentation. When an applicant is debating about pursuing either on-site or paying the in lieu fee, what's the last possible moment that they can make that decision in the entitlement process?
So when you're paying your building permit fees.
Okay, so hypothetically or conceivably, an applicant could represent that they're going to provide on-site all the way up until building permit fees, and then decide conditions have changed, circumstances have changed, we'll just pay the in lieu fee.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
I have a quick question. So there are 34 cities in the county of Orange. We have listed in terms of our in lieu fees and comparison 5. Does that mean that 29 cities don't have an affordable housing ordinance? Or if there are cities that have affordable housing ordinances and in lieu fees that are not listed in here, how were these cities chosen as opposed to the other cities?
I'm going to have Kathy look into that because she prepared the comparison chart that is included within
And
the
if it takes
study.
some time, that's fine. We can ask it after we hear from the public and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
That's my only question. Anybody else? No? Okay, let's hear from the public. I'm sorry, Councilmember Reynolds, go ahead.
Thanks. I was looking. I think I have one other that I haven't found. Yeah, thank you. I think every time this comes back, I have to brush up on the history a little bit. You talked about some goals for this ordinance that came up in our series of meetings. I think I recall that some of the anchor goals and goals that I've had, and certainly that our council talks about is we really want affordable units to get built. And we want those affordable units to get built around the city, right? We once upon a time called this an inclusionary ordinance. I don't know when the language changed, but I recall that being one of the goals we had. And so I want to revisit sort of the strategies for that and understand how we're positioning this proposed ordinance to meet those strategies. So one, certainly having an ordinance sets a requirement, at least in certain scenarios described in the first table. So there's a requirement, but we offer sort of ways to bypass that requirement, right? And so we really, to again, try to get units actually built, we want to make sure that building within the requirement is attractive, right? So that the bypass is not a much more attractive option. And then I guess that also covers trying to integrate or have these affordable units be more inclusionary is when they're built as part of a larger residential project. Are there any other strategies to meet those goals that I'm not thinking about?
It would require a change in your policy. I mean, a more cost-effective way of doing it is to collect a fee from everyone and then put your money into 100% affordable projects. And so, but that's a completely different policy than what you've been seeking.
Okay.
So there is just a fundamentally different concept of having it spread throughout.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I was thinking about sort of strategies within the conversation that we've been having here. Certainly not my intent to try to start over.
Well, I think that was when there was ownership involved. That was sort of the key concept in ownership was the prices are so high and the affordability gaps are so large that the percentage affordability you could require was significantly lower to fill that very large affordability gap. So there were two ways to proceed. One way was to eliminate ownership, which happens in a number of communities. This is not unique. Or the other is to just buy right, allow the in lieu fee to be paid, and then to use those funds to provide units that are less expensive.
Got it. Okay. And I guess you're reminding me that the original proposal covered many more projects than what's in front of us now, right? So I think your original proposal suggested that the ordinance should apply to, was it anything with 15 units or more?
It's been a number of different things.
Yeah.
I would have said 20, but it has been 15 at one point.
Okay,
Our original recommendation was 20, but then it went to 15 in one of the council meetings, and then it went to 50 in another council meeting.
So we've been at 15 and 20 thresholds. Your analysis was that that's economically viable given your Costa Mesa sort of specific analysis.
Well, what we definitely suggested was if you were 20 or if you were in that 20 to 30 unit range to be able to pay the fee by right and that we had a discounted sliding scale fee.
Got it. Okay. Okay. That's where the sort of the way to bypass the ordinance was made more sense, right? But what we've done by increasing the threshold to 50 is basically remove that whole pool of potential funding.
That's correct.
For the strategy of how do we actually get units built in the city.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So we were at once upon a time at 15 and 20, and then can you remind me the original set aside numbers that you had proposed based on your analysis?
Well, there was 11 and 7. 11, you could do 11% low or 7%, very low. There was, in an earlier iteration, there was a significantly higher percentage, but that's when we were overcounting the number of projects that could be done above the freeway. It was disproportionately impacting those projects.
So we went from maybe a threshold of 15 or 20 to 50, and then let's just say 11 and 7 to 10 and 5% for the threshold. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. And so then the goal in the current iteration of the ordinance to try to get affordable units actually built, and then built sort of within broader communities and not sort of isolated affordable communities is to, maybe focus on larger projects, but make sure that that sort of bypass is not more attractive than actually building affordable.
Correct.
Correct, okay. Okay, and then so on that, I had a question about the incentives. So this is where we're trying to make it, we want to have a requirement, but also, we want to encourage building affordable. So we have these incentives. So there's benefits for building affordable housing. That's allowing residential uses in commercial and industrial corridors, increased densities, reduced parking requirements, streamlined processes. My question is how, because we want to do these things for housing in general. So are we planning to make these incentives for the affordable housing ordinance more attractive than for sort of normal housing processing?
Are you talking about, in the overall processing of going through the entitlement process? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so if we say an incentive that comes with the affordable housing ordinance is concurrent processing, are we saying that we're not going to provide concurrent processing for other housing projects?
No, concurrent processing would be held through all entitlements. We do take them all at once, but there would be a priority placed on affordable housing developments to be brought and come to a decision making.
Okay, so there will be, what I'm trying to get a sense of is the balance, right? Of again, if a housing builder is trying to make a decision of do I actually build affordable or do I just pay a fee or take some other off-ramp, how do we make the building part as attractive as possible, right? What levers do we have to make that as attractive as possible? So you're saying that we would be prioritizing any projects that actually build affordable.
That's correct.
I had a language question, and this is where I couldn't, it is on the same page, page 4, we say, oh no, maybe that's not the part. We have language that says essentially, there's benefits for any project that would be subject to the affordable housing ordinance. So if a builder does a bypass route and says, I'm not going to build, I'll write you a check. Do they get the incentives? Is that considered subject to the affordable housing ordinance? Or do they only get the incentives if they actually build?
In this case, affordable housing is affordable housing. So whether, and going back to Councilmember Harlan's point, at the very 10th hour, they could say, actually, we're going to go ahead and pay the fee as opposed to developing on site. So we wouldn't penalize for somebody for that. They would already go through the development process. But if there's a component of affordable housing, whether it be developed on site or in lieu fee, yes, we would place a priority on that development.
Okay. Okay, I think those were my questions. Thank you.
had a quick question.
I have a question. I have an answer to the mayor's question if I can jump
Yeah.
in.
And by the way, I corrected, I think I added Newport Beach. It's just 4 cities that we use as comparisons for affordable housing from Orange County.
Well, so Newport Beach's program is in abeyance.
Okay,
Okay, there are 9 jurisdictions in Orange County with current inclusionary housing ordinances. And Tustin has kind of a strange thing. It's not on our survey and it's not really inclusionary, but they have within the base, they have affordable housing requirements, but it's not an inclusionary housing program. But so the 4 that are missing from the survey are Brea, which the in lieu fee is calculated per project. Sorry, I have to just go down my survey here. I have a very small screen. Laguna Beach, where there's actually an affordability gap established of $247,317 per affordable rental unit, or for ownership, it's $348,197 per affordable ownership unit. That gets indexed every year. This was in January of this year when I did this survey, but that's what it was then. And that's anything over a 2 subdivision lot.
I don't understand any of that. Do they have a monetary per square foot in lieu
They
fee?
do not.
Okay,
They do not. So if they have a 1-unit affordable housing requirement, then for a rental unit, to fulfill that requirement, it's $247,000.
okay.
Okay? Then Laguna Woods, in lieu fee is allowed for ownership housing developments that can prove to the city's satisfaction that including affordable units is financially infeasible. If it is done, it's based on the median price of homes sold in Laguna Woods during the last quarter of the previous calendar year minus the affordable price. So it's basically, they do an affordability gap analysis every time they do this. Every quarter, sorry. Then La Habra is $6.50 per square foot of total building area. San Clemente is based on the greater of 1% of construction costs is determined by the building division, or 2% of the affordability gap determined by a formula in the housing element. San Juan Capistrano is not on that list, right? San Juan Capistrano is based on 90% of the affordability gap.
And if my math is right, 25 cities in the county of Orange don't have an affordable housing ordinance at all, right?
That would be correct.
Good. All right, thanks. Yes, Councilmember, I think Marr and then Harper.
Oh, you can go first.
Oh, yeah, whoever wants to go first.
Just 2 quick questions. One of the planning commissioners said this to me, and I want to make sure it's true or false, but the inclusionary housing ordinance that we've written, does it apply to those developers that enter a development agreement?
No, it would be handled separately through the development agreement.
So if I come in and do a development agreement, all the inclusionary housing rules we're talking about in lieu fees don't apply?
They would be special per that development agreement through negotiation efforts,
So
similar
they're
to.
just negotiated.
Mhm.
So I can circumvent the whole ordinance policy by going to a development agreement, and hopefully, and to the most positive sense, and I give our city manager credit for One Metro West, where she negotiated, 10% affordable housing, so it kind of worked without an ordinance. The second question is, you did all these projections and all this work, or all these modeling. Do you have some sense of the in lieu fees, the amount you might collect, and at the point when there's enough substantively to have any impact at all?
No.
No, that's fair, and that's fair. That's fair. I didn't mean to.
No.
It wasn't a gotcha question. It was just kind of like
It's an easy answer.
talking about in lieu fees, and we're hoping they come, and you hope you get staff and the impetus to build something could take a long time.
Right, and I think the objective, as Councilwoman Reynolds pointed out, your primary objective is to get these units built on site. The in lieu fee is an option because the state makes you have an option to have an in lieu fee.
Right.
But given at least the policy druthers that I've heard from this council, you would like to get those units built all over town in a few units here, a few minutes.
Yeah, fair enough. Policy should not be judged by great intentions, but by the result, right? So
right.
I'll leave it at that. Thanks, John.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Marr?
Yeah, 2 comments. So one, I think where Councilmember Reynolds was heading is is there actually any benefit? Like, what are the benefits, and can we articulate them to building units as opposed to paying the in lieu fee? One that I just want to call out in particular are the parking requirements. So I think the sentence reads very clearly: an applicant that provides affordable units pursuant to this chapter is not required to comply with the parking requirements, period. Obviously, that would not apply if you were paying an in lieu fee, correct?
That would be the way I read it.
Thank you. Secondly, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I'll note that the language currently says the city may elect to deposit funds from other sources into this Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Are we voting on an ordinance tonight that includes allocating $2.5 million into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund?
We already did that with the budget adoption
Okay.
for this fiscal year.
Even though it didn't exist yet because we hadn't passed an ordinance that created it yet?
I think we used year-end savings, and when that request was made at the time, we discussed putting aside year-end savings, or maybe it was ARPA. Carol, can you clarify?
It was a year-end savings. We did set aside about $2.5 million.
The dollars are not in the ordinance.
So we have $2.5 million that's unallocated from last year?
It's deposited into a trust fund, correct?
But how has that trust fund exist yet, since we haven't had a second reading and passing of this ordinance?
It's was utilizing fiscal year-end savings. It had nothing to do specifically with the ordinance. What it had to do with council's request to start setting aside monies towards housing. So therefore, we set up the trust fund with those dollars. It's different within in lieu fee. An in lieu fee would be deposited into a special fund that would be restricted solely for this type of
Correct.
expense.
Yeah, the in lieu fee fund would be a separate fund because we would have to track the money in that fund specific to every single project, make sure that those dollar amounts were consistent. The housing trust fund money of the 2.5 million was for general development of affordable housing or additional funds if we wanted to put it towards an affordable housing project at some point in time or maybe build on it. But that was all part of the budget process and the year-end savings allocation, as I recall it.
May I make
That is
one?
correct.
May I interject a comment, if you don't mind? When I voted for that 2.5 million, I voted for it in conjunction with some things that I didn't like so well. I voted for that. So to me, it was one package. And then this whole inclusionary housing thing has just morphed and continued. So I don't think you can set aside, and it's odd to me that you can vote for something that isn't finalized and then you can fund it. That seems backwards to me. So forgive me for misunderstanding what I thought I voted for. I think it was pretty clear it was a combined motion. That's the way I viewed it. I'm not sure how I would have viewed it.
It's completely different because council still has the flexibility with that $2.5 million on how to utilize it. In this case, an in lieu fee, it would only have to be restricted to these types of expenses for housing. So it's specifically restricted, and we would be coming to you in December for the amounts of dollars that were collected and any planning for those monies. So there's a special process for in lieu fee reporting as well.
The $2.5 million I thought was, and maybe we need clarity on that because I remember it being something to support new home ownership. That was it. That was it and only it. And it was in association with some other stuff I didn't like, but I joined the group here and said, I'll support that.
Yeah, that's correct. Which is why it's different than this pot of funding, assuming this fee would be adopted tonight.
The in lieu fees.
Correct.
Totally different. Get that.
Completely different.
Get that. I think what Councilman Marr and I are clarifying in our heads is what we thought we voted for may have been something, it seems different. It seems like you've done something different than what we expected. Because she asked a very good question. Are we voting for that to confirm that? Because it's connected. In our minds, in my mind, it was connected. And you're telling me it wasn't. I disagree with, well, I know what I thought and I know what you think.
Right.
So.
That vote already occurred, and it was specifically for housing to be deposited into a trust fund.
So we may have voted on a budget item to do that, not realizing that we all thought it was connected to the ordinance that needed to happen to really fund the budget.
Yeah, let me go back to my let me just go back to my question though, right? I think so. So I'm reading this ordinance, and this ordinance creates an affordable housing trust fund in which all in lieu fees and other funds collected under this chapter shall be deposited into a separate account designated as the City of Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So it sounds like we already set aside money that we sort of tagged for affordable housing. That's fine. We voted on it in the budget. Where I was really going with that question is, okay, so we've got 2.5 million, and then we've got additional fees that come from in lieu fees. What I want to understand is then what's the process for spending those funds, and do we need a secondary agenda item to come back to outline what the roles, responsibilities, goals, et cetera, of this trust fund are? Because I'm not totally sold that we all know that it's going to first-time home buyers.
Right, so the 2.5 million is a more flexible pot of funding. So the 2.5 million could be used for any type of housing project. As I recall, we were talking about a number of different things, but mostly the first-time home buyers program potentially, if that were to take off. And we could go back and listen to all of the deliberations because there was a lot of back and forth. But the in lieu fee fund would be separate and apart, much more tracking, reporting there to make sure that we comply. But those funds could be combined for affordable housing projects. So one is going to be more restrictive than the other. The Housing Trust Fund, 2.5 million, sort of is like a starter feed funds is what I recall the council wanted to do there, and could be in tandem with it. But right now, there's no planned appropriation for it. We had to do something with the year-end savings. We know that affordable housing is a goal, housing development is a goal. Affordable housing sometimes needs to be subsidized. And so that money was set aside from the year-end savings. Otherwise, it would have fallen into the reserves, into the automatic categories that it can fall into based on previous council policies. So I think at the time, the council's direction was, we know that we want affordable housing. Let's put this money aside as you deliberated on the in lieu fee and things like that. But that would be a separate fund for tracking purposes. We wouldn't want to commingle.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Hold on one second. Councilmember. Councilmember Marr has the floor.
I do. I was actually going to yield to Councilmember Harper, though, because I don't think I've ever seen his eyebrows move that much.
Sorry, I try not to make faces.
It's good.
I just remember it differently, and I think it's interesting that we approved $2.5 million for a specific purpose, and I appreciate you say that there's confusion, because it was a lot of dialogue. So I'll give you grace on that, but in my head, that was for first-time home buyers. I think this guy next to me agreed with that, and that was kind of my focus. And so for you to say right now that can be used for a variety of things, that's problematic for me.
So I think what I'd like to suggest, just to move this forward, Mr. Mayor, is that when we get to some motion making, I think it would be helpful to bring back the Housing Trust Fund that includes the in lieu fees, and that includes the 2.5 million, and get some confirmation on the dais and from staff about how we plan on dispatching those funds moving forward.
Well, anybody can make any motion they want.
I know that, but I just
want to make, for my part, I remember what I voted on. The minutes will reflect what it was. But I remember specifically, because I was the one that put it in the motion, that I wasn't comfortable voting for an in lieu fee. The discussion that we are having now was part of that motion, where we deferred setting the in lieu fee. So in terms of the confusion about what the 2.5 million is to be used for, that's, if we want to discuss it for a motion, that's fine. But I don't see that there's any any inconsistency with what we voted on and what's occurring tonight.
Well, this is the second reading of an ordinance, so we haven't actually formally adopted anything that we discussed regarding the 2.5 million.
If I could address that, because we have. The ordinance was given first reading. As a separate part of the motion, staff was directed to establish an affordable housing trust fund with the $2.5 million that we had as part of our unspent money. In the motion, as I recall, and as reflected in the staff's report, that was to include a first-time home buyers program, but there wasn't any specific allocation of a specific dollar amount of that 2.5 to that or any other housing program. So how you would spend that money is subject to your budgetary control. It would come back to you in the form of a recommendation to purchase property or to rehab property or to establish a first-time home buyers program with X dollars available for what period of time. So the money is there. It's been established in a trust fund. It is intended for affordable housing, including first-time home buyer program, and it will be spent as you direct through your normal process.
And all I was asking is that we call out that we need to have a discussion about how it will be spent in our normal process.
Right.
So maybe that wasn't clear when I stated it, but I want to be clear that we are not deciding all of that tonight as
No,
part of passing this ordinance.
And that's exactly my point.
Yes, we are
Because
agreeing.
what's on the agenda tonight is the second reading of the ordinance.
Agreeing.
And the setting of the fee.
Yes.
The trust fund has been established, and you will at some point give us direction on how you would like us to spend that.
Yes, agreed.
Thank you.
So just to clarify.
Hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on one second.
I made so much
Hold on one
noise. I'm
second.
sorry. Okay.
Other people need to speak.
Sure.
Unless you
I just
are-
wanted to
are you-
clarify that.
Do you have anything further? Okay. So first I heard Councilmember Chavez. Do you wish to be heard?
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I think me and Councilmember Harper had the same thought process. I was going to ask for a point of clarity from the city attorney. So if you want to, I'll give you my time.
Yeah, good stuff. And then the next person I saw with the red light was Mayor Pro Tem Harlan.
All right. So this point may be moot because I think Attorney Barlow clarified it. But just from my end, Councilmember Harper, since I brought up the $2.5 million and said it was for broadly to be used for affordable housing, any number of activities, whether it was acquisition or contribution to an existing project. But I specifically remember you requested for first-time home buyers program to be included as an activity, and I had agreed to that. Now, obviously, the motion had changed between my substitute and when Councilmember Reynolds, but I think that was.
It wasn't absolutely only, it was just a component of.
It was,
is that what you're
yes,
saying?
a component of.
I'd like, I'll give you grace on that. I'd like the staff to check that. At least I would like to know my memory is somewhat solid. Not
We'll
just-
check it.
And that may have
but-
been what your intent was.
That's
Right.
what I recall, and
Yeah.
that is what's reflected here. But we will double check it.
Thank you.
And bring that back.
Right, but to your point, Councilmember Harper, I agree that I believe the motion that we ultimately voted on and approved unanimously was a compromise, and that was part of it. So there may have been things that you didn't perfectly love, much like I didn't, but as a whole, as a council, we agreed that this, what was proposed in that ordinance, that we had our, I guess, first, second reading on the 16th was acceptable.
Thank you. Do you have anything further? Okay. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, sorry, change gears here. I want to go back to the question Councilmember Harper brought up about the last potential decision point on which pathway. So for a site subject to the ordinance, my understanding from your previous answers is now a builder can have a project, intend to build, reflect an intent to build, benefit from prioritized processing, benefit from additional densities, benefit from reduced parking requirements, and then once all of the approvals are done, they can say, you know, it makes sense to write a check instead.
I'm going to take a shot at this one and probably step way over my bounds. In my experience with the way these works is that you establish a policies and procedures manual that establishes the timelines for all events. As a general rule, what happens is as part of that, there's an inclusionary housing plan. The inclusionary housing plan needs to be approved by the city council. Then after that, one goes to building permits with their project. So some of this I think is semantics, but in my experience, once there's an inclusionary housing plan, if it's amended, then all bets are off and you start over.
Yes. If I could add to that, Mr. Mayor, I'd really appreciate it. When you're talking about density bonuses and the reason why people get density bonuses because they're incorporating affordable housing, they don't get to change their mind and just give us money later. They're required to build in the density that they've received the bonus for, those units. So there's different kinds of affordable units. The ones that come with density bonuses are on site. They're built as part of the benefits of getting those extra units. So we also, if we had a development agreement, they don't get to change their mind and pay fees instead if we have it in a development agreement. So there's a number of mechanisms under which we can, including what Kathy, Mrs. Head just mentioned, is to set that in place long before they come in for building permits. And they would require, if they wanted to change their mind, they come back here. They don't just get to do it.
That sounds like a different answer than I heard earlier to Councilmember.
That's why I was stepping out of my bounds.
Yeah, so what is the right answer?
I think the idea is that you're trying to create a city-type density bonus that sort of competes with the state density bonus, and so you were creating these incentives so folks would want to use your city density bonus. And as Mrs. Barlow said, then the idea is if they've agreed to do these things, so get the extra density in return for providing the affordable units and these incentives, the whole idea, and going exactly back to where she went on this, it's just like state density bonus, where you got these things because you provided the affordable units.
Okay, and so then does that answer apply also to the streamlined, or I think what you described as prioritized processing and parking?
I think no. No, I think what Amber said before was correct. I think the priority would still be to projects that are including affordable housing, but that they were having, the streamlining is supposed to be consistently offered.
Okay. The reason I'm trying to understand again is what are the pieces of this that really encourage on-site construction versus,
and that's the idea,
an alternative
and that
pathway.
is the idea. So these physical incentives are there to encourage the production of the affordable housing.
Okay, but the streamlined processing and the reduced parking requirements, it sounds like would apply to.
I don't know about the reduced parking.
either.
I didn't think reduced parking, I thought it only went with the affordable housing, but maybe I'm wrong.
So,
Hold on one second. Let's make sure.
Without a study. Remember, the whole discussion was if you did a study that showed that fewer
Yeah.
parking spaces could be supported by the project,
Right.
then that seems like that would apply.
But we offer that to projects now.
Right, so I think that was what was
that's not a
intended.
unique, I'm understanding that is not a unique benefit for a project that would be doing affordable on-site.
Correct.
Is that, okay.
You look confused.
No, I'm just processing.
It's
I'm just
complicated.
processing as you're asking the
Yeah,
question because I'm
yeah.
thinking about it in regard to the density bonus as well. And so trying to keep those two things straight as we're talking about it, so.
Yeah, okay. It sounds like some others might have additional questions or comments on that, so let me just get my other question in. We talked about sort of the goal of geographical distribution of projects building affordable around Costa Mesa. What do we know, and I really do appreciate the analysis of, looking at the 97 housing opportunity sites and sort of how those fall in the different thresholds. Can you describe how those projects are distributed across the city? So how many of our I guess, 50-plus housing opportunity sites are across the city versus, clustered?
Yes, absolutely. So as we said previously, the city has 97 identified housing opportunity sites within our housing element. In looking at the map here, you can see how those opportunity sites are distributed in the various corridors that coincide with Measure K. So each one of these numbers has a number of units associated with it. So when we're talking about a distribution of it, for all of the units north of the freeway, There are a total of 20 parcels in that area. And those are very large parcels. So the total number of units that could potentially be developed there are 10,338 units, or roughly 2/3 of the overall development, which means a third of the remaining units would be south of the freeway also. In other words, 27 of the sites are south of the freeway that have 50 units or more.
So, and that's sites, so 27 sites would still be subject to the ordinance as proposed?
As proposed, with 50
Okay.
units or more, and it ends up being around, I have the exact number here, but just over 5,000 units that are south, because we have just over 10,000 north. Yeah.
Okay, so about 10,000 units would be north of the 405.
There's a potential.
About,
right?
right.
Again,
And
we're
I understand
planning.
This is all estimated,
Exactly.
but it's the best numbers.
Yeah.
We're
There's
all
an
working from the same
opportunity.
worksheet. Yeah, okay, okay. So 2/3, the ordinance has proposed, 2/3 would be north of the 405. A
That's
third
correct,
would
based
be
on the size of the
based on
parcels.
estimates in the housing element.
That's
Okay,
correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, yeah, I'd love to hear others' comments on the other question. Again, I'm trying to understand what are the things that would get a builder to lean towards on-site construction versus, what are we offering in general?
Mayor Pro Tem?
So I'd like to answer that question, Councilmember Reynolds. The number one thing that would incentivize a developer, at least in this particular case, would be increased densities, and that's something we haven't done. We haven't done our rezoning. Our base densities are so low that that's partly why we haven't seen anything like a density bonus case. But I do have a question about the graphic map that we have up here. And I'm going to jump ahead to another item that we're going to hear in a bit. But the address of the project we're going to consider in new business item 3, 220 Victoria Place, which is just west of Newport Boulevard. Is that an opportunity site? Doesn't look like
It is not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Drapkin.
Okay, let's open it up to the public. Anybody want to speak in chambers? No? Nobody? Slowly, they're coming up. Okay. Let's see. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam with the BIA. Good to see you again. Just a couple points I want to bring up, same as everything we've brought up many times before. One of the things I was hoping we could discuss is in conjunction with this, we started, it said January 16th on this process. So where are we exactly on the rezoning? That was the critical piece of all this. It's been 8 months since we started this and we first discussed how important the rezoning was to do concurrently. I was kind of hoping we might have more of an update and linking these two things now that we've had more than half of a year to start that process. 24 months is going to go by before you even know it. The second question I had generally was how much of this ordinance has to change before it does trigger the requirement for a new first reading. I think we're looking at some pretty significant changes. 50 down to 30 is a pretty significant change that isn't necessarily within the scope of the first reading, so that would be an interesting procedural question to have resolved as we go forward. And of course, just the general takeaway, Orange County Register last month talked about how the home buying pace in Orange County is 39% below its 37-year average. There's a massive housing crisis going on. We're going to solve this by production of units. Putting hurdles up is going to be tough. One of the other points I heard in the discussion too that I think bears repeating too, there seems to be a lot of interest in the on-site requirement. I think it's been made extremely clear by your consultant and the study session that you held back in February. If getting people into homes is what's important, if getting people housed is what we care about, the in-lieu fee is wildly more efficient at achieving that. The only benefit of the dispersed approach is you don't know where the affordable units are. Okay, I think it's much more important to have a home than to have the concern over a theoretical stigma that might be tied to it. Let's get people into housing. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Council. Jen Tanaka. I'm a Costa Mesa resident. I wanted to start with a comment from Councilmember Reynolds, which I think was helpful, which is that she said that she wanted to figure out how a builder would, to get them to lean towards building affordable, which I understand completely. I guess I'm more concerned about getting them built at all. The reality that I think we face right now is that we are in uncertain economic times, but I can tell you some certain things. Construction costs have exploded. The cost of financing is uncertain. Amazingly, despite our incredible run-up in housing prices, we are not seeing significant construction activity, at least not proportional to the prices that should be able to be commanded. So my concern is, of course, I'm concerned about getting affordable housing built, but I'd like to get the housing built, period. And my concern with these smaller lots is that, you know, the numbers, if you played around with the inclusionary housing ordinance, or not ordinance, inclusionary housing tool that Planning Commissioner Toller pointed out to you guys a while ago, the numbers start working out really, really well for very, very big projects. They get more and more uncertain the smaller the project gets. So what I noticed about the in-lieu fee calculation, for example, which is some measure of trying to trade off, figure out, put a dollar number on how expensive these units are to the builder, you'll see that they're all over the place, you know, for different jurisdictions, which suggests that not only is there different kinds of motivations for each of the councils that are setting them, but the math is not that certain and may not have been calculated at the same time. You know, you may have this calculation split out a number in 2018 that's very different from the number it'll be in 2022. So what I'm saying is that with this level of uncertainty with smaller projects, I would hope we would err on the side of caution, and that I would like to not put at risk the 1,000+ units that might be built, period, for rolling the dice that we can hopefully get, you know, some affordable units, which I appreciate, but the vast majority of them are going to be in these larger projects. I would also just, I didn't notice this in the ordinance, but I believe the consultant suggested that these in-lieu fees be revisited on a regular basis. I would hope that that would get into the ordinance, that there would be some way to review this on a regular basis, because it would be great to review your construction activity against these fees. That's the whole point, is that the fees are more flexible and easier to adjust in the ordinance. So I would recommend doing that. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, turn your mic on. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Roberto with Resilience Orange County, and I just want to thank you for your efforts to continue to discuss this item that would support the Latino community. Back in 2022, we surveyed 1,200 Latino voters in the city of Costa Mesa who shared that housing insecurity is the top issue that they face. And so I just want to encourage you to strike a balance that supports the low and very low options for rental units. I know that, you know, rent is pricing out a lot of folks. So in all of your discussions, you know, don't forget those categories. I think the in-lieu fee should not be a way out. I would hope for on-site production. Those are, I believe, better options for there to be like mixed socioeconomic status. We don't want like segregation among luxury and affordable units. You know, we want things to be blended in. So to whatever extent that you all can encourage affordable on-site production, that would be helpful. And to have the ordinance to apply as many developments as possible. I think the land here in Costa Mesa is so valuable that we want an ordinance that really applies to as much as possible. Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm Betsy Densmore. You've heard from me a bit on this topic. I come from being a business person in our city and feeling very strongly that if we don't make sure we continue to have a place for people who are working class people, who are the people who work in my restaurants, the people who provide health care, et cetera, those people which earlier this evening you talked about, the ones who struggle versus the ones who are thriving, that we in the long run will hurt ourselves because pretty soon they will be so, we'll lose them. And all I would add to what I've already said is that, first of all, I really acknowledge all of you for wrestling with the complexities of trying to figure this all out because there are so many assumptions being made and complicated calculations. Having said that, in my view, the problem with in lieu fees is that the market changes and it would be, and that the judgment we're making about how much we should charge is pretty hard to ground in reality. So I also favor doing as much as we can to encourage the developers to just include 15% of what they build for folks who work here, and rather than encouraging a whole lot more building that will attract folks who drive and folks who come here to work and don't often stay. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I agree and echo all of those comments. I think that's really important when we have small business owners that are concerned for their workforce and being able to work where they also live. I'm really thankful to this council for the renovation ordinance that I think was a huge success. I've heard that the numbers have gone dramatically down from the evictions that were happening previously. So thank you for setting up that system of checks and balances. I think that was really huge and brave for you to do. Thank you. I'm also thankful that we are considering a affordable housing ordinance when so many other cities are not. I am definitely in support of higher density rezoning in North Costa Mesa. I think that we haven't built in years, and I think that would be a huge step forward. I do want to highlight something that I've noticed around our city and our county. Since so many people are now not going to work every day in an office and commercial real estate has taken a nosedive, there is a huge shift in the rental investment property, and some of the properties that I'm seeing, they may not be doing the renovations, but they're still raising the rents. And so people are having a really hard time. I've seen several properties that have had multiple owners now within 6 months. They're using it as investments. They're not committed to our community, which is very destabilizing for our residents who continue to get those incremental rent increases with the wages being stagnant. I do think it's really important to consider the AMI. The draft ordinance is suggesting to allow low-income rent charge based on 80% AMI rather than 60 as an incentive. The state requires for a density bonus of 60%. AMI changes yearly. So if we're planning things in the future, just from this year to last year, AMI changed $5,000. So I'm concerned if we're creating an ordinance that includes that. 60% AMI is still under what most people working full-time and sometimes 2 jobs are making. So 60% is a far more realistic picture for a majority of our residents. We need attainable housing, not just affordable housing. So please consider that, and thank you for all of your work tonight, because it's a significant portion of our community that need affordable housing, not just attainable for people in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Kathy, please.
Kathy, you have the floor. Kathy? Kathy, you have the floor. Are you having technical difficulties?
Yes, you need to turn on your speaker.
I have a feeling we're going to hear a really loud voice pretty soon.
Let's go on to the next speaker and then we can come back.
Kathy, when you get squared away, we'll come back to you. Who's next?
Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, you're perfect.
Great, okay. Good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. So I feel like we're putting lipstick on a pig. This ordinance is supposed to be a policy tool used by the city to tackle affordable housing crisis. Instead, because of the way it's drafted as an incentive program, it puts the policy decision in the hands of developers who, in reality, will do all they can to build market rate units. And now we see the estimates showing very few, if any, affordable units being built over the next 5 years. That is evidence that the failure to adopt a mandated policy will hurt Costa Mesa. When the HCD sees that Costa Mesa is not meeting its RHNA goals, it will have the opportunity to take action under SB 423. San Francisco recently suffered that fate and lost the right to review projects that meet existing standards. Under 423, cities that fail to meet their housing goals are required to implement near automatic approval for new residential products that meet existing planning and zoning regulations and include at least 10% affordable units. The consequence of Costa Mesa not meeting its goals may mean giving up the ability to review the projects on the Fairview Developmental Center property. Most of you have lamented the fact that either you or your kids and members of the community cannot afford the high cost of housing in Costa Mesa. It's time to stop complaining and do something. So get out your lipstick. Lower the threshold. I suggest the number of units be no higher than 30 units. Raise the percentage of low and very low incomes, income units to 15 and 10% for 40 dwelling units or more per acre. The in lieu fees should be high to discourage their payment to avoid constructing affordable units, but nothing lower than $25 per square foot, with the threshold matching the applicability threshold of the affordable units. And in terms of the trust fund, as someone who had to listen to the recordings of several meetings over and over, please define the purpose of the use of the funds. Have a target that we can tie those funds to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy, can we hear you now?
Kathy, are you queued up?
Yes, thank God. Thanks for your patience. I switched iPads. This is Kathy Espahani with the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. I appreciated very much the comments we heard from Council Members Chavez and Gameros earlier in the meeting about the two Costa Mesas and how you, our city leaders, need to be mindful of the needs of the half of our community that is not so privileged and not so wealthy. Well, many of those folks are suffering. Many children are suffering from the lack of affordable housing. So please take that concern for that half of Costa Mesa and bring it to this discussion, and listen to the pleas of the community who want you to strengthen the inclusionary ordinance. I'm sure it comes as no surprise to you that our coalition thinks the inclusionary requirements right now are too weak. For a very dense development of over 60 units per acre, just 10% low or 5% very low. And for lower densities, up to 59 units per acre, well, it's just 6% low or 4% very low. That's really disappointing if you want to produce the housing that other half of Costa Mesa needs. So you have the opportunity tonight to strengthen the ordinance, and you can do it in a very simple way. And that is to lower the threshold from 50 units to 30 units. The most important reason to do this is that at 50 unit threshold, too few sites are in play. There'll be too few developments that will include affordable housing. We should be looking to apply the inclusionary requirements to as many new developments as possible, and especially because the inclusionary requirements are so low. So if you lower the threshold from 50 to 30, we will be able to get affordable housing in the new apartment complexes that Measure K will allow to come to commercial corridors like Harbor Boulevard, 18th Street, Placentia, Pomona, Baker, and Randolph. But if you leave it at 50 units, then a lot of those parcels, a lot of those developments will not have affordable housing. Why, you may ask? Well, it's because those sites are not large enough for 50-unit projects. But they are big enough for mid-sized apartment complexes of 30 to 49 units. There is no reason why Costa Mesa should not have affordable housing in a 30-unit apartment complex or a 49-unit apartment complex, especially if we're talking about just 5% of those units being very low income. So if you lower the threshold...
ma'am. That's 3 minutes. Anybody else?
Phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yes. First off, I would love to know what the benefit of building more housing in our city is. I have never heard anybody explain to me that more housing makes the city strategically strong. There's no benefit to adding housing to our city. We're in fact hurting the people that live here and expect a certain quality of life. Now, honestly, as someone who owns a house, I'm extremely blessed that I was in the right place at the right time to buy the worst house on the block. But that doesn't mean, that everyone gets to be in the right place at the right time. Earlier in the meeting, someone was talking about what it was like to see a professional athlete in person and how amazing it was. Not everyone gets to be a professional athlete, and not everyone gets to live where they want. There's a mentality that this council is going to solve and by the way, there's no housing crisis. Not everyone gets to live where they want. The mentality of this council is going to destroy Costa Mesa's future because they think that they're going to make a difference because Costa Mesa is expensive to live in. It's expensive because where it is. You don't have to live in Costa Mesa. All right. Again, I would love, please, this is a challenge to all of you sitting on the dais tonight. Explain to me, please, how this city becomes better if more people live in it. And you can't. There's not one of you up there. Reynolds, Chavez, Harper, Stevens, Marr, Ramos, Harlan, none of you can tell me why this city would benefit from more people. Not one of you, because we know for a fact, deep down inside, that more people in a city creates more problems for that city. You're not doing us any favors by pushing this massive development push. In fact, you're going to create a situation that when something goes sideways, this city is going to tear itself apart. And this is your fault, your responsibility, because you think that you are creating a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Again, there's no housing crisis. You can find affordable housing in California. It's just not next to the ocean. It's not in the Mediterranean climate. Okay, we are fortunate to live here. And I'll end on this. 25 cities in this county don't have inclusionary housing for a reason. Because they understand that it shouldn't be in one of the best places to live in the country.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Do we have anybody who wants to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, I will move to approve the staff recommendation for in lieu fees. I would like to lower the ordinance threshold applicability to 30 units. I would like to call for every 2-year review of the in lieu threshold. And I think there was one other thing. And I'd like to request an item be agendized within the next 2 months to discuss the Affordable Housing Trust and its purpose, intent, and goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Mar, you have the floor to discuss your motion.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got more things on our agenda. I think most people know how I feel about this. I will be honest, I have been befuddled by this council's actions on this. I went back to feel less crazy and read interview after interview in which almost everybody up here talks about affordability, attends ribbon cuttings for affordable housing projects, gives interviews in which they say affordable housing is important, talks about the 2 Costa Mesas, talks about how all the work that we need to do, and yet, like, actually doing it has been anathema. So I don't get it. If we care about affordable housing, you pass this and support it. If you don't, I don't really understand what the alternative is other than 2.5 million that we kind of maybe sort of allocated, but not sure what we're doing with. So if you're to support my motion, that's amazing. If you're not, I want to understand how the heck you think we're actually going to build affordable housing other than, I guess, just begging families forward and Jamboree to do things in our city. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Reynolds, you seconded the motion. Do you wish to be heard?
Yeah, I agree with both the argument and the sentiment shared by Councilmember Mar. A public commenter mentioned when we started this process, I started this process with thinking it would be straightforward given the previous campaign cycle, given our talking points on Measure K and the purpose of Measure K. So I'm also remain hopeful that we'll match those words with our actions. I think again, the commentary tonight, the discussion of the tale of 2 Costa Mesas, this is our opportunity to decide which Costa Mesa we're trying to support with our construction projects. Which Costa Mesa are we building for? I think the motion made by Councilmember Mar is arguing that we are building for the families that are in Costa Mesa now, whose students are at our schools, whose parents are working in Costa Mesa businesses, as we heard from a restaurant owner, where we want to build in ways that incorporate affordability in our broader community, and otherwise, where there is an in lieu fee opportunity, make that pool as big as possible to create a fund that supports additional affordability. So I remain hopeful.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on the motion? Okay. Nobody else wants to speak on the motion? One way or the other, whether they're going to support it or not support it?
I'll speak if you like.
Well, I mean, just like it is, I agree with Councilmember Mar. It's a pretty important motion. Yes, please be heard.
I think that my concern continues to be government regulation never seems to help the free market. And I think the concern I've had, number one, in lieu fees, they don't create housing, they go into some fund. And I don't have a great deal of faith, even if I was in government, in the government process to get that done. The ordinance we're trying to, establishing those fees and that requirement, it works in a model today, given if you get all your assumptions right in a current market and the markets change. And I think that's why from city to city you see so many differences. The last thing that's become extremely obvious to me is through the development agreement process, none of this applies to larger projects. So what we're doing is applying a rule that might restrict that something is built at all to a lower echelon of housing that may never get built, because we made a rule with good intentions even if we got the assumptions right at the time, 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, they change. So I have a difficult time supporting any ordinance at this point. And I've got 25 cities in Orange County that don't have them. I have more faith in our city manager. It's the first time I've given her a compliment. I'm teasing you, Lorianne. But I'm giving her a compliment. You know, when I look at the one Metro West and say you got 10% affordable housing, there was no inclusionary housing ordinance that existed. And I have more faith in a council, even a council I often disagree with, to try and do what fits Costa Mesa in that normal planning process. And I would rather have put faith in that, and that in some report that may or may not be accurate a year from now or 2 years from now. So I'd rather let the free market work balanced against people on a city council with good intentions and good judgment at the time something's approved. So, you know, I'd make an alternative motion to, and I probably get a second, but I'll make an alternative motion to receive and file, except for, I would like to know what the $2.5 million we're going to do with it. I'd like to set some standards for how that's used to help housing.
Okay, that's a substitute motion to receive and file. Does it get a second? Okay, dies for lack of a second. Councilmember Chavez, I think you have the floor, and then we'll talk about Councilmember, give the floor to Mayor Pro Tem Harlan.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I want to take a crack at a substitute motion.
Okay.
So, open to discussion with the council, by the way. So, I want to keep the threshold at 50 units. I want to make the in lieu fee a flat $10 fee that's reviewed annually, so not every 2 years, every year. I want to bring back discussion to $2.5 million for direction.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Harlan.
So, I'll be brief with my motion. There's really 3 points that I felt just compelled to kind of talk about. I know I usually give flowery language, but I think today I'll be a little brief. The first point I want to make is affordable housing is housing people can afford. Affordable housing is housing people can afford. Affordable housing is housing people can afford. My big focus right now in Costa Mesa as a young person, the only renter on this dais, is that we actually build more rental housing and more housing in general. Renters have been hurt the most with the lack of building. Folks that have mortgages have set rates. Renters do not. Even with cities like Santa that have rent control, their rent still goes up. The only thing we know will fix an issue with demand is supply. I'm also going to be just a little blunt, and I don't mean to be rude to any developer, but people are people and habits have habits of showing up. We saw Ruka, that property of Ruka next to Randall Preserve. They put a housing property forward of 38 units. 2 units before require rezoning. I have faith in human nature that if our threshold is lower, like 30, we'll see a bunch of 28-unit apartments be built. So folks don't have to do an in lieu fee or build on site. As a renter who, again, is facing yearly increases because I don't have a set mortgage, a set rate, I don't have the luxury of praying that I get one of the affordable units. My residents don't have the luxury of waiting in line to get one of the affordable units, because when they reach out to me, it's because they're getting evicted, not because, and you know, if you're getting evicted, great luck waiting to get in a unit. And the last thing I'll say is, I understand everyone's intention in this conversation, and everyone's coming from a good place. And I know sometimes we disagree, sometimes we don't see eye to eye, sometimes we have different perspectives that shape our worldview. And everyone's voice here, I respect. But for me, as a non-homeowner, supply is what I need, and for that reason, rezoning is the most crucial thing. Unless we rezone, we're not going to see people use density bonus. We're not going to have the ability for folks to actually build higher density that can allow affordability to take place. So that's my motion. I'm happy to hear if anyone supports it or has any amendments.
Thank you. And Councilmember Harlan, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan seconded, so you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm obviously supporting the motion largely because I think it's practical and reasonable. And, you know, going back to where we were April 2nd, I know many of us on this dais came to that meeting with a fair amount of unease. I know Councilmember Marr in particular had expressed that, and I shared that sentiment. But after several hours of discussion, I thought we came to a reasonable compromise as a council body. None of us were extremely happy, but I think it was a good effort to create some legislation that is going to at least create the potential for some housing. And it seems like people have changed their opinion about how to get there. The affordable housing ordinance is structured, much like others, to rely solely on market rate developers to provide affordable housing. And I think Ms. Tanaka had said this very well. If there's no housing built, then there's no affordable housing built. And my concern is, as Councilmember Chavez had mentioned, production. We need desperately to see more homes built here. I would be taking a different position right now if there was some evidence that we had a robust pipeline of entitlement, and we don't. I've been up here 4 years. There have been very few development projects. We've talked about this exhaustively. Adding more regulation is not going to encourage the development community to come here. And the fact of the matter is you can't mandate somebody develop housing. You can set the table, you can create some incentives, you can create processes. Hopefully you can expedite those processes, but at the end of the day, people have choices. So we're relying on people to make the right choice and come here. I am deeply concerned that if we go too far in regulating, and we've seen that before in the city, that the two Costa Mesas that we're talking about, that gap is going to widen significantly. We just need more housing here. And so I think for what we're doing now, this is reasonable, it's practical, and if in fact we do get a lot of applications, we can always revisit it, we can always increase our in lieu fee, we can provide more restrictions if that's where we feel like we need to be. But I haven't seen anything from an evidentiary standpoint that suggests that we have this huge demand. We don't have a planning commission that's hearing housing project applications after housing project applications. We need more of those. So I support this motion, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Councilmember Chavez, let me see if I could ask you for a friendly amendment and see if the second would agree. So I'm with you on the in lieu fee, and I'll explain why in a second. But I'm not sure that we should be inflexible regarding the number of units. I'm just looking at the number. I remember when Councilmember Reynolds brought this up, and we didn't have this data. We asked for this data. And it says that, you know, if we go down to 30 units an acre, we're going to pick up 98% of the total units in our opportunity zones. And if we go down to, if we stay up at 50, it's 91. It seems a little bit, you know, that's a significant, in absolute number of units, it's 1,200. But I mean, I'm looking at it really in terms of, I think, becoming competitive, and I'll explain that in a second. And then, like I say, I'm with you on the units, and then, so that's the main thing. The other thing is that Councilmember Marr asked for a 2-year review. I think that's a reasonable to add that to the motion. I'd request that you do that, and to agendize at an appropriate time what our plans are with the Affordable Housing Trust money. I think that that's a legitimate thing to put in, that she put in her motion. So the only real thing, I mean, I think those other two things are pretty straightforward, but I would ask you to just, you in the second, to think about whether you'd be willing to come down from 50 to 30, you know, if we stick with the $10 in lieu fee.
Well, I'll start where it's easier. I think 2 years is fine if you want to do 2 years instead.
Okay. agendizing the
Mhm,
thing.
yeah, correct.
You're okay with that?
I think I mentioned that in motion. If not, I
Okay.
apologize.
And then it just comes down to the 50-30.
Well, can I jump in and maybe?
Yeah.
Right.
Can I make a friendly amendment too? And
Well, hold on, let's get an answer on my friendly amendment.
I need
Mine
to- I need
might-
to
might be
ponder
better.
the units.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna say, now, Councilmember Chavez has the floor.
I need to ponder the units a bit more. So Harper, is yours
Well, what
regarding
is the
units?
set?
Or?
It's a moot point, though, if we don't hear from the second. So while you're thinking about it, let's hear from
Okay,
the
so
second.
Mayor, is your suggestion to drop from 50 to 30?
Yeah.
Is that, okay, so here's my response to that. And respectfully, it gives me a little bit of heartburn because I think this analysis is, and I even stated this a few months ago, is largely academic. And by that, I mean that the opportunity sites are just that, sites on a piece of paper. There's no guarantee that a developer is going to look at that and necessarily gravitate towards that. There's so many factors involved. There's land value, there's location, there's lot configuration. A lot of things go into that. And reason why I brought up whether or not 220 Victoria Place was on that map, because here we do have an application that obviously isn't part of these sites. So there's an interest by this applicant. I don't know exactly what the reasons are, but it clearly had nothing to do with the opportunity sites.
Okay. So is your answer that if Councilmember Chavez is convinced, you would not second that motion?
Yeah, President Harlan is so eloquent when he speaks about housing. I wish I had his knowledge and expertise. I still think human nature is going to win out. And if you put a threshold at 30, people will build 29 units. And I think for me, fundamentally, like, we just need more units for renters. And I think that's where I struggle, because I understand the idea of capturing that extra 1,000 units. But for me, it's like, we'll probably see them built if they're a higher unit number, because it means it's more profit margin for the developer to build. And that's better for our community because they have more units to buy into or rent from. So I don't know if I can go that low.
All right, so you're sticking with 50. Councilmember Harper, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, I would support your motion, holding my nose, as long as the 2.5 million is to support home ownership. And I say that because Costa Mesa is 60-40 renters. If we implement all that Reno wants us to do, we become like 75-80% renters, and I'd like to maintain that balance.
Mr. Mayor, can I just?
Yeah, yes, hold on one second. Excuse me, City Attorney. You need to finish your thought.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So that's why I can support your motion. I just want the 2.5 million to go towards any form of support for home ownership for people in Costa Mesa.
That's your friendly amendment request? What do you say?
I have a question.
Mr. Mayor, could I?
Yes, of course, now you can be heard.
Thank you. The way we are going to expend, you are going to expend that 2.5 million is not on tonight's agenda.
Right.
And so I think the proposed friendly amendment would be out of order under the circumstances.
Fair enough.
The time to make that motion would be when we bring that item back.
So here's why, and so forgive me for being confused, but the last meeting when I voted for this, and Harlan and I think some people agreed with me, even though the intent of the 2.5 million might be varied, we agreed that was part of the package we were voting on the last time. So I understand what you're saying to me. It's just very confusing. Forgive me for.
No,
so how do I address that?
Yeah, if I can perhaps address your concern. So I think, and again, it's a little confusing because I think everyone's confused about where the 2.5 went. But I'm happy to include like first-time home buyer when because my motion includes bringing back that $2.5 million and actually clarifying what it's going to be used for. I would like to see a plethora of options, but I understand that for you and Councilmember Guimeros, ownership is really important, and I respect that. The way I would address your concerns, I say, when that 2.5 comes back for us for clarification, I would hope staff includes, will ask that staff includes first-time home buyer in that motion. So as we discuss the item, staff recommendation is that part of it or all, but I say part for now, goes to first-time home buyer.
Okay, so I think we understand where we're at with this. So we have a motion. Let's see if we can get people to talk about the motion that's on the table. You're at 50 rather, $10 in lieu. Review the threshold and the in lieu fee. Is that review the threshold and the in lieu fee every 2 years?
Correct.
Okay, and agendize the Affordable Housing Trust use for future meeting.
And include in the staff recommendation that part of it can go to first-time home buyer.
Well, that's something that will be discussed at the meeting. That will be included. Okay, got it. Okay, that's the motion on the table. You've spoken to it. It's been amended to a certain extent. Do you have anything further to say about the motion? Do you have anything further to say about the second? Councilmember Reynolds, do you wish to be heard?
Yeah, I had a question for the city manager and maybe our planning and development staff. We've heard commentary on not a lot of housing production. We know that takes time, but I'm a little bit confused by that given our recent approval of One Metro West, discussions about the Hive. I think we're in our second screening request on housing development projects. Like, I've heard from staff that there's other interest. Can you just speak to the interest? I mean, definitely Costa Mesa 8 years ago was sending very, very, very different signals, right? It takes time to turn that ship around, but we've been, I think, trying to send the right signals. And I feel like I'm hearing we're seeing a lot of real projects in our agenda, and I'm hearing of other interests. So can you just speak to the engagement that we're getting from builders and interest in Costa Mesa?
Sure. I mean, and I can also have Cecilia chime in or Scott as well, but I'm not seeing a lack of interest in Costa Mesa. I think that with a lot of what you've been signaling as a council for the last few years, all of the efforts that we've been making around housing, they're consistent with the policy goals we're hearing. I mean, we're seeing projects coming through. They're coming through for general plan screenings. We've got things in the pipeline. Obviously, when we do the rezoning, there's going to be even, I would think, a significant uptick in interest. It would only stand to reason. That was the whole point of putting Measure K on the ballot and opening up our corridors to additional development. We know that it's something that was signaled, it polled well when we took the ballot measure, which is why we're here today. And yes, it was by a slim margin, but I think everyone can agree that housing is not affordable right now throughout California, and Costa Mesa is just one example of that. And so I'm not seeing a lack of interest in Costa Mesa. And again, I think once that rezoning really takes off, we're going to see an even renewed interest. There's no other city in Orange County. There's probably no other city in California right now that has the opportunity that we have in Costa Mesa, with all of Newport opening up, Harbor, the commercial corridors, they're going to be open for housing development. Nobody else has that. I mean, I've mentioned to you that I think we have a Gold Coast situation going on. We're much more similar to Huntington Beach. As you can see, we wanted to put that property tax information in the PowerPoint this evening so that you could see. I know there's been a lot of comparisons to Santa Ana. I love Santa Ana. It's a wonderful city, but we're coastal as far as development's concerned, and that's evident in our information, and that's why we proposed the in lieu fee that we did. And then just one final thing, since you call on me. I committed not to say anything tonight. So, the in lieu fee that's been developed is a Costa Mesa specific fee. And so when we talk about the fees being all over the place for other cities, it's not just timing. It's also because by state law, these have to be city-specific analyses, and we hired the best of the best of the best. And so I'm still very comfortable with the staff recommendation. I know there's a substitute on the floor. We'll respect and implement happily anything that you vote on this evening. But I think to suggest that there's a lack of interest, I'm not seeing that. Is the construction and real estate, are those cyclical things? Are we in a tough cycle now? Sure. Will that be the case forever? No. I mean, hopefully this is a policy decision that will stand the test of time, and other cities have done the same, and I've seen it, as I've mentioned too many times before, very successfully implemented in other cities. It has not stopped housing development. I've seen it work really well. Best example was Huntington Beach, all throughout the city in an inclusionary way, with a fee that made sense, not with a fee that discouraged on-site building. If you want on-site building, the higher the fee, the more on-site building you'll get. It's that simple. And so hopefully that helps.
Anything else, Councilmember Reynolds?
Mr. Mayor.
Hold on one second. Just want to make sure she's done.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Councilmember Moore.
I was just wondering if the maker of the motion could supply the data or research or analysis that went into the $10 in lieu fee.
I think a lower fee attracts more development.
So you just made it up?
I don't even feel comfortable trusting the data we have.
Trusting what?
The data we have. So I think a $10 fee, from what I saw from other projects in Santa Ana, when I look at spreadsheets, people show me the projects that were built in Santa Ana, $10 was the limit that people would pay. So that's what I'm kind of going off of.
Which project was that?
There's a whole list of,
It was a whole list of projects.
I provided them in an earlier, I provided the data at an earlier session.
Got it. So does anyone have that here tonight? I'm not familiar with that.
I don't, but it's on the record.
I guess I'll go back and look after the meeting. Thanks.
Okay. So if no one else wants to speak, I support the motion. I obviously would have been willing to go down to 30, but I didn't get that, and I'm not wanting to make a substitute motion regarding that. I like the idea of reviewing it in 2 years. I do think having a good discussion about what we're going to do with the 2.5 million is important. I think it is, if we pass this, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to pass it, we'll be the 6th city in Orange County with an affordable housing ordinance. Councilmember Chavez is right. I presented that data a couple times at earlier meetings that there's no projects that have been built in Santa Ana at 15 units, $15 per square foot. The most that's been, highest number is I think in the 9s, maybe there's one at 10s. Most of them, like for example, Bloom most recently was at $5 a square foot. Huntington Beach, if you look at that, I mean, please, they're suing the state of California to not do any housing, much less affordable housing. Irvine, I think, is in a different category from Costa Mesa altogether, just in terms of their longstanding development of housing there. And I really don't think it's a comparable comp. And then I don't know what they're doing in Mission Viejo. Mission Viejo is a planned community. I, again, don't think it's a comparable comp. And so my concern is we're sitting here, what we're really doing is pricing. And the customer, you know, if you will, the person who we're trying to attract to invest in Costa Mesa are the people that can develop units. And so we don't want to price ourselves out of the market, considering we have 25 cities that don't have any price. So anyway, I just think it's a reasonable approach that the maker of the motion has done, and so I support it. I want there to be production. I want there to be housing. I want there to be places that people can live and live affordably in Costa Mesa. I think we all do. And so I'm not questioning anybody's motives. I think everybody has their motives pure. It's just a tiny difference in approach about how to do it. And if Councilmember Chavez is wrong about this motion, and the second is wrong in 2 years, we can do what San Diego did, and we can increase the in lieu fee. So it's not irrevocable. So I think it's a good motion. I'm going to support it. Shall we call for the question? Anybody else want to be heard? Yes, Councilmember Gomeros.
Thank you. So I want to start off with an ask. I would like for the substitute motion to be restated. And then after it's restated, I would like to ask 2 follow-up questions about the affordable housing ordinance threshold unit, proposed change, not change, whatever. And then I have a question about the in lieu fee. Just someone could restate clearly what the substitute motion is that we're looking at?
It's just a
Mayor?
substitute motion, and Councilmember Chavez, do you wish to restate your motion?
50-unit threshold, in lieu fee starting at $10, 2-year review, and then bringing back the $2.5 million, the trust for direction.
So when you say in lieu fee starting at $10, I'm looking at page 7 of the slideshow. There's developments greater than 60 units starting at $19.50, and then there's developments less than 60 units at $13.80. Are we going to blanket this at $10 straight across? Is that what the proposal is?
Yes.
Okay, so does that make it easier for the developer to come and develop in our community? Is that what the purpose is? And does having 50 units instead of 30 make it easier for the developer?
I think the 50-unit threshold for me is more about the fact that we've seen time and time again when there's a threshold, people go just below it. So my rationale is if the threshold is 50 units, they'll build 48 units, opposed to if it's 30, they'll build 28. And I think for what my community needs is just we need more supply.
I'm just trying to find, I'm trying to get with your thinking on the 30 to 50 and the developer making a decision based on an affordability model that they would not want to build more units if they could build more units because we've incorporated a threshold. I'm just trying to like envision it. And my problem is if I can't envision this, I have a hard time supporting it. Not that what you're saying is right or wrong. And I'm trying to understand why dropping an in lieu fee to a flat fee of $10 is beneficial as well. So that's kind of why I'm asking for it to be restated. And then
Yeah, so if I may, because I understand your confusion. I know it comes from a genuine place. I think the easiest way I can compare it to, I'm not saying it's equivalent to a tax, but when we compare like paying taxes in California versus paying taxes in Texas, they have a flat fee. So if you make 10 grand, 20 grand, 30 grand, 40 grand, 50 grand, it's the same rate. California has a progressive tax. So if you make 30K or less, you pay 5%, 30 to 60K, you pay 5% more. Because it's the first time we're doing an ordinance with a fee, I want to err on the side of caution and rather go with the flat because it's just a flat. You know what it's going to be. There's no finagling the different units as you move up in density.
So then my question would be is what's more important? Dropping this to 30 and from 50 and keeping a $10 fee or raising it back up to what it is originally at $19.50 and $13.50 and not dropping it down to 30? If you had to pick one of two, which is the one that you would want to have? And which is the one that would be more important to benefit the community? Because if are we trying to help the developers or are we trying to help the community? You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to find.
I think the way I would answer your question, and again, this is me defaulting to human nature, is the higher the fee, the less likely they'll build.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yeah, of course.
Jump in here?
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem.
So, Councilmember Gameros, on the threshold, on the 50, I just want to point out, and this is based on a table that we've received from staff through this discussion. This was the housing project entitlements list. So I'd asked for this, and staff prepared it several months ago, from 2014 to October of 2022. And I'll just kind of look more carefully at from 2016 to the present. The vast majority of projects that were entitled and built were extremely low numbers, 2 units, 3 units, 5 units. We had one, the largest ownership was 11 units. Actually, that's not true. We had one Ford Road with 38 units. The other extreme was one Metro West. So we don't really get much in the way of 30-unit projects. So it makes more sense for developers to have a higher threshold. That's a better incentive. And then with regard to the in lieu fee, I mean, my perspective on that is that it should be a genuine option for the applicant. It's not a bypass. It's a either or proposition, and it's based on their business model. So if it makes more sense for them to pay a fee as opposed to providing housing on site, then that's the option that we give them.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Hold on one second. I think Councilmember Gameros has the floor. I just want to make sure his questions get answered.
They're getting answered. I'm open to hearing from anybody. So
but-
I'm asking these questions publicly so that I can get answers, and maybe anyone who's watching can get answers too, because I just want to make sure when we make this decision, and me personally, when I make this decision, that I completely understand what the impact is, not a perceived one, but the actual one. So is it actually going to make a difference between 20 units or not? Really? Is it? When we're talking developers that are wanting to build over 1,000 units, do 20 more units really make an impact on the community? Is the $10 flat fee going to make an impact? That's kind of like what I'd like to hear us talk about.
Yeah.
Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, it's just so to respond to that, a couple of things. So, one, Mayor Pro Tem Harlan just cited a bunch of data from pre-Measure K, right? So Measure K created an opportunity throughout the city for additional sites to be developed. And it feels like we're shooting ourselves in the foot by saying, now we're only going to consider 48% of those sites for affordable housing. And so that's the biggest difference between the 50 units and the 30 units, is that we're saying actually we're going to include even the slightly smaller sites. And so we're not just talking about north of the 405. We're talking about a more diverse swath of the city that is now eligible for some of this affordable housing. I think that's kind of point one, and why Councilmember Reynolds and I wanted to explore this idea of lowering the threshold to 30 units. Number two, on the lieu fee, tell me, Kathy, but I don't think the math that you did to develop the in lieu fee, the analysis that we paid you money for as an expert, to be clear, was not designed so that we were punishing the developer with the in lieu fee so that they would build the on-site. I think we've set it up as a rational choice so that we can either collect an in lieu fee or have building on-site happen.
It's meant to be equivalent, for sure. And then what was meant also was that the incentives being provided for development would make it more advantageous to build than to pay the fee. But that if you wanted to, you could pay the fee, which was equal to the affordability gap associated with the percentages that you are setting aside in your ordinance. I'd just candidly say, if you set it at $10 a square foot, you should just assume 99 out of 100 people will pay the fee.
So what we've essentially, so there's a couple options. If we go with the staff recommendation, then we're saying about half the sites that are now available for affordability could actually have affordable housing. And of those sites, it's up to the developer to decide whether or not they want to build or whether or not they want to pay the in lieu fee. The motion that's on the floor right now restricts the number of sites to the 48% of all the sites that are available, and it makes it so cheap to pay that fee that no one in their right mind is going to build. They're just going to pay the fee into a pot, and we're going to get maybe a couple $1 million after 10 years, and then we're going to maybe put that to developing something. I was just looking at the bungalows was $5 million for 36 units and took years and years and years for Families Forward to put all of that together. So, cool. Maybe in 15 years, we can build 36 units of affordable housing with some of that in lieu fee money and make one drop in the bucket towards solving any kind of unaffordable housing problem that we've all said is a thing. That's where we're at.
Can I kind of respond to that?
I would love to hear.
Yeah, Mayor, I've had my light on. I don't know if I need
Oh,
to
so-
interrupt.
yeah, go ahead.
I
Sorry.
need to interrupt.
please.
I'm
Member-
not sure what the protocol is.
Councilmember Reynolds, yes, so we're trying to
you.
get answers to the questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna, I want to throw a substitute motion on the table. I do appreciate that description, Councilmember Mar. And the substitute motion would be,
Excuse me.
I apologize. I have to interrupt. We have a substitution motion on the floor. We cannot have another substitute motion.
You can make a friendly amendment, though,
You
can't
can, you can
You
ask.
can ask for a friendly amendment.
I'd like to make a friendly comment.
Well, hold on one second. Councilmember Reynolds has the floor.
I'm just trying to.
no, I'll start. I lost track of the motion, so I'll
Councilmember Harper, you have the floor.
Oh, I just want to tell Councilmember Gamaros, your question's right. The answer is no one knows. No one knows what they're going to build, what they're not going to build. We guess, we do analysis, educated analysis that we paid for, our taxpayers paid for, and we appreciate and I respect. I think the world changes. It's so hard to predict in development. We're trying to guess, and we don't know. I think part of the proposal that's on the floor is to review it every 2 years, and we take a look and see what happens. The fear is that we set the bar too high and no one builds. So if it's set too high, yeah, it's only $10, but nobody builds and you don't get anything. So there's a theory that if you open it up to a broader scale, you collect lower fee, which is a tax, by the way. It's a tax. It's a tax on the developers. Then at least maybe get more money in the long run. And that's the theory.
Yeah, and just to hop on, because remember Harper's commentary, which is accurate. I think for me, I would rather, not be blunt, have a lower fee for 2 years and get a boom of housing and then raise the fee than put the fee too high and have no one build and then lower it. And again, this is all hypothetical. We're all assuming here, but like that's what I prefer. And that's why I choose what I did.
All right, so okay, you have the floor. I mean, at some point in time, we have to vote.
No, I know that, but
So I'm about ready to make a motion to close the discussion.
Okay, just
Go ahead.
with me, please.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm sure other people have these questions and they'd like to hear this as well. I'm not speaking for anyone, but how does 20 more units create a boom of housing? It's only 20 units when we're talking 1,000 units. So I understand the intent. I just want to know how 20 units gives us a boom of housing.
So again, and this is, I hear the mayor's point, and I do want to vote as well. So this is the last time I'll repeat this, Mayor Gamaros. And again, we're all assuming what's going to happen here. We're assuming actors are going to act in a certain way based on our decision. But historically, when we make a policy, the folks that want to circumvent the policy go right up to the line. So I'm going to use the example again of RUCA, of the affordable housing we all praised and asked to have smaller first floors. They brought forth 38 units because after 40 units, they had to go to a vote. My assumption is any builder is going to go below the threshold. I'd rather have a lower fee for the first 2 years because at the very worst, people will build and we need to raise it. Opposed to us going higher and no one builds and then we need to lower it. I understand your point is about the difference between 20 and 20 and like 30 and 50. So what I'll say is this. I'd rather have people building 48 unit apartments than 28 unit apartments. Does that make sense?
Okay. So, can I call for the question? Call for the question. Yeah, call for the question on the substitute motion. Great, let's go.
Motion carries 4-3 with Councilmember Reynolds, Mar, and Gamaros voting no.
Okay, good stuff. So I'm going to make a motion to move new business item number 3 to our next item. That's the general plan screening. Do I get a second?
Excuse me.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Harlan. Let's call for the question.
Can you do a voice vote, please?
Voice vote, all in favor?
No.
Any opposed?
Can I say something
Okay,
else?
one opposed?
Can I offer a comment, a suggestion?
Sure, of course.
I just.
Well, we don't usually have discussions about moving
I understand.
items. It's not a
I'm trying to. I'm going to suggest, because the time it is, the time I know these things take, that we're going to be well past midnight. I'm going to suggest that the city manager give us 2 of the items that cater to the staff and cater to people here, and let's address those and defer other items to the next
Well,
meeting.
that's fine. You can make that motion when we're done, but I want to make sure we get these folks here.
Fair enough.
So
I'm with you.
it sounds like my motion passed, and we have, are you okay with it, Don, to move this? Okay, and then, please note that Councilmember Reynolds was opposed. Okay? So we're calling, please read the title for new business, item number 3.
New business, item 3, general plan and residential incentive overlay district development screening request for a proposed residential development on a 1.77 acre site located at 220 Victoria Place. Presentation by Mr. Mendez, Senior Planner.
Mr. Mendez, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Victor Mendez, Senior Planner with Economic and Development Services. The applicant of the screening request is Bundy Finkel Architects on behalf of WMC LLC. Before you tonight is a screening request for a proposed development of 40 residential units located at 220 Victoria Place with a density of 22.6 dwelling units per acre. According to City Council policy, before a privately initiated general plan amendment request can be formally processed, the City Council first needs to review and screen it. The general plan screening is not a public hearing, but direction from City Council to proceed with the general plan amendment application. Before you tonight are 2 screening requests for the proposed residential development. The first screening is for an amendment to the land use element of the general plan. We'll get more into detail in the coming slides, but would effectively add the project site into the section of the land use element that discusses the residential incentive overlay district. The second request before you is to review and comment on the proposed site plan, building elements, and various components of the plan consistent with the residential incentive overlay standards. At the end of the presentation, we hope to hear productive conversation on whether the City Council supports housing on the site and the application of the residential incentive overlay district. We also welcome any feedback or concerns you'd like staff to address with the applicant regarding the proposed development. If staff receives direction to move forward for formal processing, the project would involve a general plan amendment, rezone, master plan, and tentative tract map applications. The project site is composed of 1.77 acres and is located on the north side of Victoria Place, approximately 100 feet west of Newport Boulevard. The site is bounded by Victoria Place to the south with Jiffy Lube located across the street, office building to the east, auto service center to the west, and apartments to the north. The site has a general land use designation of general commercial and is zoned C2 general business. These designations do not support a residential use of the property, but instead allow for office and retail uses. However, the project site is located within a Measure K corridor that runs along Newport Boulevard. As the council may recall, Measure K was passed in November 2022 for purpose of revitalizing commercial corridors by encouraging new housing in commercial and industrial areas while preserving the character of existing residential neighborhoods. The proposal seeks a residential incentive overlay to be applied to the property for the residential development due to current zoning restrictions. The general plan does encourage the development of owner-occupied housing, so this project would provide 40 additional ownership units to the city, which is a small portion of the nearly 5,000 market rate units the city would need to provide required by RENA. There are existing residential developments nearby, including commercial and shopping areas. So specific to the general plan amendment screening, we want to clarify their proposal. We're not changing colors on the map. Instead, we aim to designate the subject property as being a component within the residential incentive overlay district. For example, the figure below shows the project site marked with the red circle, but is not yet identified as part of the residential incentive overlay district. On the right, it is correctly identified. This illustrates the kind of updates we're proposing, including modifications to graphics and text, so the project is accurately reflected in the general plan land use element tables. Additionally, the existing general commercial land use designation does not need to be changed, as the residential incentive overlay district is already compatible with the zoning classification as specified in the general plan. The residential incentive overlay was established by the City Council in September 2016. The overlay was initially applied to marginal sites along Harbor and Newport Boulevards, allowing these properties to be redeveloped and create new housing opportunities. Since current zoning doesn't allow for residential development, the proposal seeks to apply this overlay. An overlay district helps achieve the city's goals by adding additional standards on top of the existing zoning without changing the base zoning. In this case, the residential incentive overlay promotes a new residential development at a maximum density of 30 units per acre without changing the property's existing zoning. Given the project site is located within a Measure K area, applying this overlay appears to be a fitting approach. This approach would enable the redevelopment of this site and could increase home ownership opportunities in the community, supporting the city's objectives for housing stock. This slide shows the existing sites that contain the overlay. There's a total of 4 sites. On the bottom left corner of this slide, you can see the proposed project outlined in blue relative to the nearest existing residential overlay site across the 55 freeway. So now we're going to turn our attention at the elements of the project site. 40 residential units are proposed, approximately 2,300 square feet. 36 units are proposed as duplexes, with each individual unit containing private open space at the ground level. The 4 detached units located adjacent to Victoria Place include a straight-facing design. Again, the project proposes a density of 22.6 dwelling units per acre, and the overlay permits a density of 30 dwelling units per acre. The project site features 2 gated drive aisles and includes 2 25-foot wide drive aisles located between the residential units, and another 20-foot wide aisle adjacent to guest parking spaces. A kids' play area is also proposed at the center of the development. The project also includes 110 parking spaces. While 160 are required, a deviation will be requested to address this 50-space deficiency. There are 2 configurations to the floor plans. To your left is the duplex unit, and to the right is the detached unit. They range from anywhere from 22 to 2,300 square feet. The project is a gated community that proposes to be constructed with modern architectural elements with multiple building panes and materials. The front elevation of each unit includes multiple cladding materials and colors, resulting in a visual interest. The 4 units adjacent to Victoria Place include a street design orientation, and these units include direct pedestrian access from the sidewalk. The maximum height proposed for each unit is 39 feet and consists of 3 floors with the roof deck above. This overlay allows for a maximum building height of 3 stories. Staff is still working with the applicant on some details of the design, and while deviations may be needed for parking, open space, and setbacks, the project must demonstrate excellence in design despite these deviations. As envisioned by the general plan, the project is compatible with the surrounding commercial and residential uses. The project location is adjacent to other residential uses and is within walking distance to a mix of retail, restaurant, and shopping areas. The proposed project is consistent with the goals and policies of the general plan as the city seeks to increase home ownership opportunities and housing stock. In terms of the next steps, the City Council should discuss the project and provide feedback in regards to design, deviations, and any other concerns. This discussion should revolve around the project meeting City Council's expectations for projects in the Measure K areas, and if the City Council has any comments regarding the parking deviation. Should the project move forward, the Planning Commission will take primary review of the master plan and associated applications, and the City Council would review the general plan amendment and rezone for final approval. So with that, that concludes staff presentation. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Does the applicant you want to do a presentation, or you just are available for questions? Okay, available for questions. Okay, council, do you have any questions? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to clarify, I had thought the previous motion was to move this to a different meeting, so that's why I opposed. I wanted to make sure that we heard you tonight, so maybe if we can clarify that for the record too. I wanted to make sure that we got you feedback on this. So I guess I'll start with questions for the applicant. Maybe we can bring up on the slide the image on page 8 of the staff report. I'm not sure, or whatever, the image of the site plan. I'll look for, I'll try to find the page. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, so I spent a lot of time looking at this, and I have a few questions to make sure I understand this proposal. Does this have any community spaces? It looks like it's all driveway, parking, and then private spaces.
I have to turn your mic on. Give me a second. There you go.
First of all, good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. Yeah, it does not have, it has a partial community center in the middle, which is kind of like just for like child play area and all that. But primarily it's just, it's housing, and they also have large roof decks and rear yards. So we do provide that. So it doesn't have like a real big, congregation in the center.
And about how big is that play area? I guess it's 2 parking spots worth about.
Close to
is
that,
what-
possibly
okay.
3, yeah.
Okay, okay. And that was going to be my next question. Is there any place, I guess, other than the private space for, 2 kids who are neighbors to play?
Besides their yards, yeah, that area would be, yeah. And it is gated, I mean, the street, so it's not like it's gonna be heavy trafficked, so.
Yeah,
They
okay.
could play inside the development.
How does trash day work?
Pardon me?
How does trash day work? How does the retrieval of trash?
Standard,
waste
it'd be
management.
standard,
Where are the bins? Where would the bins be? In people's garages?
yeah.
Okay.
Or side yards, the side yards, they will also have fenced-in side yards.
So they would need to either have it in their garage or have it in their
Side yard.
in their small yard and
Right.
roll it out. Okay. And then, okay, like walking the dog would be on Victoria Street.
Or inside the development, right?
Okay. Okay, can we do, is there an image in the PowerPoint? Sorry, I was reviewing my staff report of the units facing Victoria. Can we look at that? I wanted to understand it. It sounded like in the staff report, those were oriented a little bit differently, and maybe that the bottom floor of those were intended to be a little bit more retail-oriented versus personal office space. Can you just explain, clarify if there is a difference in design here?
It's more of a street view curb appeal from the front. We originally started out, we were considering the retail element. With staff early on, we've been working on this for several months with staff, and we appreciate the work that they've put in to date, the current staff that we're working with. But it started out with that intention of kind of a retail aspect, and so we decided with the overlay that would probably not fit into the overlay as much, so we just stuck with the residential, and it's not necessarily, it kind of is a live work, but it's more of a home office use type thing. And it's just more of an aesthetics curb appeal from Victoria Place.
What is the overlay? I guess it was in your letter that I read, the emphasis on retail uses for the units fronting Victoria Place. So why is that an issue with the overlay? And maybe that's a question for staff, but.
That's a question for staff.
Okay,
right?
okay. Okay, I think the rest of my questions are for staff, then maybe we can start with that. Or, I'm sorry, let me just ask one more. So these units facing Victoria, that first floor, are they sized any differently than the other units?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it really is just larger windows?
Right.
Okay.
Placement.
Okay. My questions for staff, maybe we can go back to the previous slide. The slide that we were looking at previously. That's not even the one I want. Is there one that shows do we have one that shows Victoria Place?
Are you speaking of an aerial or site plan?
An aerial. Maybe that's, if you could go to 18. I don't even like that one. Yeah, if you could go to slide 18.
600 square feet.
I have a question about some property that's off-site. Oh, that's even better. Okay, well, okay. So see where it says Victoria Place? And there's, the street turns to connect onto Victoria Street. And there's this little like peninsula of land that's just dirt. What is that and whose is that?
That's actually partially ours and partially, I believe it's just city property. But I think our property line carries out about through the center of that dirt lot right there.
Oh, it does actually. Okay.
Yeah.
But then the city has a little easement on the front or something.
I'm Richard Finkel, I'm the architect on the project.
Okay.
I believe the portion you're referring to, which is outside of the blue line,
Mm-hmm.
where Victoria, that is 100% the city's property. Anything outside the blue line is not part of our property.
Okay. Okay. And the street is the city's, I'm assuming. Okay. Sorry to make us keep jumping around on photos. A question for staff. So generally, when I'm looking at residential projects now, some of the things I'm always thinking about is how do neighbors get to know each other, right? Where are we building community? That's why I asked where is their community space, and then where do these residents have access to park space? We've talked about a goal for every resident to be able to walk to a park in 10 minutes. So for staff, what's the route to the nearest park?
So the nearest park would be Wilson Park. That's located about 2/3 of a mile northeast of this site, traveling north on Fairview and west on Wilson.
Okay, so they have to go out Victoria, up Fairview, west on Wilson. Yeah, that's not ideal. Okay, those are my questions. I have some comments, but those are my questions.
Okay.
Councilwoman?
Anybody else have questions?
I have one for staff. And I think I asked it before, but I like asking every time. Why do we have screenings for something that we generally allowed?
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. This is an amendment to the general plan.
Okay.
And most jurisdictions do have applicants go through a screening process in order to proceed with an amendment to the general plan. Some have that at the Planning Commission level, some have it at the City Council level. In the future, with the rezonings, where we will identify more sites for housing. This will not be the case because they will already be identified for housing in the general plan.
Thank you for that clarification, and thank you for maybe highlighting my point by rezoning. So, educate me a bit. So even though it's an overlay, which we kind of give tacit approval of, we still need to come because the overlay doesn't amend the general plan. It just says we would allow this use.
The underlying zoning is commercial. In order to allow for residential, it requires an amendment to the general plan and a rezone as well to allow the residential.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, let me follow up on that because I'm a little perplexed by the entitlement pathway here. So I quite honestly have never seen an overlay being proposed for rezoning. So what's the kind of thought behind that as opposed to just simply rezoning it with like a PDR HD?
So with that, we would be limited in terms of density. Citywide, we're allowed only 20 dwelling units per the acre. This zone is the only zone within our current zoning code that allows up to 30 dwelling units per acre. The proposed project that's before you tonight is proposed at 22.6.
Okay, but the overlay is not an actual zone. It's an overlay, right? So the rezoning is to extend the overlay? Okay.
So that's correct.
All right, that seems very unusual. Especially it doesn't seem like there's a nexus between all the other, at least a geographic nexus between all the other locations. So I'm curious, is this just a creative way to try and get to the higher density?
So if I may, the residential incentive overlay has been used infrequently in areas in different parts of the town where there isn't a pattern, so to speak. There was 14 areas. It got pushed down to 4. Now we're asking for 1 more.
Right.
It really was just mostly the intent of the zone or the overlay, which it is more or less a zone when you think about it. It has all of the characteristics of a zone when you look at the development standards that are embedded into it. But for the most part, it's an overlay because it allows for the capturing of the underlying zone, which is C2 in this situation, but also, like our urban plan overlays, allows for a residential component when it wants to be implemented through a master plan process.
Okay. So I just, it seems kind of clunky to me, and it sort of raises the question of, a policy question, I think, for the council is, do we want to extend this overlay? And I note that in the applicant's letter, they were proposing a PDR HD. That's why I was asking. So is that not going to be part of the entitlement request?
Not anymore.
Okay. All right. I have some comments, which I'll get to later, but while the applicant's up here, I'm just curious, since you heard our last discussion, first, do you have site control of the property? Do you have ownership or option to purchase? What's the arrangement?
Yeah, we have ownership.
Okay. And when did you acquire the property?
October of 23. Well, we acquired it in two different sections, October of 23, then in January, another parcel in January.
I'm really kind of curious about this. Was the fact that this was in a Measure K area something of interest? Is that something you were aware of?
Yes.
What about the fact that it wasn't an opportunity site? Did that have any bearing on your decision-making?
After that exhaustive hearing tonight, I mean, it wasn't quite as prevalent, but it is definitely now.
Okay. All right, that's all I have at the moment. I'll open it up to public comment. I'll have more comments, but I just want questions right now.
I'll do that. And I'm sorry if this is in an area of the staff report that I didn't pick up on, just tell me and I'll read it. But what are the businesses that are there now?
So there's currently a Harvey's Boat Storage, which is a boat storage and repair. We also have a retail and other various retail uses. So like Battery Mart, and Suburban Plumbing are some of those uses currently at the site.
Okay. And are they month to month, or they have long-term leases there?
Actually, they're month to month, and right now, since we've acquired the property, a lot of them they've been looking for some time to relocate. The buildings are obviously not in great shape, so a couple of them, the tenants have moved out. There's an old house out there they moved out, and we don't plan on listing the house. We're actually going to probably apply for a demo permits to avoid situations that are already arising with, not necessarily squatting yet, but it's leading towards that right now, right?
Right. So it's on a pathway to be pretty much vacant commercial space.
It is. We're working with them as much as we possibly can, to keep them in place till we've, get it, through the city and what we're going to eventually do with the property.
Okay, thank you. Before we open up to public comment, any other questions? Let's open it up to.
One last question. So these are for sale units?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a kind of an estimate or range what the price will be for that?
Probably in the mid ones. I mean, somewhere in the middle, right in there. We haven't determined an exact number yet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. And Council, what's the process that you go through after this is there a public process that says this is a good fit? Is that, maybe somebody can help me understand that? What's the next step in this? Staff or anybody?
Yes, so the next process would be the Planning Commission. So it'd be a master plan application where staff would internally review the project in terms of the zoning and general plan. Like I mentioned in the presentation, some of those applications will end with Planning Commission. The general plan and the rezone would come back to the City Council for final approval.
Is there a notice to those people, the properties around
Yes.
it, where you get input? That's part of the Planning Commission process?
Correct.
Thank you. That's my only question. Thank you.
Just a quick
Yes, of course.
Quick question.
Councilman Marr.
Do you have any concerns about egress? I had friends who lived in the complex that was just west of this, and it's fine if you want to go west on Victoria, but if you don't want to go west on Victoria, you're kind of stuck. Is that something you've thought about, you think will be an issue? U-turns on Victoria are generally a bad idea.
I understand your concern, but I think this site also lends itself to, it has its own street. So
Yeah.
really, they're going to be the ones using that street. So I think that you can get out both ways. You're right. It's more of a challenge just going out on Newport Boulevard than it is pulling out on Victoria, especially when you're going. I believe you can still go east. Yeah, it's not designated either way.
Okay. Did you consider any other types of residential on that site? Is there a reason you went with the semi-attached for the most part? Were you maximizing for the number of units given that they're
Primarily for sale, single family.
Yeah.
We did entertain an apartment complex, and we've entertained other ideas. It depends on where we get with this, but we feel for the property, for the use, we just think it's a nice project, and I think it'll look good. It's good for the city. I think it's good for us. I think it'll work.
And you don't have any qualms about building in Costa Mesa, given how terribly unfriendly we are towards developers, do you?
I don't think you're unfriendly. I just think right now there's some confusion over this new ordinance.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Let's open it up to the public. Anybody want to speak on it? No? Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Hello.
Hi.
This shill council majority is super friendly to developers. So don't try to create a narrative where you are against development in Costa Mesa. This council majority is actually worse than the Righeimer-Mensinger majority. You completely sold us out. Whatever they did, you've legitimately done this to a magnitude beyond that, and then you added pot shops and other things, which hopefully destroys some of your political careers here in the future, which I'm going to enjoy dancing on some political graves. Watch. However, let's take a step back and look. We need small business. We need small businesses everywhere. This project kills small business. This project also is not a family project. This project has no yards. This project creates extra space by using, what do you call, oh gosh, I forget that word right now. Open space by calling, oh gosh, I forget. It's Righeimer. You guys are no different than Righeimer, and you are just as bad. And I'm going to go back to Reynolds here, where Reynolds said that, 8 years ago they weren't going developers. Reynolds, you guys are worse. You have sold us out worse to developers. We need small business. If we have locations for people to work, then people will live around us. You guys don't understand economics because you've never created anything in your life. Reynolds, Chavez, Marr, you've never created anything in your life. You graduated from college, you went down this path where you think that you know things because you have a degree in something that means nothing. We need places to work. We don't need more housing, we need less housing. You have sold us out all the way 100%. This is a terrible project. We lose businesses for housing. How do we move forward in an economy if we don't have places to work? And I will refer back to my previous comment. None of you on the dais can explain to me why more.
Excuse me, time's up.
Next speaker is Cynthia.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Okay, good evening again. Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. This is an odd place for residences, so the price must have been right. Developers certainly crammed in every unit it can. So each of the units has a downstairs office, and the depictions show some of them with business signage, but they aren't live-work units. However, if they were, how would that impact the trip estimates? And speaking of traffic, is there any plan to improve Victoria Place? Will the utility poles be undergrounded? And even though that weird chunk of land belongs to the city, now's an opportunity to do something about that eyesore. The facades, they're predictable, they're boring. It would be great if the city would get around to changing its planning guidelines and standards, but engaging the public and visioning has to be part of that. There's that small tot lot, but kids grow and they need a larger park, and the largest park is Wilson Park. It's going to be a long walk with the kids, and guess what? Restrooms are locked. Not good. I'll point out that this project would not have been subject to Measure Y because it doesn't exceed any of the thresholds. But I'm going to anticipate some of the usual commentary here from the dais about these projects. I routinely hear blame on Measure Y for problems in the city. Some say Y was only a reaction to Righeimer. I personally know there were many other reasons why the residents wrote it. The primary reason, we were seeing a lot of poorly planned projects approved by the city. I called these projects stupid growth because they didn't use smart growth principles. They met the standards of the city, but some were located away from services, didn't provide a range of housing opportunities, didn't include open space, didn't come with bike lanes or other community benefits like parks. None of the units were affordable. Measure Y was called the Smart Growth Initiative by the residents because we wanted the city to move in a more progressive direction. Residents asked the City Council to revise the city planning standards, to engage the community in envisioning, and to adopt an affordable housing policies and policies to improve active transportation. Measure Y was meant to put the brakes on development until you, the City Council, did that. So far, we've seen little movement in that direction. And I don't think I'm the only resident who's disappointed. Stop blaming Y, turn that mirror around, and let's get some smart growth in this city. Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. We don't need to make a motion, I don't think, but it's now time for us to share our thoughts with the developer, the applicant. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you for your patience and thank you for wanting to do business in Costa Mesa. I kind of want to acknowledge some of the points raised by Ms. McDonald. I won't mention why though. I think one of the pros and cons of ownership is that the owners get to decide what they want to do with their parcels so long as it conforms to the code. If we were not, in a vacuum, well, and truthfully, this is a rough place with my housing. I also understand that it's your right to do what you want with your property and decide to allow housing, and we need housing. I wish the price point was a bit more affordable, but I understand that your goal may be to be above the 1 million mark. I do want to echo concerns raised by Councilman Reynolds that it's good to have community spaces. It does create community. It's really easy to create environments that are not conducive for folks conversing. So to the extent you're able to convert maybe one of these spaces to be something more of a community space, I think it'll be beneficial. I think most areas I've seen that have gay communities have like a place for folks to congregate, maybe a pool or like a clubhouse they can rent out. So just consider you doing that for one of the properties. Fundamentally, we appreciate your blame for the housing. That's kind of my comments. I know that it's not really much more I can comment on other than that.
So I have a question. I didn't ask questions before, but let me turn your podium mic on. But what do you see as your demographic in terms of your target customer? Because the reason I ask is, on the one hand, it looks like a pretty, urban living, not a lot of space for kids and stuff like that. As somebody pointed out, it's a long kind of treacherous walk to the nearest park. And not a lot of community play. And so that would look to me like it's more, families, younger families without kids necessarily. And then I look at it though, and I think with the square footage is pretty big. And so then I would look at that and say, oh, families with kids are going to move in there. So like, what do you envision as your target market for your demographic?
You just gave my vision for my demographic. I have kids that are that age that they'd like to buy a house. They love living by the beach, and they want to buy a house. They're both in their late 30s. She works at Hogue. My son is a marketing guy. They make good money, but
do they have kids?
And we just had one a year ago, and 2 years ago, and he's awesome.
A grandchild?
Yes.
Congratulations.
So this is perfect for what they want. It's exactly kind of what they're looking for. There is other developments in the city, and Newport Beach that are real similar to this, and that's kind of the demographics that is. I would call it, middle age with young children, and they, there is, like he said, there is more general areas where they could have the pool and the facilities like that, but we did, they don't offer the big yards and the roof decks that we're offering on this project as we are here versus what they have in those developments. So we're giving up that in lieu of maybe a big, large open space.
Yeah, and you have backyards there and stuff like that.
Correct.
I don't want to get all Cat Stevens on you.
I believe Richard just said they're 300 feet, and our roof decks are close to.
The yards are 300 square feet, the roof decks are 220. Even the kids' play area is over 500 square feet. It's deceptive at this scale.
Right.
But they're,
and kids can throw basketball hoops out there and play in the we have a different conception of family living in the suburban world. I mean, there's all kinds of people that live in urban environments with kids, and all kids are very happy, right? So I don't mean to stigmatize the development. I was just curious.
Right.
Okay, good, thank you, you answered my question. As long as I have the floor, I think it's, it's tricky to put the, residential right there at that very busy spot. Where's so it goes on to Victoria Place. It's up on the screen. This, I guess it's the western exit and entrance. Where is that in relation to that little island? I mean, I know this area very well. I've traveled hundreds of times, but.
the westernmost edge of the western driveway is almost up against that little peninsula.
Okay, so you just
go
out.
If you look at the aerial photograph, it's faded out, but you can just see it there.
Yeah, so you just go out and you're right there, and then you jump, you go basically straight out, stop, make a right turn on Victoria, and you're on your way.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right, well, I guess I'm okay with it. It's part, and you think your customers are going to be okay with the level of guest parking? That's not a concern?
Another thing I like about this project, I don't want to go on too much. I happen to live in a development where all the guest parking is concentrated in the middle of the development.
Uh-huh.
And if my wife or my grandkids or anyone are showing up, my daughter, they're walking 100 yards from wherever it is in the rain or the heat. What Tony's vision was, and he did this on another project he developed, was to intersperse the guest parking in between the units, which you see with the red paving markers. So the guest parking is not a long hike except for the 10 spaces right in the middle. You always have a guest space near your home, which I think is very appealing. As a father, as a grandfather, I like the fact that my family isn't hiking 100 yards, 250 yards from another part of the development.
Yep. And as I've said before, I mean, these people are not going to host a big family for Thanksgiving, but they can go over to a relative's house. They can come to my house or whatever. It's all good. Not everybody needs to host Thanksgiving. Who wants to go next? Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure, thank you. So I don't know if you had a chance to read, there was some public comment by actually one of our planning commissioners, Russell Toller, and I think he very articulately, which I'm not right now, stated some of the concerns that we've raised in the past with projects like this because they don't necessarily align. I mean, it's basically what we're asking for in our code, but I don't think it's what we, as a council, desire to see in a lot of development. So I don't fault you at all for what's being proposed, but I do share the concerns of my fellow council members about really whether or not this seems to engender community. I note that the tot lot area, the kids' play area, you said was about 500 square feet, which is slightly more than a standard size garage. So it's not a really big area. And I don't see anything in the way of other amenities that really bring people who live here together, which I think may be important when you basically have, you know, a long linear driveway with garages that just face each other. There's no activity among people in the streetscape. Now that may be by design, but and maybe you know your demographic who is interested in this, but I think collectively we've expressed some concerns about that kind of streetscape. As far as landscaping, I know you haven't proposed a plan, but I did see in one of the renderings some palm trees. So let me just forewarn you that in the recent past, we have not been very encouraging of palm trees. So hopefully you've got some other ideas for landscaping there.
We've been warned and they've been removed.
Okay. All right. Message received. And I was curious as far as the, you know, articulation of the facades. It seems like you've got some balconies, but it's a little hard to read on the plans. I can't see whether they're operable or not. So can you access the balconies?
Yeah, all the balconies have doors into the living spaces that abut them. So they're fully functional.
And what's
if you look at the floor plan views, Victor had put all the floor plans into one sheet. That's probably the clearest way to be able to see how the balconies connect to the living spaces.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like it was, and it's hard to tell, again, this is at such a small scale, what the real dimensions of those balconies are. So is it?
Each unit is a little over 21 and a half or 22 feet wide. So where you see a balcony, if it's 2/3 of the width, it's, don't ask me to do math this late in the evening, 2/3 of 21 or 22, 18, 17.
Okay, but if you could go back to the rendering of Victoria Place, let me just kind of point out, we can pull that up. So for example, on the left-hand side, it looks like there's a open railing on that unit. I mean, is that it?
Yeah, those are decorative. Those are a little more Jack and Jill kind of balconies. So there'd be something on that frontage to, what would you call it, energize it. The balconies that are the actual usable ones all face into the drive aisles or out to the outside of the building. Again, if you were to refer to the floor plans, you'll see the more functional, larger balconies. The ones you're seeing, like you referenced, is off of a master bedroom.
Right.
It's more, again, kind of a decorative, want to open it up and smell the ocean air type of balcony.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
Or the freeway fumes.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I guess I'll start there. I don't think you're going to be smelling ocean air there.
I can be optimist.
I gave him the look.
And is there any concern actually, you know, so for the units at the front, the closest, well, the buildings out across Victoria Place is a Jiffy Lube. Are there any health concerns about that proximity to residential?
I haven't thought about it, actually. I've gone to that Jiffy Lube, but I mean, I don't think that they keep it, it's not like a super high traffic type situation. They're not like lined up all over the place, so I don't see it as a potential problem.
Yeah, the concession there, okay. Yeah, maybe something to just think about. So this is a district that I've represented for, I guess, 6 years now. I've actually walked inside every residential community along West Victoria. It's you know, as you're driving along Victoria, you know, you wouldn't necessarily, I think it's easy to not even realize there's these very, very large residential communities there. A lot of them are actually very, very nice. I enjoyed getting to know people in them. What they all have, right, what they don't have is a residential street in the front, right? Victoria's pretty hostile to anyone outside of a large vehicle, actually. What all of them do have is a way to create neighborhood within their community. So I think that's absolutely essential as part of this development. I don't know that I could support a project without some internal community space. So I would encourage you to try to find a way to create that. I don't know if it's one less unit, a few smaller units. There's probably some creative design work you can do, but in my mind, there's got to be some community space. There's, I think, the most similar development to the design you've proposed to us here is on the other end of Victoria at Harmony Way. It's actually very similar with the L-shaped 300 square foot little personal yards, but they do have along the back some community space, some places where people can walk within the community in an area that's a little bit more pleasant than a driveway, and certainly more pleasant than the frontage on Victoria. So that's probably my biggest hang up with this project. I do think that there's some solutions to that. Excuse me. I do also think, one maybe advantage this site has for residential compared to the other residential along Victoria is that small street at Victoria Place. And I wonder if there's, that might be a place to also explore creating almost like a mini residential street at Victoria Place. I know that's public property, but if maybe there's an opportunity to incorporate some improvements there in a project, making that small street an area that's sort of pleasant to sit and walk and gather, adding greenery and trees, I think would be helpful to that, and also very helpful to, addressing the fact that there is an oil station at Jiffy Lube right across the way. So that may be a way to be a little bit creative on that. On the actual buildings, I'm not an architect, but I'll share with you my reactions. My fellow council member correctly predicted that I did not react well to the images with palm trees. That looked very bleak and just sort of dry. I think a large, very, very large boxy building with not a lot of greenery or shade doesn't feel sort of right for this neighborhood or probably anywhere. So ways to, I don't know, maybe even just simplify the design, certainly adding trees to kind of offset the boxiness may help. We've talked a lot with staff about improving, sort of orienting street adjacent residential to the street to try to create a little bit more of a neighborhood feel. I think exploring some of those designs. One recommendation I heard that I think makes sense is also maybe increasing the height of the ground floors can help offset kind of the boxiness, and that might actually help too with a maybe future retail-oriented ground floor just in those units on the front. I think those are my primary comments. The real sticking point for me is the community space, solving for that community gathering space. And then just as a note for staff, maybe something I'm probably going to push on a little bit more in the future is, I know a project like this is going to have a pretty substantial park fee, just like any project. We've talked about how far away the parks actually are, and so I think it's important for us to become more sensitive to which projects are benefiting from, whether projects are benefiting from their own park fees. And so maybe that's a place where we can look for funds to, if this project moves forward, use some of those funds to invest in the kind of creating a little bit more of a park space along that Victoria Place mini street. But I think that covers my main comments.
I could say too that island that is there right now, that it's dirt right now, but we could incorporate that. I know it's city owned, but we could obviously, work it out with the city where we could landscape that, turn it into more of a green belt type area, and then even incorporate that into the front of the buildings too, to give that kind of a feel that you're looking for.
Yep.
That wouldn't be that difficult.
Yep.
And the elevations I'm looking at now, they must have been changed on this screen because they don't have the palm trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Palms, they're not trees.
Councilmember Harper?
You know, I understand if you plant palm trees, it creates an ocean breeze. That's what I've heard.
You know what? It's
At least the illusion.
these architects.
Of an ocean breeze. How many square feet are these units?
2,800.
2,800.
No, they're 21 to 2,300.
28 to 2,300. And are you the builder, or are you just promoting this project and then you'll sell it to a builder?
We are the developers. We've done actually, several infill projects similar to this, done some in Newport Beach and all over.
So your intent is to take this through the building and the sale?
That's our intentions.
That's your intention. So you've done that before?
Yes, sir. Yes,
and you've
sir.
done some in Newport Beach?
My brother was a developer of one of the original, he actually consulted with the city of Costa Mesa, one of the original developers that built live work down there. It's called Cannery Lofts.
Okay.
And we did that project, and that was one of the original live work projects in Orange County, and they kind of catered off of that. So he worked on some of that Urban West stuff in the very beginning, consulted on that after that project was done.
And is there I kind of think I'm not a designer, and I usually defer to the builder and the developer, but it's not the most attractive looking development. I support it, but I don't know. Maybe it's the drawing. Maybe if I saw it in real life, I'd think differently. I do agree. I do like open space, more open space. I do like community. The one thing I'll say about community that I've learned in my old age is, I lived in a neighborhood for 22 years in Costa Mesa, and it was a nice neighborhood, but really never got to know my neighbors that well. I knew them, but there was no community. And then I moved to a different street in Costa Mesa where the people were friendlier, and my 10-minute walk would take me 30 minutes because everyone would stop and talk. I don't know if buildings and property always create community. Certainly can, I guess, facilitate it, but I'm not much a believer, and I am a believer in building a product that's in demand, that fits their lifestyle. And I was going to say, John, I think you were referring to DINKs, the double income, no kids couples. Hopefully this has more children, which does create community. But anything to make it more visually attractive, which should benefit you guys as the developer.
And aesthetically, we could alter that with, like I said, the elevations, we could change that up. We try to give it a contemporary feel along with the traditional feel with the roof lines and all that.
Yeah.
But we could texturally, change a lot of those looks too.
And don't rely on my opinion about aesthetics. I'm not the expert, but I just, that was my opinion. Hopefully other people love it. And
it's kind of current. It's trendy. It's current right now for what, it's out on the marketplace. It's similar to these type of developments.
I see. I just hope it's something that stands the test of time, and we look at it in 10 years and go, it doesn't look like LA. So that's what I'm after. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Gamaros?
Yes, thank you. So I want to go back. You were commenting that you would be willing to provide some park space. Is that what I heard?
No, what I was saying, there's that island out front that I said we could incorporate that, and it's city owned. We could do that and incorporate it and make it look more like a general little small park and incorporate the frontage of the property.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. No, wouldn't be that difficult to do.
So if you're willing to put a park in there, I'm willing to accommodate that as,
It's not going to be like a full-blown park where the public's going to be able to access. I would say give the residents somewhere to go out there and enjoy it.
I would like to have you present more on that, maybe when you go to the Planning Commission and elaborate on that more, and maybe you can get with staff on maybe we can call this a sweetener.
Yeah, we can get with my engineer and my architects and bring in our landscape architect and put something together for you guys pretty simply.
Yeah, I would really like to see that.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. If there's no more comments, I don't think we need a motion or any kind, but thank you very much for investing in Costa Mesa. Thank you.
No problem.
Appreciate it. Okay. So Councilmember Harper raised, it's now 11:40. I think he raised a pretty good idea, so I've been exploring with city manager the two items, if we're going to do two items, which does she think are make the most sense? So what's the verdict?
All the items this evening are are important, but I would suggest PD staffing because that's really time sensitive. And then we have the consultants here for Shalimar Park.
So NB4 and
Okay.
NB6.
So let's, can we make I'll make a motion then that we do as our next item, the PD staffing item.
Mr. Mayor, can we do the Costa Mesa Chamber? The representatives from the chamber have been very patiently waiting all night, whereas I think the other items are internal.
Okay.
Shalimar, we have the consultants here for Shalimar Park as
Okay,
well.
well, why don't we do, what number is Shalimar?
6.
For 6?
Yeah. We can do PD staffing last because that is absolutely internal, yeah.
Okay, so,
Can we do internal items next meeting? And do Shalimar and Chamber of Commerce tonight and defer the other two items?
You know what, Harper, I would support that as a motion if you want to make the motion.
Thank you.
okay, so you want to do the next item, NB6,
Yep.
and then the next one is
NB5.
NB5. You want to do those two? That's your motion?
Yep, and defer the
Seconded
other
by
two.
Chavez.
Correct.
Defer the other two items to the next meeting.
Just to confirm,
but-
we don't have a next meeting in August, right?
We
So
don't,
any
we don't.
deferral would be a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I
So
think
how
we
does
should
that,
power through.
how does that impact PD and their staffing issue?
I think with PD, if we could do literally like a minute staff report, that would be really helpful so we can get that going.
So basically what you're saying is just do these three?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that okay, Councilmember Chavez?
Second.
Okay, well, wait a minute, it was whose motion? Was it your
Mine,
motion?
so I'll amend it and he's
Okay.
going to second it.
So we go NB6, NB5, NB4 in that order?
Yep, and defer NB1.
Yeah, and NB1 we defer? Okay, got it. And Councilmember Chavez, that's your second? Yep. Call for the question. Anybody, voice vote?
Yes.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Okay, let's call it NB6. Can you read the title, please?
Yes. Who's doing this presentation? Are you doing this presentation? Yes. Okay. This is approved proposed design improvements for Shalimar Park. Presentation by Mr. Sethuraman.
Mr. Sethuraman, you have, Director Sethuraman, you have the floor.
Are you running it from your computer? Let's see.
Given the time of day, you know, if there's anything you can kind of skip over, and this goes for all of them,
Yes,
you know,
Mr.
I mean,
Mayor, yes.
I want to make sure that we understand it all, but if there's stuff like, you know, history and we met with 60 people and all that stuff, we could skip over that stuff,
Got it.
right?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. So this is regarding the Shalimar presentation, and I'll be joined with Annalicia. She's with our consultant Community Works Design Group. Just as you mentioned, we'll skip over the background. It's, you know, exactly where this park is. We received funding from State Senator David Min of $1 million, and we have other funding that you appropriated $1.3 million. So we have total $2.3 million for the project. And we did select, and you approved CWDG, Community Works Design Group, as a consultant back in January. And with that, you know, we did initial committee engagements and all that, and we got a lot of feedback. And using that feedback, we went to actually Parks Commission even before we started the design to kind of get going on the project. With that, I'll I'll have Annalisa start the presentation, and we'll be here to answer any questions.
Hi, thank
Hi,
you.
yes.
I'm Analicia Escobar Gomez, and I'm a director of community engagement with Community Works Design Group. I'll try to make it as brief but understandable as possible. So we initially took the feedback that Raja was discussing from 2023 and utilized all of the key amenities that the community was looking to see into 3 different concepts that we could develop to squeeze as many of those amenities into a 0.16 acre park as possible. As you can see in this option 1, A1, we overflowed into the cul-de-sac where some of the community expressed concerns about limiting the vehicular speed along Shalimar. And so we were looked at using that as a phase 2 opportunity to develop. And so there's option A2 and then option B, which left a lot of the key amenities in the same places, but added the handball court that the community desired. We took all of these along with amenity board options to the May 17th event. These amenity boards, we really wanted the community, because it's essentially so many people's backyards and the only open space in the area, to really have a say in how the park was going to be developed. And so part of that was making selections on some of those final amenities and what that would look like, since that would be their view. These were more about how the playground style, and then in the previous one, the soccer came out as a winning theme for everything. So, let's see. Really, the key focus on a lot of these amenity options were meeting the amenities that the community wanted to see, including swings and new play equipment. Swings take up a lot of space, which was limited in the park area. So we looked for other options like this bench swing that would serve dual purpose. And then work through incorporating public art through recycling community tiles into a seat wall, and then looking for what type of park theme that the community wanted to have. And the biggest key was making it colorful but tranquil and incorporating as much nature. And then the community was really excited about the concept of incorporating soccer through either a mini pitch soccer field or, and then we decided to implement that in an artful way through the theming. So on July 27th, we presented to our team the option B to the Parks Commission, and that was approved with the note of the review for the potential to add a restroom, which was commented on. Pretty much every parks project was a public comment, and that was something that Commissioner Christian Garcia Arcos had mentioned to include as part of that review for city staff further on. The resulting concept is this concept plan B that was voted on to move forward, which incorporates a large open space, the soccer theming in an artful way, a new playground equipment, swings, and then bench swings, as well as covered seating areas and green screens. And in the back, the mini pitch soccer, which also eliminates access around the back of the alley. The renderings we have, so you can see in more detail what the vision is for Shalimar Park. And so you can see the soccer theme already started to incorporated throughout the park site, and as well as the natural large lawn area and traffic calming measures, including the crosswalk, so that the community can access safely from the after-school program across the street, and the Parks and Rec committee, the van can set up games and things like that for the community at the front. You also noticed a lot of security lighting throughout the park. That was one of the key issues, and along with green screens on the side to eliminate the view sheds kind of in and out of the neighbors' yards. We also included in the mini pitch soccer, the handball court, So we were able to make that a dual-purpose area that would be accessible and easy to use for the community. And a lot of gathering areas and places to set up tables or things like that. And then again, showing some renderings of what that would look like at night to show that there's security lighting all the way through to the back. And then this is the view from the back of it looking out to the Shalimar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that concludes our presentation, and we can answer any further questions.
Does any council member have questions of staff? Okay, let's open it up to the public. Public comments from the chambers, no. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, close public comment. Oh, David, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, I'm actually here to speak in favor of Plan A, which would close down Shalimar Street because it would double the space of Shalimar Park. And I also just want to note, I'm looking through the PAX Commission agenda right now. The two plans that were presented to them, Plan A, Plan B, don't actually include the closing of the Shalimar Drive in the plan. So I don't know if there was consideration of that when they had that before them, but I would be in favor of that. It still provides alley access to the residents of Shalimar Drive by inserting a new curb cut on Placentia. And even though I'm not as big of a fan of curb cuts, I still think that expanding the size of this park would be very beneficial. The design that's presented in the agenda report tonight, it has, I think, a cycle track and a half basketball court. I don't know if there were other designs presented, but I would be interested in seeing what else could be done with that part of the site, since I don't think that was presented at any of the community meetings either, or if what else could be done in that area. Just to end it off, I know we're getting pretty late now, and you're going to have to do a motion to extend soon. I would support Plan A, which would increase the size of the park and hopefully be able to bring more community together, as is noted an important goal for this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Still nobody on Zoom? Okay, now we'll close public comment. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to approve staff recommendation to support design Plan B. And I'll explain why, not A. Don't worry.
Okay, seconded by Councilmember Harper.
Cool. Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thanks, everyone, for supporting this project from the beginning. Thank you to Senator Dave Min for getting us the funding, to staff and the consultant for doing the good work. Ultimately, when we did robust outreach, and I mean it for once genuinely robust, because we went out multiple times using this as an opportunity to engage residents in an area that hasn't felt a lot of engagement. What we found in the last big meeting was folks were generally in favor of going to the street, but they were not in favor of the cutting through Placentia. And that was just something they were not really willing to consider at all. So Plan B does the most we can with this little parcel. We're incorporating a handball court, which residents really wanted, a soccer pitch, which we've seen does wonders for getting engagement. We included key components they wanted and a little green space for them to lay around. So I'm happy to support the community and what they want for their park. At the end of the day, we were very sincere in making sure they felt heard, and I think Plan B reflects genuinely what they wanted to see in their community park.
Thank you. Councilmember Harper?
Wanted to support Councilmember Chavez, and I have confidence in what he thinks about that park. And that's all.
Excellent. Any other council members wish to be heard? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I guess I just had a couple questions. Depending on the answer, I might ask for an adjustment. I hadn't grabbed my notes quick enough to get in the questions portion. So on the security lighting for the mini pitch, would the plan, would that lighting be sort of bright enough or designed in a way that also supports evening play?
That'll be left up to the city to decide at this point and the surrounding community. So one of the key features of the security lighting would be cameras, and we would work with CMPD on that.
Okay, I would expect that, especially when it gets, dark at 3 or 4, that we would want that lighting to be able to support evening play at the mini pitch. So if you
Happy to add it to the
would
motion.
add that into the motion, that'd be great. Yeah, and incidentally, the image brought back lots and lots and lots of memories. When I was still living in Cambridge, there was a sort of a beautiful park along the Charles River that had sort of a caged mini pitch like this, and it was like full from 4 p.m. when people got out of work to past midnight. It was just so much fun. So I think that's a fantastic design. And then, did I have another question? Oh, the staff report mentioned speed bumps in other areas, but that would be a separate project, right? That's not incorporated in this project.
So, Councilmember Reynolds, as part of this project, we're actually doing the raised crosswalk right in front of
Correct.
the. So
Yeah,
that's already
that's
part of.
different.
We'll also implement speed humps as it goes towards the raised crosswalk from James Street towards this point. At least we'll have 1 or 2 speed humps too.
Okay, so that's where I guess then like to consider. So I've been out there a few times, and one of the things that I've participated in is races on the streets. And so when I say on your bike, running, right, there's pickup soccer and pickup basketball that could happen in the street. Speed bumps could actually inhibit that. So if the goal is traffic calming, I would encourage us to look at some other strategies like the chicanes or something that's still going to leave a long, a long distance of flat ground to support kids playing in the streets, for example. So if you would, I guess I would ask to modify the motion for potential alternatives to traffic calming in the street.
So
Hold on. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, the midnight.
I moved that we go past midnight.
Second.
Call for the question. Anybody opposed? Okay, are you going to oppose it? Okay, for the record, Harper opposes. Also remember to switch Councilmember Reynolds to a yes on that last one when we move the item, okay? Okay, fine, it passes with 1 opposition. Councilmember Chavez,
So
you have the floor.
there's a couple reasons, and again, I get your intent of the calming. I think if I could be a little candid about this current design on Plan B, or why I like the way it's designed for different reasons. We've had non-residents go through this part of the street at a consistent interval, and this actually makes it extremely difficult for them to go in and out. And it also is across the street from Think Together, so the kids can walk across the little raised sidewalk and a more narrow point in the street. Talking to residents, there is a need for calming in general, particularly where Shalimar meets Pomona. A lot of people do donuts there, and a lot of people do not look left or right, and that's a big risk, and I want to acknowledge that. But in terms of my vision for keeping this and making this a safer space, the way it's actually designed does a good job of discouraging outsiders from going in and driving past the park.
Yeah, so my suggestion is not a change to what we see here, not a change to the raised crosswalk, but consideration of other traffic calming treatments. So still addressing the vehicle speeds, but other effective traffic calming treatments similar to, so chicanes are similar to these bulb outs, right? And especially if you do them in a staggered way, that really influences speeds, but still leaves a space for a 100-yard dash in the streets, for example.
So I agree with the intent. My question for staff is, does what Member Reynolds describes fit into the motion with the park, or is it something we can bring back?
So if I can answer that, Councilmember Reynolds, when I say speed humps, I'm talking about maybe just one set of speed hump at the beginning of James Street. So that way, at least, even if they'll allow for kids to play in the middle, and you don't have cars speeding by, at least they'll slow down as they get into this area. So it's not. I'm not advocating for a series of speed humps, maybe at least have one of them.
Yeah, okay. And that's, I mean, essentially an independent project than what would be contracting out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I'll add it to the motion and with staff.
Okay, and then the last one, this is just sort of an idea in kind of imagining the space being used. I don't know if this would need a design change, if it's appealing, but the sort of trellis entry structure that says Shalimar Park on it, I can see with the grassy area behind, I can see that as just like a perfect setup for outdoor movie screenings. So little neighborhood movie screenings or something. And so if that sounds appealing, could we incorporate in the design, just sort of facilitating the setup for that? I don't know if that means having electrical nearby.
And actually, alongside that note, yes, have it added to the motion. Sorry, staff. Is there any way to add a barbecue pit there? Or is that gonna be too crazy for us to like do? Because I'm just thinking like if we activate that space, it's better for everyone.
I mean, that would be at the discretion of the city council if that's something that you would like to consider for this project. As far as the movies, we do have a portable inflatable movie screen that our Parks and Recreation team would be able to bring out and have movies at the park. So there wouldn't be any additional need for additional design.
Okay, I will take Amendment Reynolds' creativity and say that's going to be fine with our motion, and maybe add that we add like a little barbecue area for us to sit down and, have little cookouts.
Okay.
Okay, and so you've talked about your motion. Harper had a chance. Anybody else wish to be heard? Okay, then let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Excellent. Okay, next item per our vote is NB5, Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce Financial Support.
Thank you. And presentation by Ms. Jacker, Assistant to the City Manager.
Okay. Ms. Jacker, you have the floor.
Thank you. So tonight we're going to be discussing the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce's request for financial support due to loss of revenue during COVID. There was a pandemic in 2020, which had mandated social distancing, limiting event gatherings. The city has previously provided financial assistance to businesses, $2 million in small business grants funded by ARPA, $600,000 in financial relief to Travel Costa Mesa, and $80,000 in financial relief to the LA Chargers. The loss of revenue for the chamber was primarily to membership dues and event registration. Actual losses amounted to $252,570 in both 2020 and 2021. This was an 84% decrease for events revenue and a 44% decrease in membership revenue. The Chamber of Commerce then is asking the city for a one-time support payment of $123,759. Here's just a chart delineating the difference in events versus memberships. So our staff recommendation is that the City Council authorize financial support from losses using eligible funding sources to provide relief to the Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce due to financial impacts of COVID-19.
Okay. Does anybody have questions of our staff regarding this item or anything that you want to ask the representatives of the chamber who are here in the chambers?
I do.
Councilmember Harper, you have the floor.
I'm trying to get an understanding of what I'm seeing. I saw you flip through a slide here that said they lost 252,000. And then I'm looking at slide 5. I'm not very sharp after midnight, I'll tell you.
It'd be the combined that you see the 119,000 and the 133.
If I combine the 100, well, so I'm looking at slide 5, and I see the words gross income, total expense, net, and that looks like so I'm just going to take 2021. So in 2021, it appears they made $85,000. That's what this seems to show.
Yes, the combined loss is the year-to-year difference.
The combined loss is the year-to-year difference. No, it's not.
Is it?
Sorry, I'm just an old CPA. I'm looking at gross income, and I'm looking at total expense, and I deduct the total expense from the total income, and I get an $85,000 income. I don't understand how to read that. That's how I read that. That's how an accountant reads that. Somebody want to explain this like I'm
Yes, it's
not an accountant?
2019 is the base year pre-COVID, and so the
Gotcha.
losses in 2020, right, are there the $17,000 only in terms of net income.
That shows net income, right? 17,000.
Yes, and the net income in 2021 versus the net income of 111,000. That's basically how we track it for consistently with different organizations when they've requested financial assistance. And the same way that we track it for ourselves. It's not that we don't have any revenue. It's how much revenue did we lose relative to pre-pandemic. And so both combined is the over 200,000. That's the combination of the chamber events revenue that was lost because they could have no events, right? Or very few events.
Right.
And then the loss in the membership revenue because, quite frankly, a lot of businesses shut down.
Sorry, I'm not looking at a traditional financial. Is that what you want to help me out here? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. It still doesn't.
It still doesn't.
No, sorry.
I don't know if I can add any more than what the city manager had just added, that we're looking from a year-over-year differential. So 2019 compared to 2020, 2019 compared to 2021. And with 2020 obviously being the direct hit of not only did we lose additional revenue, but we also went from a staff of about 6 to really 2 to 1.
Yeah.
Not back to 2. But that's what that year over year is showing the
So
differential
what
between.
you're saying is that you lost income. You didn't lose money. You lost income. And you're trying to make up that lost income.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
in no year did you have a loss.
Right. We depleted our reserves.
You just depleted. What are your existing reserves right now?
They're about
$25,000. And then when you get this 120 some thousand, whatever you're asking for, tell us what you do with it.
So I would propose to the board for an allocation. I think immediate needs are staffing, whether it be a part-time, paid intern, or a combination thereof. But with just the two of us, the biggest need that we have is trying to get back to those programs and services that we've had in the past to drive that membership value. And but it's really been a staffing deficiency that we've.
So it's really staff, and tell me what the staff would do that benefits the community that we're giving this money for.
Initially, it would be more administrative. Right now, we handle, when it comes to membership billing, to stuffing envelopes, to answering the phone calls, answering emails, and we're in a state in a position where we want to be responsive, and if we have members that are reaching out, we want to make sure that we're taking those emails, that we're taking those phone calls, but it also keeps us internal in the office and not letting us get out into, face-to-face with the membership and driving those additional meetings and outreach and things of that nature.
So so your value to your members is what exactly? What do you provide to those members in the community? That's what I'm just trying to understand.
I say, I think the easiest way to put it, instead of going through a whole mission statement and all that, is that our tagline, connections start here. We're a connector. We connect businesses to other businesses. We connect businesses to government and city departments, and we connect businesses to professional services, and we connect businesses to financial opportunities.
Just members looked for you for support okay. How many businesses have we lost since COVID, do you think?
It's hard to say in particular because we have about 11,640 businesses, licensees in Costa Mesa. If you take away the contractors, because they have to get a license if you do business in Costa Mesa. But those that are based in here, about 343. So it's about almost 9,000 businesses.
9,000. How many members do you have?
659, and about 527 that I say in good standing because that's 60 days past due.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. That helps me. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome. I have some questions. Can you go back to that slide, please? So where are you at with 22, 23, and year-to-date 24.
In the sense that we have returned back to a somewhat level of normalcy.
So you're back to gross income around 210?
Actually higher. We're about
Annualized?
Yeah.
So go through those 2 years. So 22 was what?
Off the top of my head, I came in 23. I'm trying to think what 22 was. It probably was because it was just Julianne at the time for single staff.
For 2022 and 2023, our membership numbers remained relatively similar to, right around 2021. We started to see a little bit of an uptick as we started to produce more events. And so we've been adding more opportunities for our membership to not only re-engage, but just to drive membership overall. So they haven't surpassed, I would say, roughly 185,000 for actual membership dues. In regards to chamber events, if we're looking at it in comparison to 2019, we pulled the numbers for the total number of events that were conducted in 2019 in comparison to, let's say, just year-to-date right now. So 2019, we had 74 events that took place, and that's a combination of some revenue-generating events, but then also some, webinars, ribbon cuttings, things like that are community-based, but also drive membership. So this year we have completed 35 events, also a combination of those things as well.
Excuse me, Julianne.
Sure.
I just want you to be responsive to my question.
Oh, yeah.
So let's just focus on these 3 line items, okay? Let's focus now on gross income. So we have it here for 19, 20, 21. Gross income in 2022 was what?
I think we're right at that 300,000.
In 2022?
No, 2023. 2022, it might have been right below that, maybe 275.
275.
Yeah.
So well above pre-pandemic levels. 275. Now we're talking about
I
gross.
think you're talking in total.
Yeah.
No, so 2022, I would say in gross income, we were at about 157,000, and then our expenses.
We're dealing with chamber events here. Okay, so gross income on chamber events in 2022 was what?
For gross.
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
It improved.
Yeah, our preparation was based on comparison, like specifically to the revenue loss for 2020 versus 2021. So for like specific numbers overall, I would say that our net is an easier number for me to reference in comparison to what our gross and expenses were. So we did increase, and for 2022, our gross income was under 100,000, and then for 2023, we were about 115,000 for net, for specifically events.
Okay. What were your reserves before the pandemic?
About 70,000.
So over this period of time, you've drawn on the reserves by 50 grand? Okay. So, okay. I mean, it would just give me for me personally, I just like to know, it's just like, to understand this and what we're being asked to do is this a one-time subsidy, and have you righted the ship? And now you're going to move on, and then there's that. And also, I have another question, and so I do want an answer to that one. But then the other one I might as well ask now is: we are in 2024. These losses occurred in 20 and 2021. Most organizations, addressed their COVID losses through PPP loans, or the city of Costa Mesa gave out lots of money to businesses, and in particular through our ARPA. You make a reference in your letter of June 24th to ARPA. We're out of ARPA money. So how come it took until June of 2024 to request money for the shortfall that occurred in 2020 and 2021?
Mayor,
And then also, or have you righted the ship? That's the other question. So what's the answer?
So Mayor, I'll let them answer the second question, but I will accept full responsibility for the first part. And so we've been having this dialogue with the chamber for probably 12, 18 months. And so I think initially it was a matter of trying to designate which funding source they would be eligible for initially when ARPA first came out. And then with all the transitions at the leadership levels and within the organization of the chamber, our leadership and some of our transitional issues in our finance department too with staffing, I think that we didn't connect the dots, and we're coming to you now. So that's, I'll take full responsibility for that, because we've had these conversations for a bit now. And so they did their part in terms of letting us know as a city, whatever you have, we could really use it, because we had to be shut down and we couldn't have our events that generate significant revenue, like the State of the City, which is about 40,000, I think, if I'm thinking correctly, for each year, not to mention the golf tournament and things like that. So I think that's on us. I should have brought this to you sooner. So I accept full responsibility for that. That's not on them. Now, the second part, that's all you.
One of the big items for me was kind of, and I took it from starting from the inside out, and making sure we reestablish a solid foundation within our organization. And as I think I've mentioned in the past, I've been a part of a membership-based organization for 31 years now. And so there were certain things when I came on that just were kind of natural, fundamental. When it came to risk management, having conflict of interest policies, whistleblower, just simple things that we normally have that we did not have in the past, we do have now. In addition, we went through and had our succession process, kind of a board reassessment. So those, when I say from righting the ship, I think we started from the inside and ensuring that we had the foundation there and our house was strong. And then we kind of worked our way out. Fiscal management, working through our financials and our accounting processes and procedures. All those have been now implemented. But now going forward, we did a membership assessment survey. So we wanted to know what the members were wanting from us so that they could drive their interest into our organization. So a lot of things that we've based on the Rise and Shine that we've brought back. We've brought back 12 bi-monthly events. We had actually added 20 more this year in general, but those are the things that we were hearing from the members that they wanted. So those are things I say are right in the ship, because now we've fixed the house and we are now delivering those items that we feel is being desired by our membership at large.
Okay. But in terms of riding the ship, we don't know about the financial performance.
Financial performance, we're almost at about a break-even budget.
Okay. All right. Anyway, thank you for responding to my questions.
Sure.
Anybody else have any questions?
A couple more.
Yes.
I mean, you asked some good
Harper.
questions, Mayor. So for 2022, what was the membership revenue?
I don't have that with me.
You don't have that with me. That's okay.
Yeah.
2023, what was the membership revenue?
I think off the top of my head.
Well, we just said it was, we've increased from 2021. At 2022, we stayed relatively the same to 177, and then 2022, we increased slightly, not above 185,000.
So you're saying 2022, you're going with 185. If you were on Shark Tank, you'd be in big trouble, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
2023, you don't know.
I just don't have it. I don't want to throw out just a random number, but
Yeah.
We're somewhere around the 185, and then
You think you're 185. I'm just going to be honest. You don't give me a lot of confidence that you've righted the ship, that you're running an organization, that you've got it all together. No offense.
Councilmember Mar?
Yeah, can I suggest we continue this item with a little bit more detail about financials and membership? Also for staff, it might be helpful. I know there was talk about ARPA money. I'm also wondering if we can do this in sort of like an installment plan or something. Rather, it feels weird at this point to be giving money for something that happened 4 years ago. So is this a grant? Like, maybe we think through some other options in terms of how we
Yeah, and Carol and I
give
have
out
talked about that
money.
as well. Yeah, I think that we have the FEMA reimbursement money that we received, and we also may have the opportunity to just take a look at all the different eligible funding sources and structure something that's consistent with what we've done in the past with
Yeah.
those types of funding sources. Yeah.
I'd like to continue it, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, yeah, that's second. I agree. I think it's a great motion. I volunteer my services if you wish to meet with you and help you with getting some ideas. Second, anybody else? Let's call for the question.
Sorry to make you sit here for 14 hours, but I think
Yeah.
it'll be better if
But I
we
think it's a good.
look at it with fresh eyes too. Thank
It's
you.
it's the right thing to do. Okay, voting on it?
Yeah, motion
All
carries
vote.
7-0.
All right, good motion, thank you. And we'll do it again. So, last item is regarding police staffing.
This is
Madam Clerk, can you read the title, please?
updates to police department staffing and compensation related to police recruit, police cadet, police reserve officer, and communication officers positions. Presentation by Ms. Lee, Human Resources Manager.
I'm going to take a crack at this one because if you want to do quick, I think I can do this quick, and then they can answer questions. Is that okay?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. So we have basically 3 proposals before you this evening to shore up some additional resources for our police department. One is on the police recruit side, which is basically people in the academy, is to increase the pay rate from $30 to $40 an hour. That puts us slightly above average, which is spectacular, and then also make it from part-time to full-time. So that's the recommendation for police recruits. We believe we can get additional interest in people coming into the police academy and becoming officers with that approach. The second one is for police cadet to increase the staffing there and to add 10 part-time police cadets, which is the equivalent of 5 full-time employees. Basically, they work half-time. And then on the police reserve side, which is the third proposal, and these are sworn officers, but they work part-time, is increasing the pay rate from $38 to $42.50, and then adding 5 part-time police reserves, which is the equivalent of 2.5 if we were to say full-time. So it's basically increasing the pay rate for our police cadets and making them full-time from part-time, increasing our police reserve pay as well, and the number as well as the police recruits.
Okay, thank you for that. That's a good presentation. Councilmember Chavez, you have a question?
I have one question for the chief, and it's going to be real simple and blunt because it's late. Is it hard hiring officers right now?
It's extremely hard. Nationwide, recruitment and retention is a real issue, not just for us, but for every agency.
Do these changes keep us safer in Costa Mesa?
Absolutely, it will help us to recruit qualified candidates.
That's all you hear. Thank you.
Councilmember Harper?
So if I was the CEO or the city manager here, Chief Lawrence, and you have a, what, $80 million budget, $85 million?
60.
This is only 60? Oh, so see, it's not as bad as I thought. If you worked for me, number one, we wouldn't be having this conversation at 12:24 at night. But I would say to you, you want a $200,000 increase in your budget. I would look at you and say, find me $200,000 to save within your budget, or give me an option. And if there's no option, I can say, okay, I'm going to give you the increase. But that'd be my way to manage expenses, because you're an expense in my world, and I have a lot of faith. I like you, and I have a lot of faith in what you do. But that's my comment is I'd like sometimes when you guys come here and say, I need an extra $200,000 in our budget. I got a lot of questions about how you're doing and why you're doing it, but I have more faith in you than it's not worth me asking the question. So I kind of default to, you've got a budget, you got $60 million, make that work. If you need to get rid of X, Y, and Z to get that extra 200,000, that'd be my direction. And without just saying no, that'd be my request of you. So,
Councilman Robert, I mean, with Ron, you can respond, but I don't think that's possible within their budget. Is too tight, and that's actually Carol's.
I don't. You can say
Carol's
that.
job.
I don't.
And so she can speak to how it would be funded, Councilmember. I think she'd be able to respond exactly how the budget would be able to absorb this.
Fair enough. So you're going to say, no, we can't. Well, within the context of the complexity and the size of your department and all the moving pieces and all the costs, I would always believe we could find that. I've never once heard any department come and say we're cutting our budget. It's always an increase. So that's just my attitude and approach. And I understand what you're saying. You're going to say that. I'm always going to say that's how, when I don't know the details as much as you know them, and I don't know the process as well as you know it, I always look from a management perspective and say, find me a place to save 200,000. And you can come to me and say, I'm saving 200,000 here. Let's spend it over here because it's more effective. Because it's all about dollars where they're most effective. And that's really my point. I mean, I totally support you and I have faith in you, but that's my comment.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, sure. Councilmember Mar.
Do our cadets generally come from Costa Mesa? That's my impression, but I didn't see anything in the resolution to the staff report to suggest that we were intentionally recruiting from our own city.
We absolutely try to recruit from our own city, particularly our Explorer program. The cadets that we hire part-time, some of them come from Vanguard University, for example, and these are often our parking aides. They're issuing the parking citations for the neighborhood parking permit program and our street sweeper program. And a lot of them live in Costa Mesa. A lot of them don't. So, but our recruitment efforts are focused locally.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. I mean, I guess I've always thought about the Explorer and the cadet program as being sort of homegrown, in-house, right? That we were attracting our own community members. I mean, do we think that this changes any of that? Like, does it make it more appealing for local folks? And second question, is there anything we can do to incentivize or prioritize local hires?
This does actually help this in a huge way by taking the recruits from part-time to full-time, for example. We've lost applicants who would have ordinarily come to work for us that went to work for another agency because they offered full-time recruit positions and ours are part-time.
Got it. I'm just wondering if there's any other tools in our toolbox to sort of prioritize local folks. And I don't want to do that and then make it harder for you to recruit. So I recognize that that's the flip side of this. But nevertheless, I don't know if there's anything that we can think of that would help to make sure it was local folks. I don't know, Cosmo, if you got anything.
So, Chief, I'm sorry.
No,
You done?
I don't know if
Chief-
I can answer that question. But.
Oh, did you want to respond? I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
We do have various programs that are local, that are driven to be pipelines towards full-time employment, like our Explorer program, for example, the Cadet program, which is part-time. Those are all feeders that go into full-time.
Yeah.
And our recruitment efforts are local. The Explorer programs are mostly our local high school kids.
Right. Okay. No, I didn't mean that I was frustrated you didn't have an answer. I just meant in general, I don't know that we have an answer to this question, but other than to keep trying doing what you're.
So, I'm supportive of everything here. My only question is on page 3, the staff report, it says the current pay for police reserve officers is $38 per hour and was established in July 2014. So more than 10 years ago now. There's been no increase in pace in the last 10 years. And then the proposal is to go up to $42.50. And, that to me seems kind of skimpy if you benchmark it certainly against the increases that have been received by the non-reserve officers, the sworn officers, the POA that we've approved. Now, I'm not saying necessarily they need to be on par, but I mean, not to get any raise for 10 years and then get a $4.50 raise. I mean, what do you think about that? Do you think it's sufficient? Do you think it's still going to create a problem in trying to recruit reserve officers? Should we go at some number in excess of $42.50?
Well, what we have to keep in mind is the range of the police officer and how the reserve officers fit into that,
Yes.
that range. But I get your point. We have a fantastic reserve program. We don't have that many. But as officers who want to go into the private sector, for example, but they want to retain a reserve position, that's where we're finding a need to keep that skill set. Officer DeHuff here has almost 42 years with the Costa Mesa Police Department, probably our longest standing employee. So it's it definitely, obviously it's a great program, and I can see your point about a higher number, but we also have to keep it within that range of the actual police positions, and Costa can.
So you have to, there has to be some like, what do you call it? You don't want compression. You don't want the reserve officers to be on par with the, like the regular sworn officers that are part of the bargaining group. So what do you say about that?
It would cause compaction with the police officer salary range.
Okay, so you think
This was the highest we could go with that.
do you think this is the sweet spot in that regard? Okay, thank you. That was a really good answer. Okay, good stuff. Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll open up for public comment. There's nobody behind you, Ralph. It's all you.
Good morning.
3 minutes.
So I support this. I think we're all aware of the issues facing hiring and retaining police officers. So I support all these changes for the recruits, the cadets, reserve officers. I urge the council not to approve at this point in time the $211 budget, $211,000 increase to the budget at this point in time. We're 37 days into the new budget year. Much can happen over the next 11 months. I would urge the council to defer any decision on that until at least the mid-year review. Sort it out in another 5 months to determine how revenues are coming in, how expenses are tracking. Very likely there could be some savings that show up in the next 6 months or so. Typically, there's vacancies as the police officers, as you know, in the police department, there's vacancies. Those vacancies may not get filled, which will create labor savings. So my big issue here is it's too early in the year. The city has a $190 million general fund budget, $62 million police budget. Prior year that ended 37 days ago had a $6 million surplus. The prior year was a surplus. The year prior to that was a surplus. It's much too early to expect or to approve a $211,000 change. It was a minimal change. Much can happen over the next 6 months. At least wait 6 months before taking any action on this requested increase. Thank you.
All right, turns out there is somebody behind you. Ms. Tanaka. Oh, sorry, David. Missed you. Well, it's right, ladies first. Go ahead. You can go next.
Oh, I'll be just really brief. I just wanted to echo what Ralph had to say about, I really wish that I'm supportive of the idea as a resident. Public safety is incredibly important. I wish this had come up in the budget discussion originally. I think that would have been more helpful to understand the challenge. I know that the challenges with respect to filling police officer positions has been chronic, not just recently, but for a while now. I'm a little concerned about the proposal. It seems to be assuming that we're going to cover the spending by eating into presumed vacancies. I'd really like to fill those, all things being equal. So I think in the next budget discussion or in the mid-year review, I think it would be helpful to understand what path we have to fill those positions. Because I think that's the difference between having an amazingly great but reactive police department and a more proactive police department. And so if we need to start talking about different kinds of incentives to fill those positions and keep them, I'd like to understand what those are and have it part of a more comprehensive discussion than have these one-off kind of patches, for lack of a better term. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think I agree with both the public commenters before me, and I think I agree with Councilmember Harper. I wish that this would have been part of the budget process, and if it didn't go through that budget process, that it would have gone through the mid-year review, and if it didn't do that, that it would have gone through the FIPAC. We have all these different systems in order to look at our budget, and we have used none of them. And this has now just appeared before us. So I wish it had gone through all of these things, and I just have to question the process of how we got here in the first place, and if there was a better way for us to have gotten here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
Mr. Mayor, I have a
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I have a question.
Yes, of course.
City manager, police chief, whoever wants to bite the question. Was the reason why this wasn't included in the budget process?
So just a few things. One is just a reminder that in the police department budget, we have a unique situation as it relates to their budget that no other department has. And this is something that we all kind of inherited from years ago. There's a $3.5 million vacancy savings factor already built into the police department budget. That's been the case. We manage it very well. Obviously, we have a stellar finance department, but this is not the department where we have a lot of flexibility to be able to absorb something like this without a budget adjustment. So that's the reason why we're asking for a budget adjustment this evening, even though it's early in the fiscal year. So that's one. To your question as to why this wasn't brought during the budget deliberation process, remember that the budget deliberation process starts all the way in January. And so what we're bringing to you in May are conversations we've been having during that time. And yes, we did understand we've been having challenges filling officer vacancies, as are many departments nationwide. However, we only more recently have information about upcoming retirements as well, which puts additional pressure on the vacancies. So in addition to vacancies, we know that there are upcoming vacancies, and sometimes retirement information isn't known to us from the employees until a little bit closer, usually the June-ish timeframe. We start to get, probably like June is when we start to hear people are going to plan on retiring in December. And so it's around now that you start to really get information about who's going to stick around and who's making the decision that they want to move on with their lives. And so we have more of that reliable retirement information now. And public safety is not the one, just as your city manager, I will tell you that your priority is public safety, mine is as well. This is not an area where I would go through a ton of deliberation in terms of layers of review, as I would for other things that I would take before FIPAC when it comes to public safety. When we work with the chiefs, if there's a crisis, if there's a situation that we need to address right away, I'm going to bring it to you as soon as possible. And I'll let the chief comment as well.
Yeah, I'll just add to that, the retirements are very unpredictable, particularly when it comes to medical retirement. People get injured and they can no longer do the job. So that's another factor that we deal with.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Gameros, you have the floor. You made a motion.
Yeah, my recommendation is that we go with the staff recommendation for items 1 through 4.
Second. So you can speak to the motion.
Yes, thank you. So I do appreciate the public comment that came up. And I just want to say one of the reasons that I'm just going to vote to support this is that I've had an opportunity that you have not had. I've had an opportunity to have a relationship, for one, with our police chief, but secondarily with other officers that are on the force. What I want to say is we're not building boxes, we're building relationships. The chief is responsible for a retention plan, filling vacancies, and most important, a succession plan. We're going to tie his hands if we don't give him the tools that he needs to do that for his team. So I really think that if we're going to try and create cuts in a budget, especially with public safety, we should spend the time to know on a personal level what it is that they're dealing with, and not just hold up a piece of paper with numbers and say, it's not checking the box, so we need to fix it. You have to have a one-on-one, boots on the ground, face-to-face conversation with more than just one person. and I've had that opportunity. So that's the reason I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Yeah, I second the motion. I think it's a good motion. I appreciate that you came with this, and always encourage you and Chief Stefano and pretty much anybody, to come. And if you need to talk to us about budget adjustments, it makes sense. It's a very dynamic situation in public safety and specifically the police department for a lot of reasons. We have needs. I mean, we brought up Councilmember Chavez's issue over in his district. We brought up Clearbrook. It's just constant. I mean, and we need to have, we need to be in a position to respond to those critical public safety issues. I brought up the whole thing about the person falling off their bike. I mean, the PD is implementing the bike program. People brought up earlier in public comments about dog licenses. I mean, we put that on the police department. The police department, not just in Costa Mesa, but I know it is true in Costa Mesa, but it's in a lot of other cities. The police department never says no. Whenever we need them to take on something, they always say yes. I even asked him last year, I think it was, to take on code enforcement, and he said, sure, I'll do it. It didn't work out, but they never say no. He's asked us for this budget adjustment. It's budget dust. $200,000 when you think about the importance of the department, of the size of their budget, and the critical nature of the work that they do. This is an easy vote.
One comment.
Of course.
Thank you. I'm going to be clear. Your concept and idea sounded really good to me, and I agree with it. And I was trying to say I wouldn't question it. All I know how to do at this level, because I don't know the details of what you do. And all, these are all nice words, but at the end of the day, when you manage at this level and we hold this city accountable for themselves, we have to draw a line sometimes and say, this is, I'm going to support this motion, by the way, but we have to say, you have a budget of $62 million. Be creative, think about where you place your dollars. And if this is the right place to put the dollars, if this is the number one priority, move them there. If there's something else you can save on, it's great if we can find more efficiencies, more intelligent ways to objectively, meet that safety requirement that we're asking for. That's really all I'm saying. I'm saying we as council members should try and hold staff accountable. Again, I support you completely, Chief Lawrence, but that's my message. That's the only message. So I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Okay, if there's no other questions or comments, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good work, and thank you. It's now 12:42, and we are adjourned.